Welcome to the Clash of Clans World Warmup, where it's day number 2 here in the playoffs. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with Itsu and Coco to bring you an amazing day. Itsu, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. We had some incredible action yesterday, action-packed matches with back and forth and some crazy attacks like Cynthy did with mass Hog Riders, which was a pleasure to watch. But Coco, how are you doing?
I'm amazing. Yesterday was amazing, and I can't wait to keep it going today. 2 teams are down. 6 teams still remain in the 2024 World Warm-Ups. Yesterday was not the first day that they played in this tournament. Why don't you briefly recap on how they got here today?
Indeed, Coco. They started off competing in the qualifier stages. There was 2 qualifier stages that they were able to then make it to the group stage. And in the qualifiers, this is where it was an open registration for anyone to sign up. And if you're in the top of the qualifiers, we have the group stage, which also had invited teams from last year's World Championship, where each team plays each other twice, where the top 2 teams from each group advance to the playoffs, which was this weekend, started yesterday, and now is going to conclude today. It is double elimination, meaning you have a second chance opportunity to try to make it to the grand finals. But Itsu, what are they fighting for?
Well, they're fighting for a lot of prize money. Overall, $30,000. And everyone participating in this playoff bracket is having already guaranteed $1,000. But obviously, those teams are fighting their way up to the first seed, getting the 10,000. And so far, we have still 6 out of those 8 teams in the race for this first seed. But why shouldn't we take a look at the bracket and take a look at the current standings?
Yeah, so in that lower bracket, unfortunately, yesterday we said goodbye to Psycho Esports and Emporium Titans. But in the lower bracket, still standing strong, we have NAVI, VAE Esports, Early Attacks, and VM Legacy. But everybody wants to know about the upper bracket. Tribe Gaming versus Synchronic. That might be one of my favorites to watch just because these are some of the quickest attackers out there. They look very fierce. They beat some really strong teams as well. So I can't wait to see what today brings.
And today we're going to be starting off with the first match in the lower bracket, which is going to be Navi taking on VAE Esports. Since it is an elimination match, you lose, you are out of the competition. And all day yesterday, we kept talking about time, but it did not really play a factor as 1-stars were really coming in left and right because of the kind of mind games that these players had to play of trying to be quick and then it actually costing them. So the strategy, do you think they changed that up, or were they really trying to just go for the 3-stars and then hope that the opponent fails? What's your thoughts?
I think we're going to see, first off, a lot of Root Riders again, but maybe less with the overgrowth spell, because as you said, this is where a lot of those 1-stars were coming from. So I guess it's really this high risk, high reward within this strategy, because you have to keep in mind, there's a lot of variations of those Root Rider attacks when it comes to the troops and spells. The overgrowth was just one option, which seemed to be the quickest, but had the highest and by far highest 1-star rate as well, which was making it a huge risk to the attackers, and especially early on in the match, which we have seen a couple of times, failing or even getting a 1-star was a big momentum swing then for the other team and cost a couple of those matches for those teams as well.
Yeah, the overgrowth spell definitely, I think, did play a role in some of those 1-stars. It felt like it was a high risk but high reward if it did pay off in the players' favor. However, we did see a few teams in there bringing in a jump spell, which I think was also pretty quick because that meant they were able to spread out the heroes just a little bit more and get those Root Riders to power through the base as well and get as much damage down per second because more buildings were being targeted. So I think we might see a bit of a shift towards maybe that strategy that was pretty new to the scene from my perspective, but will hopefully be a little bit more safer and we'll see less 1-stars.
I'm sure we're going to still see those town halls being placed in the middle of the bases for a lot of times, because that means your troops must travel through that town hall. Poison help take it down. The overgrowth helps to ignore it, to go and get everything else and come back. That's where those 1-stars occurred. because of leaving the town hall kind of for the end, and then your troops don't have enough health to be able to recover from that. Because when you're playing in your matches at home, time is not going to be a factor in any tiebreaker scenario. That is only taking place here in the competitive scene because these players are so good. If you have a perfect war, which means you are also time percentage, you need a way to find out who's able to get that advantage, and that goes to the time breaker, as fast as you possibly could be in those attacks. So with this very first match that we're going to have is going to be NAVI taking on VAE Esports. Maybe we could get some predictions on what we may think. I don't, maybe we already started the jinxing here with even started the predictions, but Itsu, what about you? Who do you think maybe has the advantage in this match?
I mean, it's just crazy to think about that this matchup is in the lower bracket. Both of those teams are incredibly skilled at the game. And I think it's really hard to tell, but if I would need to pick one team, I guess I would go with Navi. They had one of the quickest attacks yesterday, even though I don't think that Stars is going to get the opportunity again to attack one of those weirder looking bases. I think that's the best way to describe that base, which he completely obliterated yesterday. But I think they're good to go with some incredible quick attacks and really consistent attacks as well. So I would go with Navi. What about you, Coco?
I would probably have to say the same, Navi, just for the reason that they have been so consistent across not just official tournaments, but even every single community league. They are so strong. They know how to play this game, and they've been playing it for a long time. They did have some really quick attacks, which you did mention as well. I was going to bring that up. Stars' attack was amazing. It was very specific to that base. But who knows? I think if anybody can surprise us, they are definitely one of the teams to look out for.
For sure. You both go Navi. Well, I'm going to switch things up. I'm going to go VAE Esports in this one, because I think the pressure is completely on Navi here, as many viewers at home are thinking that they're going to win and win throughout this whole tournament in World's Warmup. But I think VAE Esports, they have way less pressure on them, so they could take potentially as many risks as possible and go all out. I mean, both teams will pretty much have to do that since this is a lower bracket match. But the attack definitely to keep your eyes on is one, Pacstro in his last attack got a 1-star, and he's looking to bounce back after that 1-star. Then Gaku, which Coco mentioned that he had a very long 30-plus triple streak, which came to an end as well. So he also wants to get that triple. But we're getting ready for the very first attack here in this first match, where we're going to see Max for VAE Esports coming in with the Root Riders and Valkyries, and Max is such a quick attacker, so he is looking to set the tone for their team.
Yeah, Max is definitely on that top few leaderboard. We got the Siege on that southern side, which is giving him the funnel. The Root Riders pathing in now. They're taking quite a bit of damage here, so Max uses that Warden ability nice and early as they path into the Town Hall compartment, protecting them under the aura, and here goes that Overgrowth spell. Now, we did just say that we might not be seeing it as much, but here it is yet again, Carbon.
Yeah, with that Overgrowth onto the Town Hall, Max is wanting to go for speed rather than a safer 3-star, as the King is, as Billy has gone off. Or no, actually not. It's not. It's gone off, as it can come back around as the Wizards and Barbarians are moving through. And look at this. This base is completely taken out with the King ability still left. And a minute has now just surpassed as he's looking to help finish this off as quick as possible.
Yeah, it does have to go back into that Town Hall compartment, but look how much still remains. His King goes to ability. The Root Riders are still following. Queen is still up, but she's stuck on that wall on the left-hand side. There goes that Royal Champion ability, and Max will be getting it done. He does have to break through these walls. I don't know. Oh, there is a few Root Riders still left at low health, which will be able to open these walls, and they get the triple down here for VAE Esports.
Well done to Max. Very quick attack, which was a 1 minute 27 seconds on their side, which is under the minute 30, which a lot of these pro players at this stage of the competition want to be able to get. Stars in yesterday's matches, he got a 61-second attack. That is going to be very difficult to even get close to, as these bases are trying their smallest things to slow down any attack, especially with the Root Riders and Valkyries.
Yeah, I think in the top 10, I think Max has maybe even 2 quick attacks in there, so he's definitely one to look out for. Unfortunately, this one was not as quick as that. We do actually, if you notice, we have a new little stat beneath us. We have the time here just for your reference, so no more guessing. We have it all for you guys to see at home as well.
Yeah, it definitely will come and play a role if it comes down to a tied up war in terms of stars and percentage. But Max, great job at being quick and getting the 3-star as well, because the 3-star is the most important thing to get at the end of the day. And now for Navi, the first attacker typically to start it off usually is going to be Pacstro. So I'm curious to see if he could bounce back from that 1-star that he got in his previous attack and getting a triple. I know Pacstro is a very, very strong attacker, and he could definitely get a 3-star at any time. But one mistake can cost you in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. It was really heartbreaking to see the 1-star, the opener of the previous match that we saw him play in, because that really hurts sometimes, even just for the rest of the moral, the team, the headspace that they're in, because it's really hard, especially in the current meta, to recover from a 1-star. So hopefully they can bounce back here in the lower bracket. Lower bracket doesn't mean that they're going home anytime soon. If they stay strong, they just have more work to put in to make it to that grand finals.
Yeah, if you make it all the way to the grand finals, you will have to then win 2 matches in a row, because the team in the upper bracket, they must lose to get eliminated out of the competition, lose twice, just like any team that got sent to the lower bracket and then they lost again from any team down there. So that is how a double elimination tournament will work. So you have a really big advantage. And for most tournaments, a lot of times we tend to see whoever makes it from the upper bracket usually takes it, and usually it's in the very first match, because they're usually on a hot streak. They continue through and they don't even get knocked down to a lower bracket at all, and then you just take the victory. But we also have seen teams in a lower bracket before, and Navi's been in that scenario. They're looking to kind of take advantage of their previous experience.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Pacastro's attack if he's up next, just because that he usually brings the healer puppets in there as well, which will help giving some additional value as he goes for a little mini queen charge, as that's one of the newest one. And as you can see, he's already used that queen ability, and he brought in 1 healer on his own. So he has 4 healers on that queen. Now, usually you see 5 to get maximum healing back, but 4 is definitely good value here for Pacstro.
Yeah, with that queen gonna make her way to the left side. Root Riders, Valkyries are already down here. P.E.K.K.A.'s coming out of that siege barracks off to the right side, and he's gonna path his way in towards the Eagle Artillery, while the queen can stay on the outside. And you can notice with a wall, actually no, there is no wall breakers anymore. I was gonna say to try to wall break the queen to go grab the town hall, maybe 1 Root Rider for the queen, as the warden ability has already gone off, and the Root Riders will have to pass through and by these ice golems. As long as there's nothing to take them out, those won't really do much, but the Royal Champion's in the mix, so they will get slowed down once the ice golems do die off.
That additional Root Rider that you mentioned, actually he used that on that right-hand side. And I think he was trying to go into that right-hand side compartment with the king. Unfortunately, that Root Rider did fall short. Good thing those hogs did come in clutch, clearing that out. The king is just continuing around that right-hand side. Royal Champion has now approached the town hall and taken it down on her own with that rage spell, which means the queen can continue around the outside and get this monolith down, with the Royal Champion trying to help out from the middle of the base. But at the moment, with the amount of Root Riders and the little defenses remaining, look how many freezes Pacstro still has as well.
Well done, Pacstro, getting a triple. And you never know, freezes definitely can help speed up an attack because of slowing down defenses and helping to protect your troops so more troops stay alive, which means more damage output onto the defenses. Invisibility spells that can speed up your attack in a way by making a defensive hero or a ground skeleton invisible, so you ignore it and you go for the other important buildings. So these small things, even though you save onto the spells at the end, could play a role by a second or two. As we take a look at the time down below, as VAE Esports have quite a bit of a lead in terms of time, for a minute 27 to what Navi and Pacstro just got of a minute 47.
Yeah, do you think they're playing it a little bit safer now, since it didn't feel too overwhelming in the beginning? It felt very, very calm and didn't feel too hectic in the beginning, and it was very well executed, and it paid off at the end.
It definitely felt that way of they're going, okay, we've noticed and we took notes from yesterday that there was not a single perfect. There was. I believe there was one. There was one perfect. Other than that one, everything else, it came down to whoever got a perfect war ended up winning the match. So if they could just focus on getting a perfect war, maybe they can win that way, as they're hoping that their opponent can just make one mistake and get one fail. As we have the Lalo coming in from Dobs with that queen down to the bottom side. No healers on her. Use that lightning spells on the opposite side to help remove the Eagle Artillery right away, as the ice golems are coming out to slow this king down.
Yeah, this will help because that way we can clear that off of the base. The queen can continue to the left-hand side. There is an additional ice golem coming in from Dobbs' side as well, just to help take a little bit of pressure off of those heroes. And in the meanwhile, he's had this Lalo going into the right-hand side with the Warden ability, protecting the loons, but also the blimp that sails over these defenses to the Town Hall compartment. It doesn't go on the Town Hall, though, and there is a poison spell there.
Yeah, but the Yetis do come back. Town Hall is going down here. Still has the Royal Champion and her ability. Freezes the backside multi-archer tower as he's got balloons coming up there. The RC has her ability. The Queen is continuing to stay alive to move through those healers that came from the healer puppet, is helping to heal this Queen back up. And now he's moving right on through Klaus's base here. He's got the troops down for cleanup, and he can't do anything at this point. Just sit back and watch his troops 3-star this base.
Yeah, very nicely done. He kept a good amount of loons on that back end there as well. Look, 2 hounds still remaining. They didn't even pop, which is good value. Sometimes with Zapquakes, when I personally use it, it is nice to, if you use the Zapquakes on the stronger defenses, to clear out a lot of that damage. However, that does not leave a lot of spells for later on the attack, so you have to make sure that you plan it very well, and Dobbs did just exactly that, getting another triple on the board for VAE Esports, which means NAVI have to triple their next attack as well. Otherwise, they'll be giving the lead over.
Indeed, they're going to look to continue the 3 stars, and that's what I'm assuming is going to be happening with these attacks. They've got them planned out. One mistake, we've talked about it, and you can be eliminated from this competition, as this is a lower bracket match. If you're just joining us, here in a double elimination for the World Warmup. We started yesterday in the playoff stage, and we're concluding today. We will have all the matches, either 6 or 7. And the reason why we may have a 7th match is because of the grand finals if the lower bracket team forces a bracket reset. So there's a possibility of 7 matches here today, as we are just playing our first one. And we have a lot of clash action to come, and it's going to be an amazing day.
Oh, definitely. Yesterday was great. We saw some really cool attacks in the mix there alongside with all of these time-breaking ones, which we had to keep an eye on. So it was a lot of fun. It does put a lot of pressure on some of these teams being in the lower brackets because, you know, one mistake and that could be it. And even if it is just one mistake, we didn't always see 15, 14 wars. Yeah. But sometimes just the mindset going in that, you know, you have to be in a good headspace, you can move on, you can recover. I think if you're not in that position, it can be tough.
It can be very difficult. And yesterday we did see a war that got down to 12 stars. So it depends on the base, depends on how they set the traps. Well, that could really slow down an opponent or completely mess him up, or even the overgrowth. We're going to have to pay attention to see if we're going to see any more attacks with overgrowth, because as the war starts to get towards the end with the final set of attacks, that is when they're going to really know if they have to change their strategy from what it's originally planned to really go for speed. As Gaku is now coming in with the Riders and Valkyries, and noticing starting off with skeleton spells out in front to help distract those initial defenses so that the Riders and Valkyries don't get hit and they can protect their health as long as possible, as the Warden ability does go off right away here to really protect this push into the core.
Yeah, take note that he does also have a heal spell, so it looks like he probably had the double book on the Warden to heal everything back up, but that means they're still going to be able to take quite a bit of damage as they approach the middle of this base and that Town Hall compartment, so that extra heal spell will be very valuable later on in the attack. Now, the King gets the Monolith down, which is also very nice, as we've got a bit of a split now. Everything pathing to the Town Hall will go through that Giga Poison. That's a very nice space to use that additional heal spell from Gaku, and the other Riders are going into that Multi-Inferno now.
Yeah, with those spells on the backside, helping to provide the distraction. The Hog's coming around, jumping. He's got to grab that clan castle in the core, but it's looking really good here for Gaku as he's got his queen still up. She's got the frozen arrow, which there's no real defenses that the queen will kind of go after she has to go to the bottom side. One little Tesla down there as a wizard and archer are into the core going for the clan castle as we have another 3-star. Gaku coming in to take it down Max's base. And I wonder how these pros are trying to test their bases against the strategy. I know that they're assuming Root Riders and Valkyries are going to be coming in against their bases. So they have to test it from every single different angle. You may just not know which one they choose because you kind of have to probably place a bunch of spring traps on one side to try to maybe spring the Valkyries so that when you have a lot of maybe ground skeletons that pop up in the core, it can be really annoying and overwhelming for Root Riders.
Yeah, testing can be very time consuming. I don't think a lot of people understand how much effort it takes to go through all of these testing because maybe a base doesn't work, then you have to build a new one or change things around. And there is also a cooldown into testing these bases as well. So these teams have maybe even had weeks of testing to even bring some of these bases to the playfield today.
Yeah, and you don't have that many base slots, right, that you can be running. So if you're playing in a tournament, in a competition, and you end up running through all your bases, you'll have to pick a base that you have already run, and the term is burnt. What these pro players refer to is the base has already been seen by the enemies, and then they can possibly plan their attacks to try to triple it again. But that's when you can play some mind games and change up some traps, and that can throw your opponent for a loop if they weren't expecting it.
Yeah, we have Imran, which is Hades, up next on Gaku's base. And we've got another overgrowth spell very early, though, in this one, which is on that Town Hall and the Monolith. Those are the main defenses that are under this spell. Queen on the south-end side did go to ability already to gain those additional healers, which is always nice to see that mini Queen charge. Now, there is a single Inferno. He has 2 freezes and 4 skeleton spells to help distract some of these defenses. At the moment, that single Inferno is doing quite a bit of damage. We think we even lost a Root Rider there on that left-hand side.
Yeah, he did start with the Overgrowth that was near the Town Hall, which didn't really look like it did too much as the Overgrowth has come away. With the Skeleton to the top side, Queen's continuing her way down south. But now we can have these Root Riders go for the Town Hall, as it did activate once you pass 51%, not 50, or it takes some damage. So that's what these pro players are definitely trying to grab the percentage around as you're making your way through. But the problem now is that all these troops are sitting right in the middle of that Town Hall poison.
Yeah, they did take quite a bit of damage. He tried to freeze the Town Hall to slow down the amount of damage going on to his Root Riders. However, I think he's lost every single one of them. Ooh. And with no freezes left for the single Inferno, the King just about gets it over these walls with his Giant Gauntlet ability. Let's see how much that his heroes can still get, because the World Champion does have a bit of health left, but no hero ability is going to be problematic, with the hidden Tesla farm doing quite a bit of damage. And unfortunately, the Queen goes down, the World Champion as well. 86% 2-star from Hades for VAE Esports. This could be the window of opportunity for NAVI to take the lead. They just have to put themselves in that driver's seat and get another triple down or anything higher than that previous attack, and they could be sailing until the end if they play it safe.
And the strategy about time being as quick as possible seems to be really coming back to hurt them. That's what VAE Esports is going for. They're trying to be quick, they're trying to be fast, and now what NAVI may do is switch up some attacks to possibly go with a safer attack that can try to get a 3-star. This one is, yes, it's a very strong attack. You're probably seeing it in your wars as well. And if you're not doing it, you definitely should be doing it if you want to give your best to get those 3-stars to help your clan try to win. But in this case, if you're using an Overgrowth, it can be kind of a risk to kind of avoid the Town Hall to come back. Granted, he did drop his Overgrowth very early, so there was something in the base that we saw there from NAVI that really stopped the Root Riders and the Valks, and one of them for sure was these troops going straight over that Town Hall poison, which did so much damage. And here we go with Stars coming in with the Zap Lalo with 3 Hounds, 4 Headhunters, as he's got his hog puppets and the haste file on that raw champion.
He's only got 5 in here, though, so no monolith is going to go down. But he gets some really good values. You can see he noticed that the multi-infernos are really close to the scatter shot. Being able to get those down, as well as a ricochet cannon and a wizard tower, of course, is also really nice. Now he's sending in the Lalo very early with the Warden ability. Well, Lalo mainly just the loons at the moment, doesn't need the Hound to test at the moment. Town Hall is going down with a rage spell, will help out very, very nicely. The loons are doing some pretty hefty work here towards that middle of Hades' base.
Yeah, as that queen still has her ability, the Eagle Artillery was completely slowed down from that queen's frozen arrow. And look at all these balloons here from Stars. Wow, look at them going right on through, and there's almost just a minute left, and this base is completely destroyed, and it's just a matter of cleanup now. And this could have been a 60-second attack if these minions were super quick at cleaning up and taking out these outside buildings. And that's just the slowest thing, is the cleanup here for Stars. What an attack.
Yeah, he did a 61-second attack yesterday. This one is just a little bit over that one. Stars knows how to get it done and how to get it done very, very quickly. Another triple on the board for NAVI. Now, if you take a look at the stats, they are in the lead. 9 stars to 8.
Yes, what an attack from Stars. And they're going to look to continue to get the triples. They don't have to worry about time. They can just go for the perfect war, and the best VAE Esports can do is get a 14-star performance, or they technically don't have to triple out. All they have to do is get better than an 86%. They get an 87% in at least one of their attacks, and the rest is triples. The NAVI will secure the victory and try to advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they're definitely looking comfortable. This will definitely help their morale. Unfortunately for VAE Esports, they have to bring their A game. They have to make sure that they get triple after triple and hope for a defense. They don't want to go home. There's a lot on the line for this team, a lot of money, but also they want to make it to the very end so they can say that they won the very first 2024 tournament officially run by Supercell.
Indeed, as Leo is coming in with the Super Barbarians, Riders, Valkyries as well. And again, he's got 4 skeleton spells. So if we're going to use Super Barbarians off to the edge with that P.E.K.K.A from the Siege Barracks. And here we go. Ice Golem out from the King, the Root Riders, Warden. And we're going to have Valkyries, and get ready for probably some skeleton spells out in front to try to distract some defenses. He's holding off here. So maybe he wants to use it after the Warden ability goes off, more deep into the core to really distract that ricochet cannon there.
Yeah, I do love to see the double P.E.K.K.A coming out of that brand new level that we got from the Siege Barracks, which will help that get that king a little bit further into that right-hand side. The Clan Castle troops have been pulled. They're being a bit distracted in that compartment there next to the monolith. The king did have one. There goes the Warden ability as the Root Riders start to approach some of these defenses. The monolith, and we have that multi-inferno. The Root Riders are next to that town hall there on that left-hand side as well. We'll see what happens as they start to approach the town hall. Leo does use these freezes to stop the amount of damage coming in, because at the moment the Root Riders, they're going around the town hall, which means they're just going to be taking a lot of damage.
He has the Royal Champion joining in as well. Another rage and a skeleton spell. But this queen is taking so much damage that she might not survive here. Although the king does come back. He's going for the town hall here. He's even got that Phoenix on him. So no matter what, he'll come back to life. And the town hall goes down, and Leo is delivering a 3-star. But they know that all Navi has to do is get at least above an 86% too and triple the rest, and they will be golden. So VAE Esports is hoping that something goes wrong in one of Navi's final attacks to have a chance to try to win.
Yeah, you can see the resource management is really well done in all these pro players. They're saving those freezes for the perfect moment. But the main thing is that they're freezing multiple defenses at the same time. So let's say they wanted to freeze that monolith. They're trying to freeze multiple defenses around there, because even if there's just a cannon in there, why let it shoot a little bit more damage off of your onto your troops?
For sure, especially you want to be freezing that Town Hall. You don't want those Town Hall Inferno beams hitting all of your troops. But from that previous base, he also attacked it from the side. As Root Riders, obviously, they don't care where the walls are. They're just going to go to the closest defense through the walls. So if you're coming from the side, you can help try to avoid the Town Hall poison so the other troops aren't forced into the Town Hall, because normally there are walls touching the Town Hall on a base. Maybe we may see a similar base design where we'll point it out to force and funnel the troops into the Town Hall poison so it damages them and takes them all down, and it kind of really hurts your army as you try to continue to push to the backside.
Yeah, we've seen the Root Riders being used really nicely over the past few days. And especially sometimes we saw 1 or even 2 Root Riders go with those heroes alone alongside them, which will help open these compartments. Usually you would see wall breakers come in, but since we don't have any healers for like a Queen Charge like we used to see in previous metas, it is nice to also have that tank value from that Root Rider just to help get a little bit further for those heroes. Now, Kazuma coming in with some more Zapquakes, clearing off the poison spell tower, mainly one of these Infernos, off of the heart of Jesus' base.
Yeah, and with that Queen placed right away, this King can try to path his way into the multi-archer tower, but these Teslas that have popped can be very annoying here as the King ability goes off right away, can help go take that enemy Queen down, continue his way in, but doesn't have to worry about a multi-target Inferno in the middle, as he does now lure out Ice Golems from the Clan Castle. But if this Queen continues to make her way left, she can grab a multi and that Eagle Artillery.
This Tesla that we saw there is exactly what we were talking about planning and building these bases. The intention of some of these Teslas is to make sure that whenever they try and go into these compartments, the Teslas are there to try and keep them away from going into them, because their closest defenses is what these heroes will go for. However, it didn't make a difference there since the Queen did pull that King in. Now we've got the Lalo on the north-hand side, Blimp sailing towards that Town Hall compartment. Freeze is coming in because that invisibility spell tower can be devastating if it goes invisible too soon.
I really loved how he used a golem to the far left side to protect the Royal Champion from the ground expo. So look at this. She has plenty of health now to continue through the rest of this base. The golem did a fantastic job, and now allowing the RC to help continue through as the balloons are starting to fade away here, but he's got a handful on the backside. RC's ability with the shield and the hogs coming through and taking down the monolith, and we have a 3-star for Kazuma, which means that the last attacker for NAVI is going to be Klaus, who's looking to try to get that perfect war.
Yeah, good thing that we had those hogs. That was really nicely thought out, because as we mentioned yesterday, the hogs can power through those single Infernos and the monolith very, very nicely. Don't want to be bringing them in next to those multi-Infernos. What a beautiful attack there from Kazuma. And they're still in the lead. 12 stars to 11. VAE Esports have to make sure they triple their final attack now.
They do. If they triple, that will force Klaus to have to get an 87% 2-star or higher to get the victory in this match to try to continue through the lower bracket, because NAVI did indeed lose yesterday to get sent to this lower bracket, and it was based off of Pacstro getting a 1-star, which he did rebound here, getting that triple in this match. So great job to him, and NAVI's looking really strong. But we have one final attacker from VAE Esports, and that's going to be Jesus coming in, looking to try to get a triple. He really loves to bring the Lalo, and he really pairs in the Healing Tome with the Lalo, which we just saw what Kazuma also did as well, popping that Warden ability. He did it pretty early, which was protecting the Blimp. So if you want to be very quick with the Lalo, that is one way to do it, is where it comes from one side, and that Blimp is going to be responsible for the Town Hall to help take that down, as the balloons was trying to just overwhelm the rest of the base.
Yeah, it's really nice to actually be able to combine them, as you said, to do it at the same time. Multitasking can be hard, but if you can nail it, you can get so much value. A lot of the time we see some people using the Blimp with the Warden ability, but not using any loons. So make sure to use those loons under there as well, because they're immune to any damage. So if they can go and get some defenses down whilst the Blimp is going to the Town Hall anyways, that might be the decider in getting some extra buildings down and getting a triple for your team or for your clan.
Absolutely, as Jesus is bringing also the lightning spells, the Zap Lalo, taking out the initial, I believe it was the Mile that was there as well, so that's fantastic value to start here, as this king is going to look to help push his way into this Ricochet Cannon and the Poison Spell and the defensive Royal Champion, as that Ice Golem is freezing up this whole area. A few archers have come out of that clan castle, but his queen is also looking to move through the left side, as the Ice Golems unfortunately do get pulled a little early here. Hopefully the king can continue his way, and look at that splash from the king, taking out the multi just over that. Fantastic job so far.
Yeah, that gauntlet is beautiful to get some extra value down. Now, the queen does go to ability on the left-hand side as she starts to approach this multi-inferno. Sadly, the healers do take a bit of damage, but they should still be enough to try and keep that queen alive. But the enemy queen here is gonna pick off Jesus' queen. Now, on the right, we had the Royal Champion, and again, look, that warden ability with those loons and the blimp to the Town Hall compartment. There is a tornado trap in here, slowing down those Yetis. Is that going to be a problem?
Yeah, those Yetis, so is forcing him to go with another freeze onto that Town Hall. Does have a lot of balloons, and look at this. The Warden's healing tome was still healing all the way up until this very last moment here, which these balloons were taking so much advantage of it. Has another balloon and headhunters to use on the backside, and he does indeed get that 3-star. So you can see he also used that blimp to fly across, help go get that Town Hall, but Kazuma placed the tornado trap perfectly to kind of pull those Yetis away from the Town Hall, but with that extra added freeze, it was able to help secure it. And VAE Esports gets the next triple and putting them to a 14-star war right here. But all Klaus has to do is get a 2-star 87% for the victory.
Yeah, that was a really nice attack. It was a little bit closer than I thought. I think he missed one of those freezes on the Town Hall. And as you mentioned before, the Town Hall beams, they do a lot of damage. And because they can target multiple troops at once, it was doing quite a bit of damage on those loons. Was not so many left up at the end, but he was very calm. He kept a cool head, and he knew that he could get it done. Got the triple down for his team. They're in the best position possible that they could be after the unfortunate fail that they had. Now, Klaus, all he needs to do is get that 2-star. What was it? 87? He needs?
Yep.
87.
Just needs an 87 because we had Hades coming in with an 86. So as long as he's 1% above that, then they will get the victory. But this is where it gets interesting. This is where the time can play a role. Because if he gets an 86, and that means that we will have a 100% tie war on stars and percentage. And then VAE Esports do have, looks like just a few second advantage at the moment, but Klaus is a pretty quick attacker nonetheless. But if it does get to 86, that means something went terribly wrong in the attack, and it usually will take quite a bit of time to end. So that could add up to the time, making them even slower. So we'll have to see. Those are the very interesting numbers to take notes. 87 or higher, then Klaus is looking good. But you talked about the Inferno beams doing a lot of damage. We talked about the Town Hall poison, but something that you also have to keep your mind on is at Town Hall 16, the 2 new defenses, the multi-archer tower and the ricochet cannon. And the big thing about the multi-archer tower is that it has 3 shots. So not like the Town Hall where if only one troop is getting hit by the Inferno beam, it doesn't do any extra damage, let's say, to your queen. But the multi-archer tower, it has 3 shots. If one troop's in the range, all 3 shots from the multi-archer tower hits that troop, so it does more damage. But as more troops get into the range of a multi-archer tower, then the shots start to go to different troops and less damage hits each troop. So it starts to be very interesting of how you take these defenses down, as Klaus is going to be coming in with the Lalo himself, as we have 2 multi-archer towers near that Eagle Artillery towards the bottom, but he's going in with a Skelly Donut, which, you know, I'm always nervous coming with a Skelly Donut because one little mistake of dropping that invisibility spell and you don't get that value.
Yeah, if he makes one of these buildings invisible by accident, it can be devastating because it's a lot of resources going into getting that down. and then they will be able to regenerate all their health back up. But Klaus, he gets it done beautifully, placing those invisibilities, gets the clan castle down as well as an inferno at the same time. That means he doesn't have to worry about those clan castle troops. So his heroes are starting on the left-hand side. King will have the earthquake boots open up these walls so he can get this scatter shot down whilst his queen is still continuing towards the south-hand side.
Look at that. Absolutely great value with the earthquake boots for that king. I think this is the first time we're seeing earthquake boots coming in from these pro players, as the Lalo is off to the right side with that blimp protected. It's going to be able to help secure that town hall, secure the 2 stars. The queen's continuing her way through with the ability going off, taking out a multi-archer tower. And notice he had the lava hound in his blimp and some sneaky goblins, which absolutely crushed right on through that town hall because there was no traps since it was completely enclosed by walls. As he's passing up on the percentage, has a couple freezes and an invis still to use as the RC goes invisible, looking to continue as these balloons are overwhelming this top side.
There goes another invisibility to help keep that world champion alive against that single inferno. Now, you said Lalo, but there is a bunch of Dragon Riders in the mix here as well. We did have a Hound, which probably tested in there as well for any potential traps. So he combined some of those loons with those Dragon Riders as well, and he gets it done. He's over the 2-star percentage that he needs, but not just that, he's going all out and getting the triple in for NAVI, and they are going through to the next round of the lower bracket with a perfect war against VAE Esports.
Well done to you, Klaus, getting it done. A triple, putting NAVI to a perfect war. 15 stars for them, and they will be advancing, defeating VAE Esports. And unfortunately, Hades, with that 2-star, 86%, cost them the match, and as yet to come down to time, other than a one perfect war, which we saw yesterday. And I wonder if we're going to see that here today, as we're taking a look at some of the times across the board as well, with Max being at a minute 27. Hades was a minute 20. We had actually, no, it was 131. Obviously, didn't get that triple there, but unfortunately, VAE Esports are not going to get the victory. And look at this, stars at a minute 14.
Yeah, he did really quick yesterday, and he's keeping up that streak by going quick yet again. But as you can see, NAVI, they've been consistent in many tournaments before, and they're just keeping it up here as well. Triple after triple all the way through. I think we have seen a bit of a shift today in being safer with the time management. Instead of going all in, they're being a bit more patient, making sure that they aren't losing some of those troops too early. And I think it is paying off very, very nicely.
Indeed, that did get them that perfect war. And let's go to welcome back Itsu here to the caster desk. Itsu, what was your thoughts there on NAVI getting the victory with a perfect war?
This was the best thing which could have happened to NAVI when it comes down to this one defense, because what this did is they could switch to their really controlled style of attacking, where they're just so good at, like the ways on how they play the Lalo, the Dragon Rider attack in the end as well, was just amazing to watch and just really spectacular. And how controlled, how it feels like no errors whatsoever were happening, and that showed in the results. So really nice job by NAVI playing it cool, and well, they're making it to the next round of the lower bracket and staying alive in the tournament.
Yeah, they did good. They did go back a little bit to their roots and going to the attacks that they felt comfortable with. And you can see it was just very well executed, as you mentioned as well. We did see a fair few lightning spells with the Earthquakes combination in there. Now, I want to talk a little bit about that because it always depends on how many lightning spells that you have to bring along you, depending on what you want to get down. Are you able to share some insights on that, Carbon?
Well, it really depends. It depends on if you use a certain equipment that is one of my favorites, the giant arrow, which we don't see here today. It means if you line up a giant arrow shot, you could get some crazy value with some lightning and earthquakes. But obviously most players here don't use that because it's very difficult to use and it's hard to line up a shot. But in terms of lightning spells, typically 6 lightning spells is very safe to be able to take down things like a monolith. 5 is usually like for a multi, but you have to be quick with it because at Town Hall 16, with builder huts, if you're not quick and the defenses get repaired, then the lightning won't be able to work because it will get too much health back and the lightning spells won't take it down. So you have to be quick with the earthquake, the lightning, and everything like that. But they get some fantastic value using those lightning spells to create those funnels for your heroes and that Lalo, which usually at this point here, those Lalos are typically using the blimps to go and secure the town halls. But great job from Navi getting a perfect war. We still have another great match that's going to be coming next in the lower bracket, Itsu.
That's right, but I want to add one quick thing, because there's actually an equipment where you don't need the lightnings, by the way. You just need the earthquake. That's the fireball, right? So you don't have to go with the giant arrow. I mean, I'm just kidding. But fireball, to me, right now, is just super enjoyable when it comes down to the devastation you can just cause to the base. And if someone's not paying attention, having maybe a rage tower around a lot of key defenses, and you're getting the fireball there, that's a lot of value. But you were right. Let's take a look at the next matches, which are about to happen. And the next match specific, because we are about to join into the next lower bracket match. And that is going to be another match which is super crucial, because whoever is going to lose that is dropping out of this competition then.
Yeah, we never want to say goodbye to those lower bracket teams. They're putting in a lot of effort, and yesterday in that lower bracket as well, it seemed like it was a bit of a wake-up call as well for some of these teams, because they fell down into that lower bracket, and then they brought their A game. They played so well, and they tried their best to stay in there. They did not want to go home. There's a lot on the line. $10,000, I think, for first place prize. $30,000 overall.
With that next match, it's going to be early attacks and VM Legacy. So between these two teams, so much competitive experience. It's going to be a fantastic one. You do not want to miss it. So both of you guys were right. I wanted to pick the team that a lot of viewers were thinking was not going to happen in the last match. So I was wrong. Yes, I picked VAE Esports. You guys went with NAVI. How about this one? What are your thoughts on who's going to win this, Itsu?
Wow, that's a hard one. I mean, it is... both the teams so far did really, really good. They had some ups and downs, I guess. But otherwise...
Okay.
See what Yara can bring to the team is just insane. Like, he has not failed so far on turn of 16.
Boy.
Which is already a crazy thing. No jinxing here today. We are over this. Just like super impressive, and this just gives so much safety to a team, which is just really, really important, I think, even in a meta like this. And this is why I think I would go with early attacks. What about you, Coco?
This is such a tough one. I don't know which one to go for, because VM does have a lot of consistent players as well, but so does EA. And EA, as you mentioned, that has been doing very, very well. I think he might be on like a 46 triple streak, maybe. Wow. That's what the stats say, something around there. So it's really, really high. The fact that he hasn't failed in any competitive matches yet is very impressive. Just to spice it up, I might just go with VM Legacy, just to see. They have some really strong players in there. Cynthy is also there as well. So,
yes. Oh man, now it comes down to me to break this tiebreaker. So, I mean, you can't really go wrong with either of these teams, right? You pick one, and if VM Legacy wins, people are not going to be surprised. Early Attacks wins, they're not going to be surprised, because it could literally be a coin flip between many viewers at home. So let us know in the comments, let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking, who's going to win this match here. So Itsu, you go with Early Attacks. Coco's going with VM Legacy. I'm going to go. So the question is, who am I going to jinx? Because I jinxed VAE Esports. So whoever I don't pick is going to win is what it seems like it's going to happen. I'm going to pick to win, I think, is going to be VM Legacy. And so does that mean Early Attacks has already won? They've already punched their ticket to the next round? I guess we'll have to find out. So
we're trying to ruin my predictions.
I mean, I have to pick one of them, and I think they're going to take it. Early Attacks are really OP. I mean, you could go either way. So I'm excited to see this next match, which is going to be get underway very soon here, so you don't want to miss it because we're going to have every single match for the rest of this tournament here today. We're going to be crowning the champion, so you don't want to miss it, as if the teams from the lower bracket here make it to the grand finals, they're still going to have a hard time trying to then force a bracket reset and win 2 matches in a row. Itsu, how difficult is that to do, to try to win back-to-back matches in a grand final tournament?
I mean, it's not easy whatsoever. I mean, the other team, the team from the upper bracket, has the chance of first of obviously preparing. They were able to hold bases back because the team from the lower bracket had to play more matches to get through this stage. So overall, just a huge advantage. But we have seen in the past that this comeback is possible. So I think that is for sure an option as well. Something which is really interesting to see how teams might adapt is with the next match, because with the early attacks versus VAE Legacy, we have seen from VAE Legacy quite a few of the Super Dragon attacks as well with great success, especially from Ninj, combined with like Super Minion Blimps and stuff like that, which were equally strong and fast as some of the Root Rider attacks, which then were preferred by a lot of the other teams. So it's like a different style as well, which is clashing within this next match. But we're starting things off, and I just talked about Ninj and his Super Dragons. It seems like he's going in with the Root Riders instead, going for the Town Hall, and we see the Overgrowth spell again. But where is it going to be used? Backhand or Town Hall?
Yeah, he's got the funneling beautifully set there with the Queen on the northern side and the Siege Barracks on the left, which means these Root Riders are not going to be able to astray from these Town Hall. Gets it done. There goes that Overgrowth spell on the Eagle Artillery. Double Multi-Inferno and the Monolith in here. What a huge value under that spell here from Ninj. He's freezing some of these scatter shots as well to stop as much damage from these Root Riders. Now, they're going to go all the way around this Eagle Artillery Monolith Multi-Inferno area, go for all those outer side defenses first before going back into the middle of the space.
Yes, and the Rage Tower already was triggered, which is good for him, because this means he doesn't need to worry about that. The King with the Epic Gauntlet is going to the core and is completely taking that core out with the Rage Tower. Everything's just dropping. And as soon as you're having your King in such a spot where he can deal just so much damage with the splash, it's crazy, and you see him pumped up. He is excited. He knows that this was a really solid and especially quick attack, which is such an important thing, because I feel like even though time at the end of the match times is not really that crucial, but setting go for time, and then those mistakes happen, as we have seen in the last match, where the time's just getting into the head of the players, and they try to do faster attacks, riskier attacks with the Overgrowth spell, and then they are fading with those approaches. So really solid stuff for VAE Legacy.
Yeah, you could see him cheering at the very end there. You could see it was very quick. 1 minute 17 on the board. First hit, first triple, which means early attacks, they're going to have to triple as well. They're going to have to be fast if it does come down to time, but it's focused on getting those 3 stars first. That was a really nice attack done from him. The funneling was set beautifully. He protected all of these Root Riders as well with the Overgrowth spell, because the Overgrowth spell is the brand new spell in the game at Town Hall 16. Well, actually, not just at Town Hall 16. You can unlock it lower down as well, so you can try and give it a go on those lower town halls. We've seen some really cool things on those other town halls as well.
Yeah, I think overall it's a really versatile spell. You can combine it with a lot of strategies. You can combine it with the dragon type attacks, like Super Dragons, for example. Regular Dragons work really well with that. Obviously, the Root Riders, the preferred strategy to play it with for the pros, but as well you can combine it with Queen Charges. Like, you can really take completely or neutralize a backhand Eagle Artillery if you're annoyed by that or anything like that. And the base is back. The base is back. But is it going to defend today? Because we see Zap Lalo again. Yesterday's stars took around 61 seconds. This is a similar looking base. So does this happen again today?
I don't think we're going to be going on time on this one at the moment. Marawi's being very patient. He's got these heroes going into that south-hand side. He's also got a wall breaker on the right-hand side there, which did open up for his queen because his king's cleared out completely and the queen can continue towards the right. The Lalo, we've got a few of them starting on that left-hand side, which will continue the streak there onto the north with a Stone Slammer. So a very similar approach to try and push these loons into that Town Hall compartment, because we're clearing out that monolith and the north hand side defenses, and the loons are going from defense to defense. So the nearest ones are in the middle of the base. The invisibility spell tower, though, however, goes off and redirects the majority of these loons towards that monolith because it didn't go down.
The loons are coming back. I was a little bit afraid because the loons seem to just fly towards the chop site, but they are coming back. But the Town Hall is left standing. Yesterday, people were confused why such a base is getting used at this high level, but we see why those invisibility towers are causing a lot of room for error. If something is going wrong, the attack is going horribly wrong. This is one of the base types which is generating a lot of 1-stars as well in Legend League, because it can so easily go downhill. We see that even at this stage of the world's warm-up, that things do not go his way, and early attacks is starting with a 1-star, the worst nightmare for the players. And well, they have to do now a crazy comeback to stay somehow close to VM Legacy, a team which have started really strong into the match.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for early attacks. This is definitely going to hurt them. Also, mentally trying to push forwards. It is doable if there is another base like this. You never know. It can happen again. He was very patient and he tried to get it down. It was so unfortunate that that monolith didn't go down. It would have been nice if he could maybe have frozen into that core of the base for the invisibility towers. Now, there are a few ways to deal with those invisibility spell towers. One of which is using a log launcher. A log launcher can go forwards and try and activate them early. But we've also seen previously. Now, Carbon's gonna love this. He's gonna come back, and I'm sure he's gonna mention this. But I have seen the giant arrow actually be very valuable coming in. Because if you get the angle right, you can activate both. However, it is very, very hard. Your safer option would be a log launcher if you need to try and activate them early. So we'll wait and see what Carbon says in between the next attack when he's back.
Well, I'm just saying, if you get the angle right and you get a fireball into that core, you will have a lot of damage as well. I think Carbon and me should do eventually a fun match between Giant Arrow versus Fireball equipment, where we're just trying to do some fun stuff there. But overall, I think both equipments have their place right now in the game, that you can use them in really creative as well in really, really strong ways, which I think is really nice, that you can go different routes with the equipments. You can kind of change the identity as well of heroes and completely make them different to what they're used to. Like the Warden now having the damage ability with the fireball instead of being a supportive hero. I would love to see something like the Archer Queen, which is known to be one of the highest damage heroes, getting a tank equipment or something funny like that, right? Like changing the identity of the hero. I think it's something really cool about the equipment, which can cater towards even more different strategies, which is then really enjoyable to watch for the game. But either way, it was a defense. The invisible towers were messing up the attack, and it did not happen for him. So now it's back to VM Legacy. And are they getting this, going the same route as what NAVI did, with now going with safer approaches, not going for time anymore, and trying really to play this safe with Lalo attacks, which we have seen triple a lot of times?
Yeah, they definitely could opt for some more comfortable attacks that they've been doing for many years. Root Riders is still fairly new, so some people are using them, but they haven't had a lot of experience on it, so maybe they'll switch to their more experienced attacks. We'll have to just wait and see. They have been using it a fair lot in the past few tournaments, so they have gained a lot of experience with them. However, Darkstar is bringing in a bit of a Lala, but he also has a bunch of hogs in here.
I love it. I love it. Okay, what is this man cooking right here? It's half a Lalo, half a Hog Rider part. I really want to see how this is going to turn out for him. The wall break for him is working. The king should take down that entire compartment. And now the question then is, can he get the Town Hall with his queen, because that is eventually going to be the goal. He still has one healer. Is he going to add that to the queen and turning it into a queen charge, maybe with the equipment for that as well? The Baron King still going crazy on the left side. And now, wait, we have a Warden walking out the Darkstar. This is not the Creative Masters or the Coco Invitational with, like, creative attack. What is this man doing?
Yeah, he's using his heroes to approach this base from a variety of different angles. The king cleared up pretty nicely all the way onto that left-hand side. Now, the Warden, he just has to be patient with. He's got that one healer to help regain health. We also have the healer puppet on that queen, which does give her some healers, giving that a little bit of a queen charge in there. Now, with no wall breakers, though, she doesn't have access to go into this Town Hall compartment, and she's taking quite a bit of damage from the Town Hall, so he actually has a blimp under the Warden ability to go into the Town Hall compartment, takes the Town Hall down just before that queen goes out.
Oh my goodness, he identified that all of the splash damage, like multi-Inferno Tower, Scatter Shot, or the multi-Archer Tower, were on this middle part on the back end, had no splash whatsoever, and that's why he went versus the Ground Expo with the back end Lalo. Is this going to pay off, though, in the end? Because troops are dropping, but he still has the Royal Champion. No ability left anymore, though, and we see already the Monolith on the Royal Champ. The Fox is there to save the day. The Queen is there as well to take down the cannon, and that is going to be the 3-star. This so far has to be one of the highlight attacks of this tournament. That was just crazy. Doing the one healer one walk into the Town Hall blimp, into like a healer, a Hog Rider, Lalo combination, that was an amazing attack. And if this is what looks like playing it safe for VM Legacy, I'm all up for it. I mean, play it as safe as you possibly can, guys, because we want to see more of this.
Yes, this was definitely very strategic, very, very hard. A lot of multitasking, and there's a lot to keep an eye out for, so not very easy to keep track of. And he did that very well. That's where the experience plays a big role in some of these pro players getting some of these attacks down. He broke apart the base into multiple different compartments, analyzing it where he can get as much value in each different area. And that's why he had different components. We had the mini Queen Charge, the mini Warden Walk. We had those hogs, but then the back end Lala, like you said, it was very well planned for what was present in those different areas.
Yeah, really nicely done. But now it's back to early attacks, and they have this. Oh no. Was this something? Maybe there was a weakness which VM Legacy were predicting for early attacks, that maybe they struggled versus those invisibility towers. With the latest changes of the nerf to the Rage Tower, a lot of those spare towers are now viable. They're now more equally strong, and any of those spare towers now can be used, which means you can really try to mess up the pathing with those invisible towers. But you talked about one big counter, and that is the log launcher, and he's bringing this to this attack.
Yeah, the log launcher, as I mentioned, beautifully going into the Town Hall compartment, activating both of these spells, which is huge. Now, there is a tornado trap in there. What has he got in there? A bunch of goblins, some yetis coming in there as well as they approach the Town Hall. Will be able to get it done without having to worry about the Town Hall going invisible, because those invisibility spell towers, they're already down. Now we've got the Root Riders on the north with a heal spell as they're pushing from defense to defense. The Royal Champion is supporting them. The Queen is on the south-hand side, and the Giant King going off, clearing out those last few defenses in the middle of Darkstar's base.
Yeah, and this backhand has no chance, especially it has not even a chance of fighting back, because he's like non-stop spam freezing it, making sure there is no chance of dealing any damage to his troops. And this is going to be the 3-star for early attacks, which they need. I mean, at this point, they just need non-stop 3-stars, and they just have to hope that VM Legacy maybe just going too crazy with their plans, even though I feel like we will see some safer approaches, because let's face it, the attack of Darkstar was something special, but I'm not sure if that is something which you can repeat versus multiple bases. So I would expect more safer full Lalo attacks, or maybe a Queen Charge Root Rider. We know that some of those players like Flexi are really good at those Queen Charge strategies, so that might be something they're opting into now for the remaining attacks.
Yeah, Darkstar's attack was definitely very nice to watch, but it seemed very specific to that base. You have to make sure that it works on other defenses and other compartments as well. As you saw in this one, the way that this one was broken down was the log launcher to help counter those invisibility spell towers, which made them void. It could have been poison or rage. It would have been more value at that point because they were able to counter that beautifully.
Yeah, that's always the risk with the invisibility towers. Like, if someone's bringing the log launcher, it is for sure a really hard counter. But that's what we have seen earlier in this match, that the double invisibility tower, if not countered with like a log launcher or something else, which is really specific then for that spell tower, can backfire quite a bit. And if maybe VM Legacy is running 5 bases with double invisibility towers, this is something you have to keep in mind. Not everyone likes to attack certain bases or certain stealth spell towers. Like, for example, if I'm in lower legend, there's so many invisibility towers and I just hate to attack them. It's just really, really annoying to have like this part of the base can turn invisible, then this part. So you kind of try to force some of the attackers getting out of their comfort zone. But Aram is back in his comfort zone because he's playing with Lalo and the Lightnings we talked about earlier to take down already a huge part of the base. And now he's setting up the remaining of his attack with his heroes.
You said he's comfortable with his Lalo, but he looks comfortable there where he's attacking. We've got the heroes on that south-hand side already going into this base, and he's combined them beautifully with this Ice Golem. Ice Golem to help alleviate some pressure off of these heroes, but also when it does lose all of its health, it will freeze all of these defenses. Now, the King at the moment has taken quite a bit of damage because the Expo did do a lot of work on him. There goes that King ability with the giant gauntlet going off, clearing out that entire compartment. Now, the Clan Castle troops do approach his heroes here, which will slow everything down. We'll see how that goes. The poison spell is also here to help get those down nice and quickly. Queen will get some work done, but as you can see, they're just holding these heroes in place. Very unfortunate that the King is still taking some damage here from the scatter shot and the Expo simultaneously, and the Queen's gonna get stuck in this compartment a bit. Now, he is being very patient. We're already approaching that 1 minute 30 mark. That's usually when you want to see that Lalo coming in already, and he's kicking it off there with the Royal Champion to support the Lalo from the right-hand side.
He's trying to push the Royal Champion towards the core of the base to take down the Multiarts tower. But on that way, he already lost the Fox, which is typically, well, a huge win for the defense because the Fox is just so strong. Using now the Royal Champion shield, and there's again the Tornado Trap. The Tornado Trap rotating the Yetis away from the Town Hall, and that Town Hall staying up way longer than he expected. The Town Hall has to go down to get that second star, and the pathing it, yes! It is going down, and with that, the rest of this base has no chance of defending 1 minute. But he has just so many loons. I guess he could just triple another base with 2 hounds alive, more loons than he started with. I mean, maybe I should try to attack like this as well with like chilling. Where is he? Chilling on his bed or something? I guess I could not really do that. I need to somehow sit at my desk or something, but he is getting it done. He's making this look easy and a great attack for Herya.
Yeah, he was very patient with his heroes, which did pay off at the end, making sure that he got those defenses down that he wanted to help protect the Lalo towards the very, very end. Now, this was not a quick attack, but we've seen it doesn't matter. And we've also had that unfortunate defense there coming in as well. Now, we are 3 hits in at 9 stars for VM Legacy 4. And we've got 2 hits, 4 stars for early attacks.
That's right, and they're up next. They have to attack with that next strategy, which they're picking so far. They went once with a Lalo, which has backfired, and they went once with the Root Riders, which has worked. So now the question is, what are they going to bring with their next attack? Is it going to be something completely different? Because we know they still have a couple of really solid attackers with things like Queen Charges. And at this point, time is not the deciding factor anymore. You have to triple, and that as safely as possible.
Yeah, and they do love their bowlers, that's for sure. That's one of their favorite ones, so maybe they will switch and go back to that. We'll have to wait and see what they bring. It is unfortunate, though. They are doing well and trying to recover, but will they be able to get a defense is probably the main question at this point, because the other, like, VM NAVI is so strong. They look consistent.
Wow.
And look, yet again, the double invisibility in the middle of this base. What do you think is going to happen on this one?
They're going with a Lalo again. I mean, we have seen yesterday from Stars that you can make this base look like it's a joke. Let's face it. But at the same time, those invisibility towers are so easy to mess things up. Pathing, timing, anything can go wrong here. And that's then on the attacker to counter that. And one of the ways on how to counter it is just bring the log launcher with the ground attack. So really smart play here by Herya, trying to trigger the second invisibility tower that this bell tower is not any difference maker whatsoever.
Yeah, getting that first one down with those lightning spells is also very valuable. And there we go. The second one does go off in here, so we'll have to wait and see what is inside of this log launcher. We have a few rocket loons, which we'll test for any little bit trapped, help out, speed up, going towards there as well. We have these walls open for these Yetis going in with that rage spell and will secure the first star of this attack. Now, the Queen's looking good. She's bathing in towards that scatter shot on the north-hand side. We have a few cleanup troops just to clear out those buildings around the outside here, just to make sure the Queen does go in, clears that out, and here goes the Lalo directly in towards this multi-archer tower. So we'll do quite a bit of damage, but the Warden, of course, has his ability to help protect them towards this multi-inferno.
Yeah, but the Red Mine farm was triggered by the Hound and the Lava Pup, so one of the biggest threats to this attack strategy is already gone within the Red Mines. The Tornado Trap is there as well, but those loons are still looking good. The Queen even is still alive with her Fox, with her Unicorn at the top side. The Fox obviously being on that Royal Champion. But there's a couple of more loons to deploy. The Invis Tower, though, should go off sooner. The Multi-Inferno Towers are trying their best to somehow give this base a defense.
Yeah, that invisibility spell tower going off means that it's still going to do damage on these loons. It does go back onto the base after that invisibility does wear off. The Queen has the invisibility on her from Herya, trying to keep her alive. Now, unfortunately, we have to wait for these loons to go towards that right-hand side, backtrack towards that multi-inferno, but look at the Royal Champion go. She beat those loons into the multi-inferno with her ability, speeding her up, and we have another triple, this time from Herya for early attacks. Nicely done.
It somehow turns the Royal Champion into a racing car. I feel like the haste vial. It's just crazy how quick that hero is. Not only movement speed, but the attack speed as well. It's just crazy. This equipment is insanely strong on her and really provide a lot of value for the attacker, as we have just seen on this one. Getting the next 3-star, which is crucial for them to stay close and somehow maybe force some mistakes, even though so far VM Legacy are not showing any weakness.
Yeah, they've been very consistent. I think this is why my gut was saying that to go with them, just because they've been so consistent in multiple different tournaments as well. Same as NAVI, and I think it's a safe bet. Early attacks, they're very good as well. They're one of the best teams out there as well. So this is why even Carbon was saying, whichever team that you go for, it's a good choice because they're both really good.
Yeah, for sure. Both of those teams are at the top of the team leaderboards, especially performing like in community events. And I think both those teams have a lot of legend players as well, like Yada. I think Flexi and Ninj are up there as well. Darkstar is pushing and was pushing as well in Legend League. And I think overall that's a really good way of understanding the meta and obviously getting better at the game with playing Legends, with understanding what type of players and what type of attacks are getting used and so on. But we're back, and Cynthy is in with a 40, I think it was 41 Hog Riders overall. He's trying to trigger some traps with those Hogs, making sure that this Flame Flinger is safe. Is he using it? No! What is happening? Cynthy, where is that giant arrow? Maybe his team told him he should like, okay, we're in the lower bracket. We have to really make sure that we're winning those matches. Please don't use the giant arrow anymore. Maybe that was the reason, who knows? But this Skelly Donut is crazy good, getting a ton of value.
Yeah, he got lots of value, and as you can see, he also got one of those expos down. So as you mentioned, those few hogs for the Flame Flinger were to test for any potential traps. He did find some of them around that town hall, and he also got that expo down. We have to make sure that the Flame Flinger stays away from expos, any potential hidden traps, but also those mortars. The Monolith is also very scary up against it, so he did a very good job at getting that all down and getting that started. Now, he's not going for the Town Hall with his Flame Flinger, it seems, because he wants his heroes to go in there. The Queen is taking quite a bit of damage, so he uses an invisibility just to make sure that she stays at a decent health level. We've got some headhunters that were in here as well to help the king get the enemy king down, and with the giant gauntlet can get a lot of damage down on that town hall. He's freezing the town hall and the monolith as they break through, and the queen with her ability can do some damage and get that monolith down there as well.
Yeah, the monolith is going down indeed. The queen as well, but I think she did the damage. Multi-Fern Tower still, and we can see that even if not raged up, they can deal just so much damage to those hogs. At this point, all of those 40 Hog Riders are gone. Everything is relying on the Royal Champion now, with her Fox, with the Diggy of the Warden, which is a really strong pet combination right now. He has the Haste Vial and the Seeking Shield. That's why he's using the ability so early, even though the Royal Champion has not lost any hit points. But so far, this is looking good that he might be able to recover. There's more vagaries now coming from the top side from that Siege Machine. And he is looking good, getting the 3-star in with his favorite strategy with the Mass Hog Riders and Cynthy. Great attack, great setup.
Yeah, he does love to use those hogs, and that's where he's comfortable. They didn't get as much value as I was hoping to see, but it didn't matter. His world champion came in clutch. Beautifully done. Very well managed around that town hall compartment specifically, and Cynthy has yet another triple on the board for VM Legacy. They are looking so strong. They are in the driver's seat, and they are dominating in this match.
Yes, they're doing for sure. They're really, really good. And that's, I think, the interesting thing as well about like each player, because I feel like each player so far, as soon as the first fail happened in this match, switched to the strategy they feel most confident on. Like, for example, with Darkstar doing his really individual plans, I think that's where he's really, really good at. That's where he's shining. Then we have Cynthy with his Mad Hog Rider attack, for example. The same then for early attacks with the Herya and the Lalo attack. So they're switching to comfort, trying to make the triple as likely as possible.
Yeah, triples is what matters in this match, and they are definitely getting it done. Very unfortunate to see that it's just because of that one attack that is holding early attacks back. It's very sad to see because they've been doing really well with the remainder of their attacks there as well. Triple coming in, and we have Rigores. He's a very strong player. He's been around for a long time here as well. Let's see how he gets this one done because he's brought in the Lalo. I think this is one of his favorites as well.
Yeah, he's really good with that. And they're trying to somehow find the answer to this setup of base with the Invis Towers in the core. The Lightning already taking down one of those Invisibility Towers. Now the question is he going to switch the Siege Machine? Is he going to switch to the Log Launcher? We have seen earlier today already that this Invis Tower can mess with one of those Lalo attacks. Is he going to switch the Siege, or is he going to stay with the Blimp?
I'm not sure what's going to happen, because if he does save those freezes for the invisibility spell tower, it could be valuable, but it is a bit more risky in my opinion. So we'll just have to wait and see. At the moment, his king did not reach that monolith on the north hand side. Unfortunately, that will stay up, but is single point, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for the Lalo. Now he's also got the queen. She's continuing. She's also regaining health beautifully. As you can see, the unicorn is a fantastic addition, a beautiful pet to add alongside her. This is exactly why you should make sure to get that on your queen as well. Now the Lalo's kicking off. Now as you can see, the blimp is sailing towards the town hall. The freezes are coming in onto the invisibility spell tower, which makes sure that the town hall does not go invisible. Now there are a bunch of defenses in here which will be going invisible anytime soon though, as these loons are starting to approach it.
Another freeze, making sure that that tower was able to get delayed a little bit longer. The multi-fern tower beams are there, but I feel like they're not strong enough to hold this attack back. Or can they somehow do it? The Royal Champion ability with the shield has been used. There's only a couple of cannons, and we all know those merged cannons are not the best defense against minions and air troops. The Warden doing a 360, I don't know, spinning circle. What is that? The attack? Oh, that I didn't know that. That's the skin attack animation. That kind of looks cool. What is that?
It was
What's
perfect
the
timing.
Jungle Warden?
Yeah, it was perfect timing with that tornado trap in there as well. That is one of the newest skins in the game. It is very funny. There was also the one where the I've forgotten the name of it. The one where there's a book after the the warden goes down. That always
Shadow
throws
Warden.
me off. It always,
I
it always thinks that there's a minion over there on cleanup whenever I see that, but it's not. But yes, another triple down for early attacks. Now they are at 10 stars to 12, though. Let's see what happens with the final attack for VM Legacy. Will they be able to triple it out and get another perfect war?
That is the main question. That would be as well really important to then go into the next match to, well, have as big of a momentum as possible, because I feel like that is such a big thing for those teams in the lower bracket, knowing that they can get those perfect scores, because I feel like those are going to be necessary to moving on into the next couple of rounds. And, well, VM Legacy, they're up next.
Yep. I wonder what's going to happen later on. So if VM Legacy do continue through to that next round, they've been having some very interesting bases. So I wonder what's going to happen against their next opponents if they make it through. Now, Flexi is up next, and he's brought in some Root Riders. He actually brought in 5 healers in here, though. So he might be doing a Queen Charge or maybe even a bit of a Water Walk. Depends which approach that he goes for, because at the moment his Flame Flinger is deployed on that southern side to clear it out. So he is probably opting for that Queen Charge, since his Queen has got access to both of these compartments on that left-hand side.
That's right, getting in there. The cannon, though, is dealing a lot of damage. Never underestimate those merged up defenses. They can deal a lot of damage. Flexi now moving slowly onto the left side of the space. The wall break is happening. Is he going to try to wall break then further? No, there's the jump now to get this queen in there. I think right now he's not that happy with how the queen is pathing, because she has to walk back into that scatter. Where is she going?
Yeah, she's dealing with those Clan Castle troops. It pulled her a little bit too far to that left-hand side, which means she's just gonna follow all of the Root Riders into the middle of the base here now, and we might see some decent value still. However, he wanted to get some more of those defenses down for the Root Riders approaching, because he doesn't have as many as you usually would, because a lot of the space that he used for those troops were those healers. And now they actually have even transitioned from the Queen onto one of those Root Riders.
Oh, the Queen ability is getting forced. The town hall has to go down. The Root Riders around the top, so they're trying their best to stay alive and doing their job. Yet the Hog Rider puppet, and this was sadly a showcase of not the best value for the Hog Rider puppet, because all of those hogs went down inside that town hall explosion, town hall poison. But the Root Riders, can they push through? He's trying to keep that Queen alive, but he does not seem to be that happy and satisfied with this attack. The defensive Clan Castle, luring his Queen to the top side, could cause this attack to fail.
Yeah, Queen will get this multi-inferno down, but unfortunately not much remains on that right-hand side. He does have a 1 freeze. You're going to have to use it here on the Royal Champion, though, because he doesn't have any headhunters. 40 seconds on the board. There's about 10 buildings still remaining. It's all about if the Queen can get it done. She does have those healers still up. I hope he doesn't find too many traps in here. Oh, no, just as I said it.
Yeah, but I think the Frozen Arrow is going to be strong enough to really make sure that there's not too much damage on that Queen. And with that, he should be able to get that 3-star in the end. It kind of felt like in the end like a smash type attack, where he had the Queen Charge going then into the Root Riders to have the healers position over. And that in the end worked out. He kind of had a swag jump then there in the mix as well. But Flexi getting that perfect score for VM Legacy, making sure that they can go into the next match with a huge momentum shift on their side.
Yeah, this is definitely going to help morale as they go into the next round, knowing that, you know, they got it done. They're in that lower bracket, and they've been playing so well since they were in that lower bracket as well. They don't want to go home. They could be one of the teams that they have to look out for now, that they could make it all the way until the very, very end. Very sad to see early attacks go. They are one of the fan favorites in there, and one of my favorites as well. So sad to see them going home so soon. However, it was just really hard to recover up against such a consistent team with that early fail that they had.
Yeah, I think this means, if I have the bracket correctly in my head, that we have VM Legacy versus NAVI in the next lower bracket match, which is going to be really crazy to think about, because as well as our upper bracket match, both of those teams now just had those 15-star performances, which means this is going to be a really crazy show-off for those two teams to make it then to the next lower bracket match, because at this point, every single lower bracket match matters for them, because it could be that they're dropping off the tournament if they're losing only one more time. On the other side, though, early attacks at this point, they have still one more attack they can show, and especially they can show that they can 3-star. I think especially important it's going to be for Yada, because he is fighting for his perfect streak. Do you want to repeat the number he's on of triple, which he did back-to-back?
Well, if I'm correct, the stats show that he's around that 45, 46 triple streak. So this attack definitely makes a difference for him in terms of statistics. Unfortunately, it will not be enough to recover as a team, but he could keep his streak going. We don't want to be messing up another streak. We did unfortunately lose Gaku's streak yesterday. And Yada's coming in with more Root Riders. We actually have one Root Rider on the south-hand side with some Valkyries for helping out with some of those cleanups. Log Launcher coming in because there is the double invisibility spell tower in the heart of Fluxy's base. There goes the first one, and we'll see what happens with the second one.
Yeah, where are the Root Riders now going is the next question. It seems like they're not really going to the core. The Log Launcher is taking a lot of damage. So now the problem might be if, well, the MS Towers can reload. That would be then problematic for him, because so far, never mind, I have not said anything. The Root Riders are walking actually into the core. There is now a rage, and the town was going down with sneaky he had sneaky goblins inside that siege machine, and that took down the town. That's just genius.
Yeah, that is really, really smart. That way, everything can actually avoid the Giga Poison. That does a lot of damage. The Yetis are still continuing clearing out that left-hand side. The Root Rider's clearing out the right. Look, he's even got those Hog Riders coming in, I think, from that Royal Champion. King's still up. What a dominating triple, and Yata's streak continues. It is unfortunately not going to be enough to continue in this tournament, but his streak stays strong.
That was an impressive attack for sure, especially with knowing how those bases caused quite some problems for attackers. But VM Legacy is going to be the winner. They're going to move on in this lower bracket, and they will face later today versus NAVI, waiting in the lower bracket as well. We can see the scores. Well, Mohamed did fall short with that 1-star early into the match. Made it really hard for the team to come back.
Yeah, it was tough. You could see that they were consistent at the very end, but look at these stats from VM Legacy. What a scoreboard to have. Triple after triple all the way through until the very, very end. They are definitely a team to be feared.
That's for sure. But Carbon, how did you enjoy this match? Because I think we had crazy attacks in this one.
We did indeed. I was surprised from the base designs that early attacks was given from VM Legacy, and from the very start, those invisibility spell towers, they were just hoping for one fail, and they got it, and they really paid off. And so when you're throwing a base design like that, you're just wondering, wait, maybe we should just send our best attacker versus that strategy? No. Every base design is similar to that. So no matter what, you're going to have to be forced to attack it. So maybe they didn't care about time because they knew Stars already got like a 61-second triple against a base like that. They were probably just crossing their fingers and hoping one fail came. And indeed, that's what happened. And now VM Legacy is advancing as they will be taking on NAVI. Maybe we can take a look at the bracket to see where we're standing, because we're going to now go up to the upper bracket next here, Itsu.
Yeah, and I don't think that VM Legacy are going to run the same bases versus NAVI, since Stars already showed that he can break them apart within 60 seconds. But the next match indeed is going to be Tribe Gaming versus Synchronic, the only two teams left in this bracket which have not lost a single time so far. And both teams were really known for their incredible consistency on offense, but as well the speed with how they were able to get those 3 stars in. So the question then is, are they able to stop each other with defense, or is this going to be a match coming down to time? That is going to be the big question.
Yeah, they've both done really, really well so far in the tournament. Tribe have been perfect throughout the entire tournament, and if I'm correct, not just in the playoffs that we've seen the past 2 days, but the entire tournament. So they are looking very, very strong. Yesterday when we watched Synchronic as well, they performed very well, and they brought in a little bit of some tricks in there with that jump spell. So I'm very looking forward to seeing their attacks in the next one as well.
Yeah, well, Kronos did have the one fail that came in for Tribe. So from the group stage through yesterday, they've only failed one attack. Literally every other attack has been a triple. So Tribe is going to look to continue that, and they know that they're going to have to focus on getting a perfect war against Synchronic. Same thing, Synchronic's got to go for a perfect war against Tribe. And, well, the question is, are you going to race against time, or will that cost you, and will you fail? That's where the mind games and strategies will take fold. So now it's time to see what our predictions maybe will be for this match here for Tribe and Synchronic. So it's you have gone first for these times. We'll let you go. Maybe we'll let you go last here. So how about we start off with you, Coco? What's your prediction for this match?
This is gonna be tough. They're both really good teams, and also talking about triple streaks, I think Rigores is one of the players who also has a triple streak, and I think he has not failed a single attack at Town Hall 16 yet.
Yeah,
and for that reason, they've also had some really quick attacks. I think I'm going to go with Tribe on this one.
Okay, you're going to go with Tribe. I can't put what Tribe's done in the rearview mirror. From the performance in the group stage, from the performance yesterday, they've just been looking like the most consistent, but Synchronic is probably a team that definitely is going to have the best chance at taking them down. I'm going to go, though, with Tribe. So Coco's Tribe. I'm going to go Tribe here. What about you, Itsu? Is that going to be Tribe 3 times, or are you going to pick Synchronic?
I mean, I'm normally a huge fan of, as well, like, picking different teams as well, right? Okay. But I feel like on paper, those two teams, there is a big difference just in consistency. And I feel like with Tribe, this team is just right now on paper so insanely strong. They had only so far one fail. They did decent on defense as well. So I have to pick Tribe on this one as well. I cannot go against this huge amount of stats proof on their side, especially as well as Coco said with the triple streak, with the crazy triple streak as well from Rigores, which is going on. So I think that they are looking good. But as I said, if there's a team right now in the competition which looks like that they could challenge Tribe, it is for sure their current opponent then. And this match should be a crazy one for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. I'll be watching from the back seats on this one, so I can't wait to see what happens, because it is double elimination. We've said this a few times today. For those just tuning in, we're hopping into the upper bracket now. So one of these teams will get a second chance, and one will be advancing straight away into that next final spot. So there is a lot on the line. $30,000, $10,000 for first place prize.
Yeah, we have at least 3 more matches. This one, the lower bracket match. Then we have the low, actually no, 4. At least I believe 4, because this one right here, then the next match in the lower bracket, which will be Navi taking on VM Legacy. And then the winner of that will take on the team that loses this match, and then the grand finals. But there could be even an additional one, if necessary, where a bracket reset would occur if the team from the lower bracket comes back. And a lot of times, if I remember it correctly, the team that loses this match, most of the time, seems like they come right on back, because they win that one match in the lower bracket, and they're right there again for the revenge in the grand finals. And maybe we'll see that. So if Tribe loses, if Synchronic loses, but if they win the next match in the lower bracket, they're back facing each other again to try to get the revenge.
Yeah, I feel like you're for sure 100% right. That happened in the past quite a lot of times, that we had those clear 2 favorites, I guess, in those tournaments. And so far, it looks for sure to be Tribe and Synchronic, because they have performed both incredibly well, had their own approaches as well to the current meta, which I think is really important, because we have seen a lot of teams trying to mimic what other teams are doing with the overgrowth spell. I mean, Tribe was the team which played this so much, had incredible success, and other teams try to somehow copy it and try to as well use it in their attacks. And we have seen so many fails with that approach. And on the other side, we have Synchronic, have their own interpretation of this Mass Root Rider attack now with the jump spell. So there's overall the same troops or similar troops with the Mass Root Riders in first place, but they're having a different understanding on how to execute that strategy with different spell support. And we have Synchronic starting things off exactly with the strategy we have just talked about. It's the Mass Root Rider with the Valkyrie, which both teams are really good with, but they're bringing the jump spell instead of bringing the overgrowth spell, which typically Tribe brings to the table.
Yeah, with that jump spell giving him access into the enemy queen, can get towards the town hall as a scout the spell off in front of the queen as she's going to make her way to the defensive king and that Grand Warden altar. But he is luring out the clan castle. Warden is following with these Root Riders, pops the ability as the king is actually going straight to the monolith. And no, he's not going to the town hall anymore because the archers pulled him away.
But there is the Phoenix egg on the king, which is now getting activated. Is that enough damage to take down the town hall is the question now. With the Warden Root Riders at the top side, this otherwise looks good. If the town hall is going down, that's the key thing right now. And it looks like, oh no, Bitter Hut. But no, the town hall is going down. The Barbarians were not necessary in the end. The town hall did go down. That was the key thing right now for him to happen.
Yeah, with the Root Riders continuing from the opposite side, Royal Champion still has her ability, and that queen is speeding her way from the outside and helping to clean up this base. Noticing he's having troops all over the place so they don't have to wrap all the way back around, so they can meet up at one point to try to get the cleanup, dropping a couple goblins at the bottom to help to speed it up, because you never know in the end with the time. And he's looking at the time here. He's hitting 1.5 minutes. And he knows in order to compete with Tribe, you're going to have to be under 1.5 minutes. And he's getting a 3-star, but he still wanted to be way faster. It's only 1 minute, 32 seconds. I mean, that's incredibly fast. But at this level, let's see if it's fast enough.
Yeah, I think it was not happy, especially I think the Root Rider power did not get as much value as he was hoping for. The troops did go down too quick, and with that, he was relying only on the DPS of the Royal Champion, which then has cost him a slower time than what he was expecting with this attack. Because I think the plan overall looked great. The jump spell leading his king into the Town Hall compartment was a really great idea. Maybe the timing was not perfect, because I feel like it would have been better if the archers obviously would have went for his Root Riders, and that would have meant that the king would have stayed on the town hall and could have taken that out faster, and that maybe could have cost a quicker time, who knows. But either way, it's the first 3-star, and now Tribe is up to respond with their most likely approach and way of playing the Mass Root Riders with the Overgrowth spell. At least that's what I would expect.
But will they use the Overgrowth? As I know, they know exactly how to use it. They can see how risky it could be. Other teams using it. But the thing is, those teams might not know the smallest details that Tribe has figured out with this attack. It's either you make the Town Hall invisible and immune, because that's the thing when you use the Overgrowth. It's not only will your troops ignore whatever has been hit by the Overgrowth, but those buildings will also not be able to absorb or take any damage. So you have to wait that entire timer out, as we are indeed seeing it. Skeletons, Root Riders, Valks, and the Overgrowth here as he's pushing his way across into the Town Hall, and he's going to have to go through that clan castle first.
Yeah, he has to go through the clan castle first, and the troops are splitting up right now quite a bit. The question now is if that is good or bad for him. The Warden ability is not catching all of that troops because of that split, but otherwise this looks good. The Overgrowth spell on the back end is doing a great job of really making sure that this, back end is not having any possibility of damaging back. And I'm trying to remember, I think this base yesterday has cost a 1-star, I think, with exactly this approach. So now Tribe can really showcase that they are understanding how to exactly play this strategy.
Yeah, with that king ability, he's coming back around. The RC is going to go through, and Exosis is delivering, getting the 3-star with plenty of time left on that attack, and 1 minute and 9 seconds for Exosis. That is quite a bit of a lead there now.
And that's the crazy thing. As we said, like this base yesterday defended on a 1-star versus the other teams as well. One of few of the top teams in the world with exactly this approach. But it's really coming down to the spell timing, I guess, with the overgrowth, that it's returning the buildings to the exact perfect time for you, that you don't have to walk the entire distance back to the town hall. You want to have it getting like out of the duration as soon as the troops are a little bit across the town hall, and then like everything is spreading around those defenses which are then now left over from the spell. And that was exactly happening on this one for an incredible quick time.
Yeah, and very quick right there. Anything above or below a minute 30 is great. Anything that is really next to 60 seconds is fantastic, because I think what the fastest we've hit is 59 or 57, somewhere around there, and is just incredible if you're ever able to even get faster than that. I don't even know how that's possible, to be honest, against a maxed out Town Hall 16 base. That would just be insane. You would have to get some sort of maybe just lightning value, troops coming from every single, maybe not lightning, that might even be too slow, you know? But you have to have every single troop down almost at the exact same time at the very start of an attack. A very nice job from Exosis. Tribe's going to look to continue that throughout the rest of this match here. But Synchronic, you saw for the very first attack from Simon how he was angry with the attack being slow to a minute 30. They know they can't win if the time is there. So the next attack for Synchronic is going to have to look to really start to gain some time back, about getting closer to 60 seconds.
Yeah, at the same time, though, we have to consider that so far we had only one match coming down to the 15-15 score, and that time was the deciding factor. I feel like a lot of the times it is that those teams are putting themselves under pressure a little bit too much. It seems like that, at least from an outside perspective, with only one of the matches coming down to this tiebreaker, which everyone is afraid about. So the question now is, do they worry about this for a reason, or do we see a fail? We have the same approach again with the jump then played for Synchronic. It's really the two different styles of playing this strategy right now. And, well, they're starting off with a hero dive again, having then the queen diving for the tunnel compartment.
Yeah, Siege Barracks up to the top. Tassels he's finding there as he's sending the Root Riders across with that Grand Warden as the king goes off. And look at the jump spell, where it barely just clips one wall or two to so that king goes directly into that compartment and not to the expo, because he wants to really path these Root Riders in towards the clan castle, passing around as the queen, she can then wall break with that wall breaker there and secure the town hall.
Yeah, really, again, this more strategic approach, I would say, with the jump, with the separate queen. Now there's the rage to rage up the queen and obviously the unicorn as well. You should be able to get that town hall, hopefully, especially with the queen ability. And time right now is just passing the 1 minute mark. The 60-second mark is now over.
Yeah, with the RC and her ability, has a couple super barbs, sending them to the bottom side headhunters as well. He's got a poison spell. Hopefully he can just completely ignore that lava hound and get right on through these buildings and defenses. And there you go. We have General X getting that 3-star and lowering the time from 1 minute 32 second average to a 1 minute 25. So that was in the favor of bringing the time down.
Yeah, he did a really, really good job with the separate heroes. But at the same time, this takes time, which I've learned. I mean, Bash just did a video about where we tried to somehow beat his base as quickly as possible. And something I have learned, I don't want to spoil too much, but it's quicker if you deploy everything right in the beginning. If you're too strategic about it, it's not really that quick. And, well, if you want to know, I think, which trader was the fastest versus his base, you should for sure check out his video. But it's really, the strategic approach of Synchronic so far is looking great. But I think maybe they have to deploy the Root Riders then a bit faster if they want to have this crazy time as Tribe is doing. Because what they are doing is they're deploying everything right in the beginning, which we have seen from other teams is more risky, but if executed correctly, can get you those crazy times as Tribe has shown.
Absolutely. It can really pay off. We saw Stars earlier yesterday coming with a 61-second attack, but it really comes down obviously to the base design as well. And that one really favored dropping all the troops around, lightning spells, and helping take out the core. So if we see base designs that are similar to something like that with the double invis where we actually saw in the previous war, which we know VM Legacy probably will definitely not run against Navi that they gave early attacks. But we're going to have to see now Tribe answering. Will it be Kronos to come in next? I don't know. Sometimes they kind of rotate through of who attacks first, kind of across. Well, a lot of teams kind of tend to pick a salad, like a rotation of where everyone is kind of comfortable of going first, second, third, or even being a closer in their matches. But if it is Kronos next, he did fail the attack that was yesterday, so he definitely wants to bounce back from that performance.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think yesterday the base was used again earlier today, which was then attacked by the Overgrowth with the Root Riders. But I think they just chose to use the Overgrowth spell at a different location, which then resulted in a crazy 3-star attack. So maybe it was just the wrong location for Kronos to pick the Overgrowth spell, because I feel like that's maybe something we should break down with the next attack of Tribe Gaming, of where they're going with the Overgrowth, especially for all of the viewers who might be interested in bringing the Overgrowth into their Root Rider attacks, because I think it is right now an insanely popular and especially strong strategy. So let's take a look. It's again a core Town Hall base. So what Tribe so far has done is that they are going with the Overgrowth spell onto the Town Hall, just clip it a little bit, and then on the back end. What is the timing looking like? As soon as they're getting towards the first couple of defenses, that is typically then the time where the Overgrowth spell is getting used, the second layer around that timing. As I'm saying that, he's delaying that spell quite a bit.
Yes.
I was expecting it already to place earlier. Now, okay, that's really late. Let's see how that's going to turn out for him.
Yeah, with that Overgrowth being placed, now remember, 28 seconds is how long this spell is going to last. You can't do anything about it. Even if it's the final buildings left and you're wondering, wait, what are my troops going to do if they can't do anything? They will literally just stand there and wait for the Overgrowth to go away to be able to then loop their way back to help take it down. Look, since that spell was deployed late, they are just continuing around the space, and now finally the defenses come back as the King ability was perfectly, now he was in the absolute right position to help secure that Town Hall and crushes this base so quickly. What an attack, taking it from a minute 9. And does it bring the total time down? Yes, it brought the average time down to a minute 7.
Wow, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? Like, there is a lot of teams which have failed with this approach, and it's about the timing, I guess. So we were expecting the spell to be used earlier, and I think maybe that's then the difference, that some of the other teams have used it too early as well, because what you want to have to happen is that your troops are passing the Town Hall and then kind of like coming back as the spell is running out. So I guess as soon as your troops are reaching like the 3rd layer or something of defenses, that's when you should use that ability. And so far, it's working out wonders. And especially those attacks are not even close. I mean, it's like really, really crazy overkills when taking down those bases. So that is maybe the key thing for them.
What an attack there from Kronos, delivering the 3-star performance from yesterday, where he got not a 3-star, it was a 2 there, but it's okay. It's still the upper bracket. And if you're just joining us now, the winner of this match here between Tribe Gaming and Synchronic is going to be advancing to the grand finals. The one that loses is going to go down to the lower bracket and wait the winner, which will be the next match, the winner of NAVI taking on VM Legacy. And we will be concluding this whole tournament here today. We will be able to watch every single match, so you do not want to go anywhere, because $10,000 will be going to first place, $30,000 prize pool here in the World's Warmup. So there is so much on the line.
That's for sure. Now, well, Synchronic needs to somehow be even quicker, because so far Tribe is not showing any weakness whatsoever. 3-starring the bases with crazy times. But to be honest, that is what we were expecting from those two favorites of this tournament. Both teams were coming in with their own understanding of those Mets Root Rider attacks, and they both perfected this approach with their spell combination, which we have seen then from other teams where they tried to copy their approaches, but it backfired completely with the Overgrowth spell, especially copied from other teams.
Yeah, I'm curious. Now, we've seen a lot of different hero equipments across the board. So anyone that's watching at home right now, what is your most favorite hero equipment? Let us know in the chat. And what's your most favorite? Is it on the King, the Warden, the Queen, the Royal Chief? What is it? Which single individual one is your most favorite hero equipment? And we'll take a look at those as we have now, again, Root Riders. It's all about time here for Einstein. Let's see what he could do with no overgrowth. And like you said, Synchronic bringing that jump spell.
Yeah, the jump spell again for that king. This time they're trying to deploy everything a bit faster. The spring traps against those super barbarians at the bottom side. King, queen, everything in. But at this point, already 10 seconds has passed, which, I mean, it sounds completely strange, but those 10 seconds are actually important if you want to beat those crazy times which Stripe are setting up at the moment. The king is now walking in. He's jumping him all the way as the Root Riders are going to clear out the bottom side. So he's really trying to spread out his heroes, his troops, as much as possible to try to get the widest coverage of this base as humanly possible.
Yeah, as Root Riders now pathing their way into the single, and the King's got his ability still. The Queen's trying to make her way to the Town Hall. He does have a wall break to help get to that Town Hall there. And imagine, I'm just trying to think of like, wait, Tribe, the attack would be ending in about 10 seconds from now because of how fast their attacks. That's kind of the rate that you have to start to think about if it comes down to an exact draw in terms of stars and percentage. Still has the Royal Champion ability to skip across, but the Queen never ended up going to the Town Hall, and her ability was already forced.
Yeah, the King ability, like all of the abilities already were forced. King as well, Royal Champion now with her shield, and it's already getting closer to the 1 minute and 30-second mark on this one. Royal Champ taking down the Town Hall, but going down with the Town Hall explosion, and this one is going to be even slower than the 1 minute 30 seconds, and this means their average time is going up, so going the wrong direction when it comes down to somehow staying close to Tribe. And at this point, it feels like that Synchronic only has one hope, and that is that Tribe somehow is over chasing their dreams and trying to get the fastest attack ever, and messing maybe up an attack.
Yeah, and you never know, and it happen. One small mistake and you could fail. And the question is, does Tribe continue with trying to be quick with the Master Root Riders and Valkyries, or do they switch some things up and go with a different type of attack? Because I know two attackers left for Tribe don't really even use the Root Riders. One is Nebr, who really loves to bring air, either E-Dragons or Super Dragons. And then there is Rigores, who really wants to bring Lalo, and he may even, his teammates may be like, you know what, bring Root Riders, bring Valks because it's quick, and Rigores might be like, no, I still want to bring Lalo. I still love it. I can do it quick, and I'll show you.
Yeah, I think right now, especially if he's just... If he feels safe with the Lalo, I think that's for sure a match where he should go for that for sure, because he is just so good with that strategy, which is impressive every single time. And we have talked about it before the match that Rigores is still on his kind of like perfect streak when it comes down to Town Hall 16. He has not failed in a competitive match so far. And I think it was like 39 or something by now, 35-ish in that range, which is incredible, having so many triples back-to-back in a competitive environment.
That is insane. What an unbelievable performance that we have seen so far from these players and these teams, but they're looking to continue that, seeing if they can continue to bring the 3 stars in this match. His Tribe is up next, as we do have the 3 triples from Synchronic, so one small mistake that we're going to see maybe from Tribe could cost them the match, but there's plenty of more attacks to come in here.
That's for sure. The match is not over. We have seen that yesterday, that there is always the opportunity, the possibility of having one of those attacks backfire. And we have seen actually so many 1-stars over this playoff stage, with like Town Halls getting skipped with the overgrowth spell especially, and the attacks falling short. Yesterday, it happened to Kronos as well, with somehow then saving at least the 2nd star, but he did fall short as well. Today, he got that 3-star already, if I remember correctly, that he went in as second attacker after Exosis, and this means, well, so far they're good to go.
Yeah, their captain Kronos getting that 3-star for sure. He's gonna, no matter what, even if something's going wrong, he is there to make sure his team will stay focused. So I remember in the World Championship last year, or even previously, where they would bring the players' audio in and we would be able to listen to it, and that was one of the most fun things to be able to kind of get an insight into the reactions and what's happening, and even kind of coaching up your clanmates of saying, you know what, take it easy. It's It's going to be okay. Let's stay focused. That was one of my most favorite parts about being involved in seeing these players and how they reacted to certain situations.
Yeah, I think the energy within a team is always something which is insanely important. And, well, actually, we have now Yoyo coming with a Lalo attack versus this base of Einstein. Maybe they're like feeling, okay, right now we have the time anyways. Let's now switch to something which we feel more safe with compared to, for example, Mass Root Riders, which are insanely strong. But I think executed correctly, those Lalo attacks seem even stronger from the pros.
Yeah, with an invisibility spell right behind the tunnel, I was going to say. Dropping a rage, and these balloons will absolutely smash right on through as the warden ability goes off. Hound's flying across, and he's continuing in towards the defensive queen. Drops some skeleton spells to try to help take her down, completely overwhelming her with skeletons as we have the king to the top side. Already his ability goes off, but he needs these balloons to continue to fly around towards that eagle.
Yeah, the eagle has to go down, but the single front tower so far not doing anything, using the battle drill to support that royal champion on the back end. Another freeze, and that Phoenix non-stop taking down that defending cannon right there. The royal champion with her shield and her ability taking all of those buildings down. And this means it's another 3-star for Tribe. They're not slowing down whatsoever. And even with that Lalo attack, they are really, really quick with this one. 1 minute and 30 seconds around should be for this one, and it is the 3-star Yoyo getting the job done with a beautiful Lalo attack.
Yeah, beautiful attack indeed, as that 1 minute 7 average will start to creep up to the 1 minute and 30, so it's only a 15-second average differential. In terms of total time, Synchronic is currently sitting at a total time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds for all 3 of their attacks, while Tribe Gaming is currently sitting at 3 minutes 45. So in terms of the differential, it's still very close, and it can still swing in either direction.
Yeah, but I feel like there is for sure an advantage, which was, I think, one of the reasons why Tribe went with the Lalo attack, feeling more safer in like getting that 3-star. Especially, I feel like the overgrowth method so far was one of the best counters to the core Town Hall bases. Like, this was just the prime example of using this type of attack strategy, and this is why Tribe has now switched when it comes down to those diamond type bases to like a different approach. But a different approach as well is now on Philip's side, where he is going in with the regular dragons, something which I'm always surprised about, because it's kind of, I have the impression that Electro Dragons or Super Dragons, to me, they a lot of times feel stronger, but the pros, seemingly, I think we have seen that over the tournament, really like the regular dragons as well, which are for sure as well strong to use.
Yeah, and that queen is on the outside, so she can continue to try to help funnel these dragons straight to the court as he does use a freeze. And here comes that blimp. Going to use the War Internal Tome to protect the dragons, protect the balloons, and that blimp flying across to the Town Hall. The king got some fantastic value through his ability, as out comes the clan castle of archers, and there's also probably ice golems inside of there. And notice, he did not put yetis inside of the blimp, because he didn't want yetis to pull out what's potentially always going to be in the clan castle here to defend ice golems, or even a lava hound, which we typically aren't seeing nowadays, because the lava hound kind of got nerfed a little bit on the defensive side as it only pops less lava pups. But he's got the queen ability still intact here.
But the ice golems got lured because the royal champ got too close to them. The queen ability is getting popped. The dragons are taking down the rest of this base, and it's going to be another 3-star for Synchronic as well. Both teams are just not able to fail. They just don't even know what that word means. They're non-stop 3-starring those villages of the other team. And this one was a great example of taking advantage of, I think it was mainly the sweeper settings, because typically to defend those type of attacks, those air attacks, you have the sweepers pointing away from the town hall to make sure that those far side entries with the long distance blimp cannot really work as efficiently. You have to at least invest a couple of spells into freezing or taking down the sweepers. On this one, they were pointing towards the town hall, so a different approach there of maybe defending some other strategies, who knows. But this was the nicely taken consideration from Philip as an attacker and taking down the base really easily.
Yeah, again, 3 stars across the board. We have yet to see a fail, and we may not hear between these teams, but a differential of a minute 30 average for Synchronic and a minute 15. It's not 15-second differential if you're looking at that time. No, that's the average. So in order to really bring the average down, you really start to have to get closer to 60 seconds to start to drop that. So the final attacker for Synchronic is going to be Mark, who's going to attack after either Nebr or Rigores, since they're going to attack next for Tribe. He's going to have to go super quick because they know Tribe's not going to probably fail one of their... They just have to assume that they're going to continue to triple out. So they have no choice but to completely try to get the troops down as fast as possible, which means that it could, in theory, cost them to fail the attack because they're trying to be quick, which means that Tribe could take it easy if it is indeed a fail from Synchronic on their final hit.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some attacks to happen which can possibly fail. I mean, we have seen that in the past. But overall, yeah, for sure, really strong showings. But Tribe is up next. You said it, Nebr or Rigores. Rigores with his triple streak still available. Let's hope that he can keep push that and get even crazier records with the 3-star streak.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can continue it because Yada was approaching 50 in a row. To think that's even possible to get 53 stars in a row without messing up, most of us are just trying to go for like 3 in a row would be like, yes, let's go. That's an achievement. But 50 and not failing against these competitive bases, which are very difficult to take down, is just, it's just out of this world. These players are just mind-blowing good at this game. But we're going to see probably, my guess, if it is Nebr to attack next, I'm going to go E-Dragons from him in his next attack. What do you think?
I'm going with Super Dragons. That's like the
Super
two main strategies which he's going for. Either Super Dragon or Electro Dragon, which he's really, really good at. So I think with that, we have covered everything. And now watch him going with a Lalo, I think.
Oh, goodness.
That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I remember I was watching and seeing Nebr one of his streams, and he was talking about how like he's E-Dragon's air is his way to go, and when it comes to ground, he knows how to do it, he knows how to execute it, but it's just not natural for him. He just doesn't feel as comfortable. So no matter what, E-Dragons, and he's just going to look to get so much value. And typically when you're bringing E-Dragon attacks, what you want to do is have those E-Dragons really get to the core of the base and gut the core so your heroes can move around. And those rages, when paired properly, can get incredible chain value with those Electro Dragons.
Yeah, when you can chain them up, it's just so powerful. That's as well the reason why a lot of those pros are using then the Phoenix on the Warden, not the Owl. I see a lot of players, especially like in lower legend and stuff, are using the Owl on the Warden, which is like a big no-go. The reason for that is you want to have as many chains coming from the Electro Dragons as possible. The Owl is attacking buildings as well, especially when raged up. It can deal quite a bit of damage, and this means it's less likely that you have the chains happening then from the Electro Dragons. And you were right, the Electro Dragons it is from Nebr, and he is going in with 8 of them versus this base of Synchronic.
Yeah, with these E-Dragons, and notice you are right as well. The Phoenix is on the Warden, so when you are doing an Electro Dragon attack, try to put that Phoenix on the Warden so that you don't have the Owl chaining and taking out buildings that the E-Dragons were supposed to take out and ruining the chain skips through the base, as the Blimp's going to help land on top of the Town Hall. Ooh, he does find that Tornado Trap, Mitsu!
Oh, the Tornado Trap was nicely placed, and the Town Hall is still up. The Electro Dragon not going for the Town Hall. There should be some change now going towards the Town Hall. There goes the freeze. The Electro Dragon's getting some chains off, but the Black Mine is there to cover. Electro Dragon has to attack, but the Sweeper is like the biggest enemy for him. Wait a second. Is this... I mean, there's quite a few defenses left, no?
There are. There's quite a bit here as the Expo's on the Queen. And, I mean, if he had a giant hero, going to try to maybe line up the arrow shot right through the Town Hall. But, well, either way, not going to be able to do that. But he does have the Royal Champion. And Itsu typically when you set E-Dragons, you don't pull out the Clan Castle, which means that I don't think this Clan Castle has been lured out here as his heroes are making their way through as the Queen ability goes off, and this is a huge issue. A fail could mean that Synchronic gets a 3-star and they would win the match if this obviously doesn't come through here, and the RC is gonna have to struggle around to help to get to that town hall as the RC has been deployed from the top side, pulling ground skeletons and the ice golems.
But the Fox is turning that Royal Champion visible so that troops are walking away from the Royal Champion. The Queen's still there, the King ability has been used, but the Clan Castle is now there to stall those troops. The Queen can reach, by the way, everything from this compartment, but the key thing is she has to stay alive. The Monolith might switch target when the King goes into the Phoenix mode, and that would be bad for
He doesn't have Phoenix. It was the Warden was the Phoenix.
That you're right. There is no Phoenix. And this Queen is going down, burns out of the damage, and that is a defense for Synchronic. We have said it earlier, there was only one match so far, which did come down to time in the end, and this match is not another one. We have not seen many of those 15-15 scores. It seems like that tribe is struggling in the end and leaving the door wide open for Synchronic.
And there you go, was not able to get that town hall down and completely changed the attack. He wanted those E-Dragons to make it to the town hall, not only take it down, but also remove the Clan Castle. If those two buildings went down, this would have been a completely different attack. But unfortunately, the sweeper was too much and he didn't get the chains there. So very nice try to Nebex, but now Synchronic with a 3-star will guarantee themselves a victory no matter what, because the best that tribe can get is 14 stars, as all they technically have to do is get a 94% 2-star and they will win, and Mark is the final attacker for Synchronic.
Now the question is, which we can just speculate on, is do they still switch the strategy in the last couple of seconds in between the attacks, or do they stay with whatever strategy they have prepared? Because there is not much time to change the plan, and I'm not really sure if they were expecting or planning on that tribe would fail one more time. They had to hope for it, but that's obviously the other question, because they would need to, as you said it, they would have to go for a crazy time to make this match somehow turning around in their favor. And now, do they switch it? Do they stay with their plan? Or what exactly is going to be the approach?
Yeah, all it takes is one mistake, and that's where it was in the last attack for Nebrex of Tribe, and you saw from his reaction of how devastating it was. But now here it is. Mark going in with a Queen charge Lalo. We have a Flame Flinger selected as the Queen is down south to the bottom side with the healers being deployed on her. And notice he's got a Frosty and not a unicorn on this Queen. Either A, he forgot to change his pets, or B, he knows something that we don't hear.
Well, the thing is that the unicorn a lot of times, if you charge into a lot of splash damage, is going down really quick. And I mean, he's going into a bottom compartment which has 2 multi-archer towers. He's about to charge the tunnel, which again is doing splash damage. So a unicorn would not survive that long. So that's why he's going with the Frosty here, because this provides more value compared to unicorn. You can see even Frosty did not survive that long. So the unicorn of the Queen would have not survived. Would have survived even shorter.
Well, this Queen looks like she's pathing towards this town hall as the Kings come down to make his way to the left. He can freeze up the invisibility spell and the town hall here together, so the town hall can help go down. There you go, fantastic. As the King can make his way into the enemy Queen, help take her down, including the scatter shot at Ground Expo and all that value.
That's right, another phrase to keep that Queen alive, making sure that there's not as much damage. The King taking down an entire compartment. The Flame Flinger value at the top that already looks fantastic. And at this point, it's a Lalo. Where is that coming from? Going from the top into 2 sweepers, or from the far right side, and then in the back of the sweepers, but a lot of damage on the back end.
And he's only had 14 balloons for the Lalo portion. Did not use the War Internal Tome to protect the Lava Hound, so he's going to have to continue to make his way around. Depends on what's inside the Clan Castle, and it's most likely going to be Ice Golem, so it may never get lured out unless the Royal Champion runs on over there and pulls it out and gets stalled up by them, as he now is hasting his way through. There is the Warden ability as the Eagle shots are going to rain down on these balloons, and indeed, Ice Golems have been lured out.
Balloons are spreading nicely. There's not much splash on the back end. It's cannon, which is not dealing that much damage to loons, but the sweeper now is starting to shoot. There is super minions getting released from the siege machine, the warden getting targeted, the royal champion trying her best to support, and with the fox together, she should be able to beat the last couple of defenses. There is a skeleton trap though popping up. There is no more ability for the royal champ, but the fox is standing here invisible, and he is getting the job done, being the finisher for his team, getting that 3-star. He's celebrating. He knows they are in the finals of the world's warm-up.
What an attack. Getting it done. Synchronic getting a perfect war, and it all comes down to one mistake in the attack where Tribe is going to be falling short. We still have Rigores with the final attack, but they know that they can't win this smash. So no matter what, even if it is a triple, they'll be going down to the lower bracket. Yes, this is an upper bracket match, which means that Tribe Gaming still has an opportunity to make a comeback and try to get their revenge. Because down in the lower bracket, we will either have NAVI or VM Legacy to take on Tribe to try to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I feel like history repeats somehow. With early attacks, well, the match was already over, but Yada still had to go for his perfect streak. The same thing now happens to Tribe. Their match is already over, but Rigores has to save his streak as well, regarding 3 stars in a row. Well, can he make this work? Can he get the 3-star? We all know that he's going to go in with Lalo, but what approach and what base is he going to attack? It's another diamond base, and it is quite a few lightnings with a golem in a mix this time out.
And look at the walls all around this town hall. And sometimes what they typically do is when they send the blimp to the town hall, they just have a lava hound and sneaky goblins inside of there. So the sneaky goblins can go for the town hall, while the lava hound comes out to help tank for the Lalo. And the reason why you could do that is because if you land near the town hall with walls, then you know there can't be any traps to kill the goblins, so you're kind of safe. So that used to be an attack used before base builders realized this and kind of changed it up so you didn't have walls all already surrounding the town hall. But here we go with Rigores now starting the Lalo from the far right side.
And the blimp all the way through. And now the question is, are you right with this blimp prediction of another hound and some sneaky goblins in there? Rigores for sure is someone who is adjusting his strategy and his army every single time based on the defending bases, but he's instead just going for the Rage Yetis to make and play it safe.
Yeah, he does. And those Rage Yetis not only help to take out the town hall, but they were also supposed to take out that expo. Granted, it is a ground expo, so it won't do anything to his balloons flying into the top side, looking to overwhelm that multi-archer tower as he's continuing to fly his way through the bottom, which a lot of the balloons have disappeared. Still has the RC ability as it goes off with that Spirit Fox, and even the Hogs coming out as well as he's going to run his way around. It is indeed a triple, but unfortunately, with that one fail from Nebr, Tribe will not be advancing to the grand finals. They will go to the lower bracket and try to get their revenge and try to make their way back to take on Synchronic again later today.
That's right. They still have the chance of coming back. And that is the great thing about the double elimination bracket. You can slip up once, but that's the only thing you can do. Synchronic is going to be your winner, is already going to wait in the finals for whichever other team is going to make it through the lower bracket. And then we're going to have an epic clash for the World's Warm-Up Championship title.
And here we're taking a look at the overall stats from this match from Tribe Gaming. As you can see, very, very fast attacks here across the board. But unfortunately, the difference maker is Nebr there with that 2-star at 93%. And look at that from Kronos at 1 minute and 5 seconds. But it is the 3 stars. Here it is from Synchronic.
And they were the deciding factor of getting the job done. The 3 stars being consistent, that was the way to success. And, well, Coco, what did you think of that match?
It was a very interesting one. It felt like slow and steady wins the race. Tribe felt like they were racing the clock, and I think it did pay off. The Synchronic did still have some really quick trickles in there as well. They were not too far off, but at the end of the day, I think they just kept their cool and played it out until the end, and it was very unfortunate that Nebr fell short. He had decent percentage. Great thing that the Fox was available for the World Champ, because if not, it would have been problematic with those Clan Castle troops.
And it's crazy to think that we always talk about time, every attack, or how fast it was, how quick it is, and getting everything down. But only one time through all these matches has the time actually been a factor in terms of a perfect. So in the end, what it seems like the smart thing to do is really just go for the perfect rather than the time. So, I mean, if you do go for the perfect war and your opponent realizes this and they know you're not bringing Root Riders and Valkyries, then maybe do they switch it up and saying, all right, well, we're still going to be faster anyways because maybe we did get one quick attack and then we can also focus on a 3-star strategy. So there's so many mind games that goes into this. But at the end of the day, it seems like time is not playing as big of a role as we thought that was going to be this weekend here at Zoo.
Yeah, maybe I feel like the best approach is to kind of try both. This might sound obvious, but I feel like what I'm trying to say with this is kind of like as on previous tower level where we had a lot of times like the first attacks being a dragon type attack where people first off did not take as much time to plan, and second of all, it typically was a really quick attack. And kind of do this the same with the current meta, where the first 2 attacks roundabout are like Root Rider attacks, where you try to chase the time, pressure the other team, but then you're switching to something safer, something which I think VAE Legacy has done as well. One of the reasons why they had, one of the reasons were because of the defense, but as well overall, I think it's a great approach, great plan to approach those bases, especially with how rarely it happens that things are coming down to time. Would you agree with that approach, with like chasing time at the beginning and then switching the strategy, or what do you think is the best approach, Gaku?
Well, I'm not sure, because if you look at, for example, like Rigores' attack, he did like a queen charge Lalo, and he did that in under 2 minutes. And we have a lot of quick attackers across the entire tournament, and I think this one that is coming up next, VAE Legacy versus NAVI, is just going to continue that streak. And as you can see, we're already 15 seconds into the attack, and we're already flying through this base here with these Root Riders into the Town Hall compartment. Now, Flexi is up first. Siege is cleared out pretty nicely. And again, we have combined it with the Overgrowth spell on both of these Infernos on that left-hand side, as well as the Monolith.
Yeah, as he's now taking out that Town Hall, dealt with the kind of Town Hall explosion while he's actually pushing right through it, but a Tesla farm has popped up right next to that Monolith as he's trying to continue his way through, but the Queen is finally dealing with that Eagle artillery as that goes down, but he needs the World Champion and her ability to get through the Monolith, and a lot of this is kind of dying off. He's hoping that the RC has just enough to get through this final portion of the base.
Yeah, he did combine it with the Hog Rider puppet. Now, I'm not sure if that's the best value to get here because there was a lot of multi-infernos. They did do some damage, but with additional traps in that compartment, it was tough. The last few Root Riders, they're doing quite... they're trying to get through this Ricochet Cannon, which is the brand new defenses here at Town Hall 16. However, it bounces from one to another. This final Root Rider trying to get these last few hidden testers down, helped by that Super Barbarian, is just going to be enough. Oh, there's a giant bomb there, but not enough to slow it down. The Queen is also still alive. 1 minute on the clock for cleanup, and we have first hit, first triple from Flexi for VAE Legacy.
Flexi with the 3-star. Remember, we talk about time, but we're at this point, I don't think we're going to be thinking about it because it has only played a factor one time overall in this competition. This could be a second one, or I would say over the playoff stages from yesterday to today. 3-star is more important. So that's what he got done. But now all he could do is sit back and try to help his teammates. And if you guys are trying to get into the competitive scene and be kind of competing in something like this, and you're like, well, what does it take to be a pro player? What does it take? Well, it not only takes to help not only obviously get 3 stars, do your absolute best to try to get as close to perfect course as possible, but also providing kind of voicing over in any like communication. So whenever your clanmates are coming into an attack, so you're able to help spot them. Maybe there's a troll Tesla in the corner to be able to drop some troops to help take that down. It's the small details to make sure that your teammates are getting everything that's down in the attack right, so they can get the 3 stars as well.
Yeah. The troll Teslas in the corner, that's been around for a long time as well. It used to be a thing at the lower town halls. It kind of faded away a little bit. You'd see it occasionally, but it is nice to see that sometimes we still see it now at Town Hall 16. Sometimes we even see a bunch of them grouped up in one of those corners as well, just to slow down some funneling and some cleanup, because at the moment, this is where the mindset is from the players. They're trying to slow down the attacks. However, we see that sometimes it doesn't even matter.
Yep, sometimes it won't matter. It's really just trying to have one small thing cause the fail, and maybe they weren't expected to see a Tesla farm pop up right in front of the warden or something in the outside. And I remember, I believe it was Dobs who had like a lot of Teslas right in the corner of a base. And what it could possibly do is, if you drop all Root Riders on the side, it could pull all the Root Riders up to that one spot, and then they all go in a single spot into the base. And the issue with that is then they kind of split in different directions instead of attacking the base all at once. And whoa, okay, so they are, look at this, they are giving Navi this. So this base design is going to be all 5 bases. Usually that's what pro teams do, is they don't just give different types of bases throughout the match. They usually stick with the same base throughout, or not the same exact base, but the same style base, where the invises are in the core here to cover every single one of the buildings. And I just think VM Legacy is just crossing the fingers and hoping that they could just mess one of Navi's attacks up.
Yeah, now he does have a load of Zapquakes that are coming into the Town Hall compartment. Now, he brought in a lot of them. The main reason for this is to get both of the scatter shots down, as well as the Infernos and everything that is nearby. The log launcher can go in, and look at those logs already clearing off over half of the health from that Town Hall. Before the log launcher even pops open, there will be some troops in there which will be able to finish that off. And all he has to do is get those super barbarians around the outside of this base to clear it up. 1 minute into the attack, and we have only 10 buildings remaining. He has to make sure that the world champion goes back to get the Eagle Artillery in the middle. But what a phenomenal attack here from Klaus.
Wow, Klaus coming in and absolutely smashing that base with so many lightning spells in a 58 seconds. Klaus under a minute, absolutely destroying that base right there. Oh my, what?
Yeah, he beat the record that we saw in this tournament. I think the quickest one we saw was from his teammate Stars. Now, I wonder if Stars feels the need to try and counter that as well. But oh my goodness, was that quick. Now, I'm a little bit worried for VM Legacy though now, because if they're running the same base, Navi has cracked them. They know how to get it done, and they know how to get it down fast. The one that Stars attacked as well was the same style, so this might be a problem.
I think it's going to be 100% a problem for sure there, because not only was that a 58-second attack, they can now learn from it to see how they can improve on it. And the log launcher helping to get through. And I'm like, wait a second. He actually doesn't have to drop all the lightning spells for the core to help take out all the buildings, where the logs, if they skip, can also help take the buildings down initially. And what Klaus did was he sent the warden with the royal champion and the ability to move her way through right to the edge. And then the super barbarians were super quick at cleaning up. So that was a fantastic way to break that base down in under 60 seconds.
Yeah. That is so crazy to even just say the attack was done in 58 seconds. What? I'm not even done doing the funnel at that point.
Yep, absolutely. And the total time for VM Legacy was 1 minute and 51. This is like, are you serious? 1 minute 51 to 50 8 seconds. But now let's see what Darkstar can do. And he is coming in with the Root Riders, and Pacstro and NAVI've got that core Town Hall right in the middle to slow the attack down to a minute 30. We'll see here as the Roots are going right on into the defensive king as they're going to path their way into the core.
Yeah, Darkstar brought some skeleton spells as well just to help out. He actually placed one of them pretty early, even though he did still use that Warden Eternal Tome to help protect those Root Riders. As we've seen in previous attacks, the Overgrowth spell is down as well, touching that Town Hall. Not getting the Monolith in there though, but the Eagle Artillery will be slowed down, not doing damage on all of these Root Riders, because as you can see, they are very compact. If that Eagle Artillery is hitting these Root Riders, it can do some devastating damage.
Yeah, as that king goes, the ability goes off, Town Hall's going down here with a skeleton spell up to the top side by the mile. The queen is continuing away off to the right. A couple more super barbarians to help speed around this base. He's just past the 60-second mark. And we got the super hogs that are trying to join in and move through as the RC's ability has gone off with one more super barb left to be used. And dropping all the troops, and we've got ourselves a 3-star here from Darkstar.
Yeah, yet another one on the board, which means NAVI have to triple as well now to keep it going. There is a storage on the left, which means it's going to slow down time a little bit. There is some cleanup still there, trying to get it done. However, those big HP storages, they do take a few seconds to go down.
Yeah, and at one point, I believe VM Legacy is going to have to realize that if another very quick attack comes in from NAVI, that they won't be able to make up the difference in terms of the average attack duration. So they can potentially switch it up and move away from the Root Rider Valkyries and go with an attack that they may feel a little bit more comfortable with, that they've been using throughout their entire Clash career of, let's say, a Queen Charge Lalo, well, actually, I was going to say Queen Charge Hybrid, but I don't know, we haven't even seen that one time. We've seen all mass hogs, but yeah, we haven't seen a hybrid at really at all. But you know, maybe we might see it. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know. It depends what they're comfortable with, I guess, if they don't have to focus on time. Now, as you mentioned before, these bases, here's yet another one. Now, the point of these bases is just that, you know, they just need them to fail once. And with those invisibility spell towers, it can be risky. So Pacstro is up. Queen on the right-hand side. She does have the healer puppet present. So she'll go for like a mini queen charge. And he's got quite a heavy Lalo attack coming in.
Yeah, and like we talked about, all it takes is one mess up, and that's what these base designs can do. You can mess up one single time by not paying attention. Who knows? But the log launcher is going to go across, and that's what this log launcher is going to be meant to do with these logs, activating these invisibility spells early. That's going to be fantastic as the one invisibility spell goes off. Queen is dealing with the Electro Titan coming out of the CC as the RC is continuing her way through the multi-archer tower.
Yeah, World Champion was a great addition with the log launcher just to make sure that everything was cleared out of that right-hand side, but also to make sure that the log launcher makes it through. And as you can see, don't have to worry about those clan castle going invisible. The walls are open. However, we're slow. There's a bunch of traps, and I don't think the town hall's going to go down. The Yeti Mites is doing damage. However, Pacstro has to make sure that these loons make it to the town hall now as well.
He's got to freeze up that invisibility. Oh, he finds a tornado trap here. I'm really surprised he didn't end up using a rage on the Yetis and or freezing the town hall so that the Yetis can really make their way through. But there's another freeze. He's okay. Town hall is indeed going down as we've got minions across the board to the bottom side, to the top side, and Pacstro is getting that triple taken down Cynthy's base. Well done there. And he's got the one final building to the far right side here. So the time will be kind of bringing it back closer to VM Legacy, but it's still an advantage to NAVI here.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate that the Yetis couldn't get the town hall on their own. There were a few skeleton traps popping up, which meant they just sat in a range of those town hall beams. And the Yeti Mites, it was just not enough to get the town hall down alone. The walls were just open from the log launcher. We've seen that happen in previous attacks as well. Good thing that Pacstro was able to manage those loons properly and freeze that inferno, the inferno beams from the town hall and the invisibility spell tower.
And it takes so much skill to be able to be multitasking different parts of the attack, either from the far right side to the far left side. And especially if you're playing on a small device, that might be even harder to do versus, let's say, a tablet. So these pro players can play across many different things, whatever they're comfortable with. But I'm just impressed on just the skill of what they're able to do to make sure they keep their eye on the queen so that her ability isn't forced too early. But in this case, he maybe purposely does it because you got the healer puppets onto the queen to kind of heal her back up. But still, the value that these pro players can identify and find in these matches, which is another thing that maybe viewers at home don't realize, is that these are not 24-hour wars. These wars are 45 minutes to start, which means that they only have just a short amount of time to plan their attacks to go in against their opponent. Not like maybe you at home have hours to plan your attack. So these players really have to get it fine-tuned and know exactly what to do with these strategies, especially if something goes wrong so they can react on the fly. But Ninj is sending all the troops straight on into the core towards this town hall.
Yeah, he's already used that Warden ability. The healing's still going off there, which means all these Root Riders, they're in a good position as they approach the Town Hall now. There is a Poison Spell Tower going off, as well as the Giga Poison in here. King is still present with his ability. Will use that here. Everything's a little bit stuck on that tornado, but they shall continue towards that right-hand side. Ninj still has 2 freezes ready. There goes the first one, getting some nice value because he got that scatter shot, got the enemy queen. King does go back because these walls are now open. He could have maybe even gotten that scatter shot down, but you can see him celebrating. Look at those hogs from the Royal Champion, and Ninj gets a triple done, and it's a fast one indeed.
It is here where VM Legacy's average that we are going to have, it will update very shortly, but a total time that we have is going to be at 4 minutes and 30 seconds total, right? You can take a look at the time of 1:30, but in terms of total time, they're currently at 4 minutes 30, while NAVI is currently at total time. Granted, they only have 2 attacks. It's at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. So every second is going to matter in the end if it's all tied, which it's currently looking at the moment if we have another triple from NAVI against those bases that we saw, which they have been crushing of VM Legacy. So if all the players can do that, they're going to be looking good to get a perfect war, and especially Stars, if he uses lightning spells, maybe a log launcher or something like what Klaus did, it's going to be a very quick attack as well.
Yeah, I really wonder what's going to happen next. If I'm assuming VM Legacy are running the same type of base. They've done it before, and that's the strategy behind running it, hoping that they will get 1 defense. Now, I don't know if it's going to be enough for them. NAVI is a very, very strong team. They've been playing together for a long time now. They're all very good as a team, but also as individual players. So it's definitely going to be tough to see what happens and how VM Legacy are countering that.
Yeah, and this is a lower bracket match if you're wondering as well. So if you lose this, you are out. The team that's going to win this match, well, they got to take on Tribe Gaming in the very next match. So good luck, as we see now the Root Riders and Valkyries down, as they're going to path their way into the defensive queen, closer to that town hall, as we're going to probably see a very early warden ability to really help protect all these Root Riders.
Yeah, again, Gaku's bringing in another heal spell. I do like to see that because that means he can use the Warden ability early, but then also heal yet again because there is that the Giga Poison as well to push through from the Town Hall. At the moment, they are just a bit slow as they're powering through, so he actually uses that heal spell already for these Root Riders, raging them up as they start to approach the Town Hall. Now, again, there is an invisibility spell tower, and Gaku has perfectly prepared for it. That's why he has those the freezes. Oh, it does go off as it takes it down, and everything's going to pass that Town Hall because they didn't go for the Town Hall first.
Yeah, the Town Halls remain standing. And remember, if the defensive invisibility spell goes off and your troops go in it, they also technically become invisible. But this King's ability is coming back to the Town Hall to help secure it. The Monolith is forcing the Queen ability, and he does have the RC ability going off as a skeleton spell is used on the backside. with a paired up freeze spell as the RC's running through with her Hog Puppet and to try to make his way up and through this space, as Gaku is indeed going to be getting a 3-star here, tying this matchup 9-9, and this is going to get closer here on time as the average is 130 for VM Legacy, while a minute 23. Let's see how that changes. Oh, it's getting closer. A minute and 27. And let me tell you the differential, the true differential in time at the moment, not talking about average, is 4 seconds. NAVI literally has a 4-second advantage in this match.
The later on we get into this tournament, the more triples that we are seeing, it is making me nervous because that makes it so much harder, and there's a lot of pressure because none of these players want to be the one that is to slip up, leave that one building up, or maybe miss that town hall as we've seen because of the potential overgrowth, leaving it up until the very end. So I don't want to see any of these teams go. We have some amazing teams still here, but unfortunately from one of these, we're going to have to say goodbye after this.
We will indeed. That's the crazy thing to think about. It's absolutely wild because Navi's sitting at 4 minutes, 26 seconds, while VM Legacy is sitting at 4 minutes and 30 seconds of total attack time. So that is where the 4-second differential is standing. And of course, it will come down to the average attack duration, all averaged together at the end in the stats in the game, which is going to be where they take the official time from, as Aram indeed is coming in with the 7 lightning spells. And there's the Root Riders and the Valkyries.
Yeah, notice that he actually has that Apprentice Warden in there. That does help give some additional hit points and give these Root Riders just a little bit of an edge as they power through from that right-hand side. Siege Barracks is still present, of course. Now the King is actually walking around the outside now. There goes that Warden ability. Raging up in here as well as everything starts to go closer to that town hall, and at the same time, as we mentioned before, this is multitasking now as well, since Aram used those Zapquakes and cleared off some more of those defenses that are surrounding that queen.
Yeah, with that King to the top side and a couple P.E.K.K.A.s. One P.E.K.K.A got stuck on a wall, but he's using that wall break. He's perfectly fine with the freeze now. Onto the town hall as his queen is making her way from the bottom side. King is going to go through the defensive King, pairing with a few headhunters, and he needs to continue to freeze this town hall so these Root Riders can help secure it as he's trying to continue his way around to get that 3-star.
Yeah, did you see those super hogs as well? Those were from the clan castle. This is why it does really matter what you bring in the clan castle as well, because they were going towards a single inferno, which is very strong because they don't get melted by those multiple beams. World Champion is still up, getting the second multi-inferno down. Unfortunately, she will not make it past it though on her own, but there is still so much remaining at the end of this attack. The amount of Root Riders, and we have yet another triple. Aram getting it done for his team with yet another 3-star.
And he's bringing the average attack duration down as well to being tied there overall, depending on what Navi does in their next attack, because we still have the attacks of Kazuma and Stars. So maybe Kazuma, is he going to be attacking next? Because I don't even remember the last time Kazuma attacked at the end of a match. I know Klaus has done it many times, Stars as well, and Stars can definitely be a very quick attacker. Yesterday, he got a 61-second attack, and if you're just joining and you're wondering, oh, well, did Klaus attack yet? Yes, he did. He attacked first in this match, and his speed was 58 seconds. Yes, just have that sink in. Klaus tripled a max 1016 base in this match in 58 seconds. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, that is crazy to think about how quick that they're getting it done. The whole attack complete, not even halfway through, and it's completely done. That is crazy to even think about. These teams are going very strong at the moment. This is why we are talking about time a lot at the moment. We do still have another attack for Navi. Now we have to see what the next base brings. I'm assuming more invisibility spell towers. We'll see if they're able to get a quick one down. We know Stars can do it on these bases. Let's see if Kazuma can do it as well to speed up their average time.
Yeah, because it's going to be a close match here, as indeed Kazuma is going next, as we have the Root Riders and Valkyries, the lightning spells as well. And I'm noticing, and hang on, I was actually thinking back to when Klaus attacked. I was thinking all the bases are going to be with those invisibility spells. And the case is no. They switched up the bases, so they didn't go all of the same base, which is what I'm surprised about now. And let's see if it's going to slow down Kazuma, as the Root Riders are down with the Warden and the instant ability, but he forgot to place his Valkyries. Here, Coco.
Yeah, his Valkyries are still up. He did get the Headhunters in there, though, however, which helps a lot because the King was on the left. World Champion was there on the right-hand side as well, but we'll see what happens. He's already got a few of them coming in there as well. We still have 6 of them. He's actually got, I think they might be up on that north-hand side to help with the King, to give the King funneling into the Scattershot compartment.
So maybe he didn't even want to drop the Valks in the first place. He just wanted the Root Riders to go through, and the Valks are going to be used around the base to help be able to get their value, as the Queen can help try to grab the Town Hall. Unfortunately, oh wait, that Frozen Arrow is doing so much, slowing that Town Hall down, continuing his way through 2 more Valks, and the RC ability still to use.
Yeah, it's great that there's still a load of troops remaining. He does freeze that monolith whilst everything's actually going away from it. They will backtrack into here. He doesn't have a skeleton spell to distract it. The Root Riders coming back, get the monolith down. He's freezing that back end corner to slow down the amount of damage coming in. We have more cleanup. The Barbarians and the Valkyries there at the very end. And Kazuma has done it. Another triple for NAVI.
Oh my, look at that. A 2-second average differential right now on the time on the scoreboard, but it is as close as it can be, a matter of just several seconds. And the final attackers, we have VM Legacy is going to have Cynthy, and then Navi is going to have Stars. Well, we know Stars is a very fast attacker. Cynthy is as well, as long as, let's say, if he's going to come with Hogs, gets their value. Does he bring even more Hogs? Or does he even go... Does he go away from Hogs? Does he bring a different attack strategy? At this point, now time is playing a critical factor in their decision-making.
Yeah, it's crazy to me to think that we're actually going to go on time on this one, and it is very, very close. Both of these teams, they want to stay strong. They're very solid teams, both of them. They've done some really good triples. I am still so surprised that we didn't see the double invisibility tower in that one. So, Stars is, I mean, very quick. Navi have had some really quick attacks as well. It's going to be tough. I'm very glad we didn't do any predictions on these ones. Because it's really just the last 2 attacks that is going to be the decider of this war.
I don't think we had the time in between the matches this time to do the predictions here. So I guess we'll have to find out who is going to win. Because if you lose this match, you are out. If you win this match, you are taking on Tribe Gaming. As Cynthy is indeed coming with 34 Hog Riders with the lightning spells to start to take out the Ricochet Cannon, a single target Inferno, as he's got that King to path his way to the Town Hall. Queen is down, followed behind with an Ice Golem in front of her, as then he'll have to lure out the Clan Castle with his push as the Siege Barrack is down with the Pekkas to get the 34 Hogs to move through the space.
Yeah, as you can see, he beautifully planned the funneling. There goes the arrow.
Oh.
What did it get?
That's a good question. It kind of damaged some defenses, but the Warden ability and these Hogs have already gone off and they're moving on through.
Yeah, we had the funneling set nicely. Hogs are going from defense to defense. They have taken quite a bit of damage, so there goes that final heal spell on the left-hand side to try and heal them up before they go towards that scatter shot. Now, he has 1 freeze remaining. He has to make sure that that Town Hall goes down because at the moment it is still up and these Hogs are being slowed down. Good thing he does manage to get it down. I think that was the Seeking Shield, if I'm correct.
Yeah, but he's got Super Hogs trying to make their way to the scatter, popping the RC ability. She's hasted up, has Headhunters coming into the storage, but time is a-ticking here for Cynthy. The Goblin's helping to the storage over near that Town Hall compartment. Now it's just a matter of cleanup. He's hitting 1.5 minutes now. Oh, man, is this too slow for this match, as it is going to be a 3-star? And Cynthy right here getting it done, and that is 15 stars, a perfect war for VM Legacy, and Navi will look to get a perfect war as well. And then time will play a role in this match. So, total time. We see the average of time right now, a 3-second average differential. We have VM Legacy with a 1 minute 29 seconds. While Navi is currently at 1 minute 26 seconds. But if we go to the total time, I've got on the side here, VM Legacy, to do all their attacks, all 5, they got 7 minutes and 29 seconds. That's their total time. And Navi is currently sitting at 5 minutes and 47 seconds. So, as long as Navi is getting a 3-star and keeps their time under, they'll win.
Yeah, they have to triple or go home. Quite literally, they would be out of this tournament if it doesn't triple. And if it's not quick enough, it does have to make sure that it stays beneath the average time that we had from VM Legacy. They tried their best to get it done. And as you can see, they perfect ward it out all the way through until the very end. Now, good thing is that we don't have to do that in regular wars. But unfortunately, in this tournament, this is what it will come down to. So it's going to be a tough one at the very, very end. The last attacker from Navi, it's going to be a lot of pressure to get that triple down.
I mean, the one player that most people would want to have to kind of attack would be Stars. If anyone's team, you know what?
Yep.
If Stars was my team, I would put everything on him of being like, you know what? I want you to take all the pressure. I would believe in you. And Stars is definitely a player that is capable of delivering for his team in the end. Try to get a 3-star and keep it quick to get the victory in this match. Because not only do you have to win this match, you're going to have to take on Tribe Gaming in the next match in the lower bracket. And then if you win that one, you then make it to the grand finals. And then you have to win 2 more. Man, what a gauntlet down in the lower bracket it is.
Yeah, oh my gosh, there's so many fierce teams at the moment still standing strong, and they want to make it to that grand finals. There is a lot on the line. Stars is definitely one that can get it done. If anybody can do it, I think it definitely is him. He's showed it in previous matches with what, a 61-second attack. I'm sure he could do it again.
61 seconds we saw from Stars yesterday. 58 seconds we saw from Klaus here today in this match. I can only imagine, what is the limit for the time that these players can get, as Stars is now in with a Zap Lalo, and he's looking to try to take down Ninja's base. If he triples, keeps it at a low time, they win. But a 99%, and that's an automatic defeat, elimination in this tournament.
Yeah, Zapquake Lalo. Zap will do, with the Zapquake, you can clear out quite a lot of damage quite quickly as well. So we'll see how that one goes. There we go, already coming in. Nice value, getting the multi-inferno and the enemy queen down alongside. I think there was an expo, maybe a bomb tower in there as well. Huge value from a lot of spells coming in. That does not mean that there's a lot left, though, for the Lalo.
Well, he did also take out that enemy queen. That is for sure huge right there, as the Hound is flying across, and he uses that Warden ability to protect not only the Hound, but also the Blimp and the Balloons as they're making their way through the core. And that Blimp, he uses a Freeze Rage to absolutely crush through this Town Hall, as he has now lured the Ice Golems out of this clan castle.
Yeah, freezing the multi-inferno is going to be really nice to help keep these loons alive. The town hall is secured, and these loons are pathing now towards this monolith. However, not enough to take the monolith down. The clan castle troops coming out will slow the king down. Queen is on the right-hand side. She's looking healthy with those healers. The main thing is that these loons, they're getting picked off one by one, and there's also a sweeper pointing towards that left-hand side, pushing back these loons.
Hang on. Time's ticking. The world champion needs to continue to push through. The queen is stuck on a wall. The wizard tower down south absolutely cleared all those balloons. Wait a second. Is this going to be too slow here for Stars? Oh, no! A tornado trap! That literally could be the difference maker in this match. Ninja's tornado trap perfectly is slowing his heroes down. Is that enough time as the white... No, it's tied!
Oh!
No! Guys!
My goodness!
What do we do? It's 100% tie! What are
don't even know.
Hold
This
on.
is crazy. 15-15, 5 attacks each, 100% damage, 1 minute 29. I am
but
speechless.
This is the crazy part right here. So early, like last weekend in the group stage, this scenario played out as well, where it was 100% tie on time, 100% tie or on the attacks or the stars, the percentage was a perfect, and then the time was close, but in the game it was exactly the same in terms of the average. But what you don't know is the exact time is VM Legacy 7 minutes and 29 seconds total exactly, and guess what? NAVI 7 minutes and 29 exact time, because in the game it does a few rounding, but no, it doesn't need a round in the game. It's 100% tied in this match. No team actually had the advantage. So now, is there just in the tiebreak that was before in the group stage, they went to like friendly challenges to do it that way, but this is mind-blowing that we have 100% tied for the stars, the percentage in terms of a perfect war, and a time as well.
Yeah.
So like that is absolutely insane. So they're going to be setting up a 1v1 tiebreaker at this moment, but wow,
Yep.
that's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is. Both of these teams, they're very good, and it really does just show that they're both... There
Wow.
isn't a clear winner. They're both really good, and they're both really consistent, and now we have to just wait and see what happens in the 1v1s to be the
Yeah.
decider on who goes through to the next round of the lower bracket. Not only just that, like Tribe Gaming is waiting there in the next round as well. Like the 1v1 is going to be feisty, let alone that next match as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. I'm gonna have my eyes are just like, we're gonna keep our eye on the notifications to let us know, so we're gonna bring it straight to you guys. But they are currently setting up a tiebreaker situation to figure out what is happening right now in the match. So I don't know who's gonna be attacking, so we'll keep you up to date. But to actually think that it came down to a perfect tie. Like, the odds are, it's just incredibly low that it's a tie across the board, but it can happen. The probability is there, and it can happen indeed. So
Yeah.
What an amazing match we saw there. And now they will have to go down to a tiebreaker to see who can win to take on Tribe in the next match.
Yeah, this is why every single cleanup troop matters. You have to make sure you bring some additional troops, a few minions, maybe some archers, because they're really nice because they can reach over those walls, and that could have been the difference. Only just like maybe 1 second difference, one deployment from one of those cleanup troops could have been the decider and could have swayed it in one of these teams' favor.
That's literally all it could have been. Just one, you know, you're like, yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the cleanup. I could have dropped it a little bit earlier, which could have taken the building down a second faster. And that's the difference maker. And then you multiply that by 5 in terms of every single one of the attacks.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just, that's where your spotters that are in voice with you to say, hey, get cleanup down now. Like, that's really the difference maker in a match like this. And this was only the second time this weekend that time is taking a factor. And I'm thinking, was VM Legacy, were they involved in the first? I don't know. Who was involved in the first one? I think, was it Psycho Esports that was involved in the first one? I'm sure anyone watching probably knows exactly. But like, to think that it's only happened twice where we thought it was going to be actually playing a lot larger of a role in this tier in the playoff stage, but turned out it didn't. Both these teams just getting those perfect wars. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we've been saying that, you know, time has not been playing a factor, and not just that, it's gone to time and it's completely tied off. So it's not even going to be based off of time anymore. It's going to go based off of individual performance. So in the previous ties that we had in the earlier stages of the tournament, the teams nominated a player to step forward and be the one hitting the opponent's base. So both of them will be hitting at the same time, and they'll be seeing who does the fastest triple, if it is a triple, but or the highest percentage. We'll just have to wait and see. Now, there are a lot of legend players in here, and I think this is where the strongness comes through from being in Legends, because you don't know what base you're going to be attacking in Legends. Now, I think if I'm correct from the previous stages, they did have to use the same layouts that they had in War with the same traps and Clan Castle troops as well.
Yeah, we'll get an update to see what they're able to do, because obviously if it's the same base, same traps, if they can't move anything, then they just try to improve the time. Or can they bring it, like, they could technically bring a different attack strategy against it, so then they had maybe a little bit of time to also scout. So we'll get more information, because this is actually, I believe, the first time ever. This is history in the making. This has actually never happened before. If you're watching at home right now, this has never happened where it's been going to a tiebreaker, where it's been a perfect and tie on time. And we're getting some news that says players must use the same base from the war. Okay. They can't change the base in this friendly challenge. They must reuse the same one. So the players already know exactly where the traps are, which means that they could try to improve the attack to make it even quicker.
Yeah, that also means, though, on defense, the players are going to be looking at which base took the longest to triple, and they're probably going to be picking that one. So an attacker might be scouting now as well, analyzing, seeing what went wrong in that attack. Why was it so slow? To see if that is the base that they decide to run, how can we make it quicker?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is how can you be faster? It will be in terms of a 1v1 situation where they where they essentially have to attack the other, and that one player is going to be the representative for the whole team, and either if they win or lose. So who's going to take on that pressure for both teams? Who's going to step up for NAVI? Who's going to step up for VM Legacy? And if it again is a tie on time, then you do another friendly challenge of 1v1. So it'll just keep going 1v1, 1v1 until we have a winner.
Yeah, and bear in mind, there might be a few $1,000s difference if you win or lose this match. So it's going to be a lot of pressure for who you decide to do this 1v1. Now, if it was me, I don't know if I could do it. That's too much pressure for me. I think from NAVI, it's tough to decide, because I think a lot of these players are very good at keeping cool and staying calm. Stars is a very solid legend player. I think he would be a very good shout if he's the one to decide to go up. I think in previous ones we did see Pacstro as well do a 1v1, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. And he did, I think, win on a 1v1 tie that he did do in a tournament. Not sure if it was the warm-ups or not. So it'll be tough to pick who's going to be up to do the 1v1.
I mean, any single one of these players is capable of doing it and getting it done. So really, it could, like you mentioned, it could be Klaus, it could be Stars, Pikachu, Gaku. Who knows who it's going to be? I guess, like you mentioned, it was a really good point where they could review the bases that got, or at least the base that was the slowest attacked, to see maybe they just give that base again, hope that they can't improve it too much. But the question is, do you go from, let's say, a Lalo attack to a Root Rider attack, or do you go a Root Rider attack to a Lalo attack? But this is the thing, is they know where all the traps are, at least for the most part. Granted, you may not trigger every trap in the attack. If you do a Lalo attack, you're not going to necessarily trigger all the ground traps, and vice versa. If you do a ground attack, you're not going to trigger all the air traps. So if you switch it up, it may not be the right call to do. You may just try to refine the current attack that was against that base, try to improve the small details.
Yeah, I don't think switching it up completely between air and ground is the play. I mean, you never know. Maybe they have some inside information. I mean, they are the pros after all. That's the reason why that they are here today. They are very experienced and they're very good at what they do. However, as you mentioned, the traps, you can't trigger them all depending on what strategy that you use. So based off of my experience of watching a lot of these pro matches over the past few years, I'm assuming they would stay the same and just try and make sure that they can make everything quicker and even more perfect than it was so far, because
Yeah.
it's so weird to say, but they went perfect in the whole tournament, and we're saying, oh, they have to be more perfect.
They have to be more perfect. Yeah, they can't mess up. No pressure. Yeah, you gotta keep it going, and if you mess up, it'll cost your team thousands of dollars, like in prize money. And so, I hate to put the pressure on, but it's just a matter of it's the truth, you know. And the thing about if any of you right now, that's what I'm curious. Any of you watching at home, right? Put yourself in the situation. I'm curious. Any of you at home, would you be okay stepping up for your team? Say, yes, I will be the attacker. I'm curious of how many of you, like, be honest. Would you have it in you to step up for your team to represent in a 1v1 and what's on the line? Would you be okay, or would you want someone else to? Are you too nervous? Would your heart rate just be skyrocketing out of the charts? Because I don't know if I would be able to handle all that pressure. Coco said, Chiba, I'm curious if Itsu would be able to do it. I'm sure he would. He's been a closer for many years when he was a pro player. But oh my, whew, that's
true.
That's
I could not do that. I get very nervous when I do my attacks, especially when I see the little eyeball symbol, how many people are watching. Now there's so many hundreds of people watching today. Yeah. I couldn't do it. My heart rate would be skyrocketing, and I've seen your heart rate go very quickly as well on some of your attacks. So
this is true. I have worn, when I've done attacks, I have worn a heartbeat monitor to see how nervous I get, and it's gotten very I've been nervous, let's just say that, in attacks. And especially, and I remember the most nervous I ever got was, it was CWL in the Clan War League, and it was War number 7. And I remember I was like, I had to triple in order to win the war, but not only that, but to advance, to get promoted. That was years ago. Yeah, that was some crazy stuff, but it's so much fun when the adrenaline is there. And that's what Clash is all about. Just it comes down to the pressure. You gotta get it done for your team. But these players are ready. They're gonna be getting ready soon here, and we'll keep you updated when the match is gonna go in, because it is indeed gonna be a 1v1. And if you're just joining right now, you're wondering what is happening. Well, we just had something that's never happened before in the history of Clash of Clans Esports during the live on the official broadcast. It happened last week in the group stages with the community streamers covering it, but we had a perfect war, 15 stars apiece, which means that it's a perfect draw in terms of percentage, and 100% tie on time. So they have to go to the ultimate tiebreaker, which is a 1v1, where they each attack each other, and whoever does better, that team wins. They don't do 5 1v1s. It's just one attack versus one attack of each team. But if they have another tie, another draw in those one attacks, then they do another one attack versus one attack, maybe with different players. I'm not sure if the same player can go again. I'm assuming it's probably different players. But yep, that's what we're getting ready for, as these players are preparing for that moment. So we are moments away, hopefully, from finding out who's going to advance to take on Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and you guys at home are a part of history as well. But just while we set up things, make sure that all the clans are set, because we do need to make a new clan so that they can't give away any of those clan secrets. So we're going to take a short break. Make sure to go grab a snack, grab a drink, because you will not want to miss the 1v1s.
Or maybe... And welcome back here. We are all ready to go now for the 1v1. And Coco, who are we going to have going against each other?
So we know who's ready. Now, drum roll, please. For VM Legacy, we have Ninj, who has stepped forward, is going to be facing Stars in the 1v1 against NAVI.
And yeah, so these players will be attacking at the same time, so they don't know essentially if one player will have an advantage over the other. So we'll watch. We're going to be checking out and watching Ninja's attack and then going back to watch Stars. So we won't know the outcome until after we watch both outcomes here. And what it's going to be is the player that they selected in terms of that's going to have to attack is also going to be the same base that the opponent has hit. So maybe it was that the VM Legacy really liked the base of Ninj. So Ninj is forced to attack even if he didn't want to attack. If they're like, no, use that base. So here we go. Ninj is in, Root Riders, Valkyries, warded, and they're going straight across into the monolith. And now time is going to be a huge factor if they both triple.
Yeah, he's got that Warden ability nice and early, saving the damage from the monolith and these multi-infernos. Double rage in here to make sure all of his Root Riders are doing as much damage as possible. Now he's got the Overgrowth spell on the Town Hall and the double scatter shot. That means the Eagle Artillery is gonna stay up, because we've seen the Overgrowth spell on the Eagle Artillery in previous attacks, but this one's gonna be raining hard on his Root Riders.
Yeah, as that Overgrowth is going to be wearing off pretty soon. P.E.K.K.A.'s coming through the top side. Queen's continue her way through. There's the King ability. Now trying to help grab the Town Hall as he did freeze it. As Root Riders are coming back, as he's just approaching the 60-second mark here. Freezes the backside multi-archer tower. World Champion's making his way through with that Town Hall now going down.
Yes, Queen's around the outside. We are just over the 1 minute mark. 1 minute, like 10, 11 seconds from Ninj. That was a beautiful triple. Very quick one as well. So we're going to have to wait and have a look and see what happens with Stars' attack. But Ninj was happy with his performance.
Well done to Ninj, getting it done in about 70 seconds. We'll have the exact time to let us know, but now Stars needs to deliver. Does he beat that mark to win this match? If he doesn't, then they will be eliminated and they won't have a chance to try to take on Tribe in the next match.
Yeah, this is the lower bracket as well, so whoever loses this 1v1 will be losing from this entire tournament. They'll be going home already, so this attack could be swaying the amount that they'll be getting at the end of this, because they don't want to go home just yet. They could even be making it to the grand finals if they win this one.
They could be indeed, but it's going to be a tough road, no matter what, for either of these teams to have to get through Tribe and then try to get to the grand finals. Who is waiting is Synchronic, waiting in the grand finals. They defeated Tribe in the upper bracket where Nebr fell short, but we're getting ahead of ourselves right here, as now Stars is in, and Stars was coming in here with the Queen Charge, not a Queen Charge, obviously that would be way too slow, as the balloon's coming down, as we had a Baby Dragon to the bottom side. Blimp is going to cut across to that Town Hall, as the Queen is going to make her way into the multis, and one ability went off, but he did not clip that Blimp to the Town Hall, but it's okay as it still makes its way there.
Yeah, I did miss the Blimp under that Warden ability, but no traps pop up. That was very, very lucky. The invisibility spell tower going off, but it doesn't make a difference. Town Hall is down. The Loons on the north-hand side as they're pathing in towards the middle of the base now. Monolith is picking them off one by one. King on the right-hand side. Look at the size of him. He's going through, getting those last few buildings on the right-hand side down. This multi-inferno is going to do a lot of damage, though, alongside that scatter shot on the south-hand side.
Yeah, with that King that had his way right on through that Eagle Artillery. The balloons path their way to the scatter shot, but with the time that it was indeed, the Minion is trying to fly his way through, trying to get it done. And about a minute, 20 or so in this attack, and Ninj was at about 70 seconds, a minute and 10. And we'll confirm the times in just a second to see who indeed has won this match due to the 1v1 match where Ninj represented VM Legacy and Stars represented Navi in this one, and the winner indeed is Ninj, getting it done just by a handful of seconds. Well done, as they will be advancing and eliminating Navi from the world's warm-up.
Yes, Ninj, you could see he was very happy with his triple that he got there. He knew it was quick. He had some quick attacks previously as well. Let's just go and have a quick briefing on what happened in the previous matches, because it was triple galore. Triple from both sides. Navi, triple after triple. Look at the quick attack that we had over there on the right from Klaus. 58 seconds as well.
Wow, 58 seconds, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough in the end, as the fastest times that ended up coming in, and we had a perfect match coming down to a 1v1 tiebreaker, and that's the first time we've ever had that in the history of Clash of Clans esports. You know, it's always great to be making history here, but it's what a way to go down. It's such a tough thing to take, but hey, a well-fought victory for VM Legacy, knocking out Navi. What was your thoughts throughout that whole match there, Itsu?
I mean, it was crazy. First, when I saw the attack of Klaus this time, and knowing that VM likes to run the same base, or base style, I should say, on other bases, I was like, okay, this is over. But somehow they were able to come back, and I mean, Ninj right now is just an insane beast when it comes down to attacking, defending. I mean, he does everything, right? Like he's doing, he's one of the base builders, one of the best base builders right now in the entire world. At the same time, he's incredible with his attacks, like consistently getting 3 stars, as well in the current meta, being really quick with his attacks. So, I mean, he is just really good looking right now. And I think with the 1v1, that was perfect, his playing field.
Yeah, he played that so well. You could see that he does quick attacks as well. When we had a quick briefing on the attack times, I think it was at 1 minute 12. So he knows how to get it done. I think he was around the 1 minute 10 mark. We don't have exact confirmation because it's really hard to keep track of. I'm sure that we have them in the background, but he did really quickly when we were watching it, and he did succeed there. The pressure was on, but he kept his cool and he got it done, and he did exactly what was needed for him to let his team go through to the next round.
Indeed, which means that they're going to be advancing. So let's take a look at the bracket here and advance VM Legacy to the next round, which means that Navi has been eliminated. So Tribe versus VM Legacy in the lower bracket semis. The winner of that is going to come up to the grand final match to take on Synchronic. And from the lower bracket, you must force a bracket reset by winning and then winning again, which Itsu, we know, is a very difficult task to do.
Yeah, it is not easy whatsoever, especially how consistent Synchronic was so far. But on the other side, in the Tribe match, the time was on their side. They just did fall short with one of their attacks. So if Tribe could fix that, well, that would be a big step. But first, we have the next match where Tribe has to face VM Legacy to prove that they're worthy enough to have their rematch later on in the finals.
Yeah, we had a really good discussion before that we had that 1v1 as well, Itsu, because we were saying that neither me or Carbon would want to be the one stepping forward for the team. Now, you are the pro player here, and he mentioned as well that you have been a closer in many matches before. How would you have dealt with that situation?
I mean, typically it's still like a team exercise. I mean, yes, you're the one who is attacking, but your team is like helping you to stay calm, to make sure that you keep concentrating everything. Because, I mean, let's face it, even though if you were in this position already many times, you will be nervous. I mean, there's no way around it. Otherwise, you will just be a robot or something. I don't know. But there is emotions in play, and it's about your team making sure that you can concentrate, that you feel in a good spot and feel like good enough to actually get this job done. And I think both of those teams were able to do that, and their attackers did really great. In the end, Ninj was a bit faster on the other side, though.
Yep, Ninj was faster indeed and got the victory over Stars and Navi there. So we will see now Tribe Gaming taking on VM Legacy in the next match. So they're going to have to get ready, get back into their clan, and spin against their match with Tribe. So that's going to take some time. So we're going to go to a short break. We will be right back. You do not want to miss it.
Hello, welcome back. We have got more action now. We had a lot of action before the break, so I hope to keep it going. We're joined by Itsu, though, for the next match, though.
Yes, super excited after that crazy 1v1 tie, the perfect tie, which we have not seen ever in Clash World so far. Stars the same, percentage the same, time the same, so we had to go into the fourth tiebreaker, the 1v1. But now we have our next match on our hands. Tribe Gaming versus VAE Legacy to decide who is going to be the opponent for then in the finals, Synchronic. I think we should quickly take a look at the bracket so you can visualize what exactly has been going on over the weekend, because we are in the last couple of matches of this tournament. Synchronic has beaten Tribe Gaming earlier today and forced Tribe Gaming to the lower bracket where they were waiting for their opponent, and VAE Legacy beating first Emporium Titans yesterday already, then today Early Attacks, then today NAVI, and now they're up against Tribe Gaming. Can they continue their miracle lower bracket run to face then Synchronic in the finals and get their rematch? Or does Tribe get their rematch? Because both teams already faced that final team.
Yeah, either way, whatever happens in this lower bracket is going to be a revenge match for either of them. And the pressure is on. Both of these teams have been very consistent. And VM, they dropped very early to the lower bracket and they have been performing very, very well. Very solid performance. Some quick attacks in there where it did be the decider in some matches as well.
Yeah, in fact, the only reason was back then because of an unfortunate one-star thing which happened early into the match, which typically means that the match is pretty much over and it's really hard to come back from that. And I feel that then was really the momentum shift as well, mindset-wise, for them to completely switch it. And they were just so good since then, which is even more impressive to me because it's not easy to just completely like switch your mindset from just having a one-star, which is right now not that common, even though we have seen a lot of those in the tournament matches so far. But especially for the players, it's like, it does not feel great, let's say, to say the least. So being able to switch it around like that is super impressive. And VAE Legacy should challenge Tribe for sure because they so far have looked really good as well.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know where my heart lies with who's going to go next because I think either of these teams can definitely do it. I think we've had the unfortunate one attack that did fall short as well for Tribe, which put them in that lower bracket. So it really is just about consistency. If they can keep those triples going, they will be dominating and they can go into that the grand finals. Now, bear in mind, with either of these teams going to the grand finals, if they win, there will be a bracket reset because Synchronic have gone perfect in the tournament so far, or in the playoffs so far. So they're looking very solid. They're in a very promising position, and they do still have a little bit of room for error. So if they fall short on the next one, there will be a rematch. But let's focus on the match that is at hand now. VM Legacy versus Tribe Gaming, and Ninj is up with the first attack, and he's bringing in the Super Dragons, and he's also got a clone spell in here, Itsu.
Yes, the clone spell, so probably going in with the super minion blimp, something which he has brought earlier. I was talking about that VM Legacy has some of those super dragon attackers, and it seems like that this is the approach that they like to bring versus those more diamond-shaped bases. So we have seen a couple of base styles which were really popular so far in this tournament, and for sure this style was one of them, which has caused a lot of slower attacks, but so far Ninj doesn't really care about that one because this attack looks quick as long as the tunnel goes down.
Yeah, that super minion clone blimp got so much value there on the right-hand side. Got a lot of important defenses down alongside that town hall, which just helps his king. His king to just clear up from defense to defense. There is an expo there, but note that he does have the Phoenix present. So whatever happens, if he loses too much health, he will be revived back onto the base. Now, on that left-hand side, the dragons are thinning out, though, and there is still a single Inferno. He just misses the invisibility spell tower, which actually goes and makes that single Inferno invisible. The Super Dragon and the Warden is sufficient, though, to get it down. First hit, first triple from Ninj. That is exactly what they needed up against Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and a solid time as well with 1 minute 22 seconds in this one, which is really a solid attack for sure. And if this might be the answer for VM Legacy versus those damage-shaped bases, which Tribe has brought now over the last couple of matches, then this might look really, really good for them and might be quite promising. The question now, though, is does Tribe run again the Root Riders with the Overgrowth, and does VM Legacy still run their Invisibility Tower bases, which so far has brought them all the way here?
Yeah, we just have to wait and see. They did bring them in multiple times, as you mentioned, and it did also succeed at getting them defenses at time. Not in the previous much, but it does step it up and put a little bit of a risk in there, because if you don't take into account that these invisibility spell towers are there next to the town hall as well, it's going to be problematic, because all your defenses and all of your troops will be pathing away from the heart, and they do have to go back, and that's where we saw those 1-stars.
That's right. So that's the question now. What are the bases looking like, and what is then the strategy of Tribe versus this type of base? Because it felt like the Overgrowth spell combination with the Root Riders was a specific answer to a lot of the base styles which we have seen earlier, which are the core Town Hall bases. Not really like the ring base, but really center Town Hall, and then like all the damage stacked around it. And if, well, VM Legacy do not use those bases, then they might have to approach those bases in a different fashion. Maybe instead with a log launcher. That is something which we have seen from Yada earlier, versus those bases with the double invis towers. But let's find out quickly, because exactly this base style is up here again. And Yoyo is actually going in with the Lalo, which we have seen quite a couple of times. But we have seen as well a 1-star versus this style of base with Lalo.
Yeah, he does bring in some lightning spells in combination with an earthquake, does clear out some of those defenses, gets an inferno down, as well as one of those invisibility spell towers. I think he got an expo down in there as well, which is very, very valuable. As much value as you can get will be very helpful. Now, his queen went down on the left-hand side, which means the enemy queen is still standing, and she's actually following those healers towards that right-hand side. Is picking off some of those loons. The log launcher still makes it into the town hall compartment. A few sneaky goblins going forwards with that raid spell will be sufficient to get that town hall down.
Yeah, now the question is how quick are attacks like this? Because if this might be the common answer for Tribe versus this base style, then this might be really good. And they're going with the double Lalo approach, but the defending queen stayed alive for quite some time, and this has cost him a lot of loons, and the loons are dying out quick right now.
Yeah, they are getting picked off one by one. The additional hogs coming in from the ground to try and support these loons that are flying above these walls. Good thing that the hogs can jump directly over them as well. Now, the healer's trying to heal up the king on that right-hand side. They're still being chased, which means the Royal Champion, she's just trying to pick off all of these pups that are trying to get that king down. 1 minute, 20 seconds for cleanup. Royal Champion does still have the Fox, which does take a bit of damage here from the Ricochet cannon, but that's it. The final defense is down. Now, it's all about time. He has a lot of time to clear up these last few defenses, so Yoyo gets the triple down for Tribe Gaming, calling it even after the first 2 rounds of attacks.
Yeah, but he takes more than 2 minutes, and you can see he's not happy with this one, and that might be like an approach to actually force slower attacks as well, and already fails in the past, but especially slower attacks, because one of the success, I guess, from the faster attacks is as well the siege machine choice. So, for example, the siege barracks, which right now is one of the popular siege machines for the pro matches at least, it's generating your 2-packer, a ton of wizards, and a lot of like momentum and speed within your attack. But those attacks are kind of forcing you to use the log launcher, which then is not really contributing that much to a quicker time, which is then better for those top teams when it comes down to holding back the other team on time and maybe being able to then have some more controlled attack later in the tournament, later in the match.
Yeah, with the log launcher, you do have to be patient, let those logs fly forwards to activate and also do damage, and it also takes time before that it pops open. And the main thing is that with these bases, there is a small ring around that town hall at times, which means the logs do have to go far enough to make sure that that's open, so whatever's in that clan castle can get that town hall secured.
Yep, that's for sure. It's a really good approach with the sneaky goblins inside the lock launcher. With the lock launcher opening up the compartment, the sneaky goblins can actually run there. Maybe we see some traps against that at some point with like small bombs, like 3 small bombs, for example, take one of those sneaky goblins out, or even all 3 sneaky goblins, and this could really then cost the attacker, with it making the town hall even more risky to go down. But Tribe continues with their diamond-shaped bases, and we have another Root Rider attack from Flexi. Seems like going straight into the town hall with the healer equipment on the queen, and then a huge dive with the Root Riders right into the heart of the base, or more like into the town hall compartment of the space.
Yeah, he did just get that monolith down as the invisibility spell tower does go off, which does mean that everything was invisible, but they clear out some of those defenses before going back into the town hall compartment. Now he's got the overgrowth spell combined with these Root Riders again, and he's slowing down the amount of splash damage. Now he's got some really important defenses under that spell. We've got the double Inferno, double Scatter Shot, and the double Ricochet Cannon. As you can see, there is a Rage spell tower in the middle of all of that, so that means once that goes off, all of this splash damage is going to be multiplied.
Yeah, and so far the troops are just walking their way around. Now he's raging up, now there is the freeze, but most of the troops have walked away from this heavy hitting core. The king, though, is in there trying his best to somehow support the queen and taking all of the damage away. The warden is going down, and well, with that no, never mind. It still looks great for him, with the king just taking down the core. The royal champion has taken care of the entire top side, and that should be the next 3-star for VAE Legacy and for Flexi.
Yeah, he had that healer puppet. Didn't get as much value as I was hoping for. World Champion does have to do some work there because the king and the queen is going to be stuck in this compartment. World Champion will have to go get that final storage down, which just eats up some time here for Fluxy, but he does get another triple on the board for VM Legacy, which puts a little bit of pressure now on Tribe Gaming. Now, we know they can get it done. They've done a lot of triples in this tournament so far, but they just have to make sure that they are consistent and get it in yet again.
Yeah, and just based on the first attack of Tribe, it seems like that their typical approach of the Mass Root Riders with the Overgrowth combination is not maybe the best approach versus those double Invis Tower bases of VM Legacy, and that's why they have to adapt with something different, which, at least with the first attack, was not the quickest and not the safest option, I guess. So you have to wait then what they're coming up with their next attack, if it's a different approach, if it's a different strategy, complete setup, which they then have to think about.
Yeah, and we had it go based off of time previously, which we did see it go all the way to the very end, and we needed an extra tiebreaker in there, which had to be those 1v1s. Now, I hope it doesn't happen again, but that just brings up the adrenaline for all these players if it does. But at the moment, we have to focus on getting those 3 stars. So far, so good. Both teams looking very, very strong. Root Riders seem to be a favorite, and we are not continuing that streak. In fact, Rigores is bringing in a Lalo. He is a very, very strong Lalo player, and he has not failed a single attack at the Town Hall 16 so far.
Yes, and that already alone is a incredible achievement. Can he continue the streak right now? Going in with the Lightnings, his right now favorite strategy, and he's just so good with those approaches, getting so much value with those heroes. The Lightnings already were great, a lot of buildings went down, but now it's about the hero setup and how fast he can make this attack happen.
Yeah, he's pretty quick with his Lalas as well. I think in the previous match, his Queen charged Lala, I think he did, or he had like under 2 minutes, which is even crazy to do because a lot of setup is required. Because as you can see, the funding is created with those heroes on the left-hand side, which gives a bit of an L shape to these loons that are approaching from the right. Warden ability already coming in, making sure that the blimp is under that protection as it's sailing towards that town hall. Using a rage, using a freeze will secure that town hall takedown. And as you can see, there's 2 single infernos. This is why Lalo is very strong. There's 1 multi-inferno doing quite a bit of damage, but if it was 3, it would be really troublesome.
Yeah, and there's now the back-end Lalo coming in as well to speed this attack up. And take a look at that. He's only at 1 minute and 50 seconds with the time left. And he's already wondering and concentrating on the cleanup, even saving a loon to make sure that the outside buildings are going down even quicker. And that should be another 3-star, even though the minions were not the quickest. But this should improve their average time for sure, going then into the next rotation of attacks.
You know, we used to say Queen Charge Lalo. You want to see the Lalo being deployed at the 1 minute 30 mark, but Rigores gets it all done by that time. So it's just crazy to imagine how well he picks apart these bases and knows exactly when to use it. The time management, the resource management is just perfect coming in from Rigores.
Yeah, it was really well done, and especially with how they're approaching the bases, which means he had an L shape created, but instead of what you typically see, like flying just the L shape and, I don't know, like blimping the town or something, he just started in the middle of that L shape. I mean, this is not common, but with this approach, you can have the middle part taking care of the main group of Lalo. Then you have a back-end Lalo part, which he did. The Royal Champion taking down one corner. All of this happening at the same time, working together, makes it a bit more risky. But at the same time, it's just so much faster, which really shows as well true skill with like being able to multitask all of those different pieces then together.
Yeah, it definitely means multitasking. That's why you see they save a Hound as well at times so they can test for the second portion of Loons. But Aram's coming in next for VM Legacy, or more Root Riders. Early setup as well. One Root Rider supporting that Queen on the right-hand side, which will help take pressure off of the Expo. We'll see if it opens up any walls. We should be able to see that Root Rider, but it's going towards that right-hand side. All the main portion is going towards the Town Hall, and we have that Warden ability, which will protect them from that Giga Poison.
Yeah, it's trying to rage them up so they're getting out of the Town of Poison as quickly as possible, because remember, it's not just the Root Riders which have to get out there, it's the Warden as well, and he's now following quickly with that rage together. The Queen getting wall breaks into the far right side, the same as the Royal Champ with the remaining P.E.K.K.A from the Siege Barracks, which unfortunately already went down. But now everything is about this core. The Root Riders have to get through this as quickly as possible. The King ability has not even been used yet, which is a really positive thing for him, because the splash of his epic equipment can really get the 3-star even quicker and completely take down the back end of this base.
Yeah, this is a really dominating triple here as well, coming in from Herya. The World Champions on cleanup on that left-hand side. She's chasing a few of those skeletons that did pop up here. He also left that Eagle Artillery up, which could have done so much damage to those Root Riders, but look how many that Aram still has left. 1 minute 30. He only has 5 buildings still left to clean up there on the southern side. A few hidden testers popping up there, but he gets it done. Another triple on the board for VM Legacy. This is definitely going to be a close match, Itsu.
Yeah, they're staying around the same time, which means like the average time which they needed so far for their 3 stars. And Tribe is still way above that at the moment. They have another chance of like improving that to tie up the attack amount overall. But otherwise, there is a small lead for VM Legacy at this current time. And well, the question is again, what does Tribe bring? And as well, what type of base does VM Legacy bring to the table with their next defense? Because so far, in the last remaining matches, they always use those invisibility tower setups. With the last defense, though, in this match, they have used a complete different style of base again, which is typically catering more towards the attack style of Tribe then. Well, does Tribe repeat that, though, now with the Root Riders as well on their side?
Yeah. For those just tuning in, we saw the similar bases or base style being used from VM Legacy, and the strategy behind this is that fair enough, they might be able to crack it and get a triple down, but it is very risky with those double invisibilities. So they're hoping to see just one of these attacks fail, because that might be just what sways their matches. Now, we saw previous attacks on these style bases do really, really well, but we've also seen some attacks completely fail and get that 1-star, because the risky Town Hall with those invisibility spell towers in the middle cost some of these teams their entire match, and they even went home because of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can not take the risk on those one. And this is like what those pros have to work with right now. Like they have to kind of start things quite early and make their attacks a bit weaker intentionally to get the quicker time. But if you are starting that early, it gives it gives more options that the base is defending, and especially with an invisibility tower, which is really punishing if you cannot set it up correctly, or I cannot really avoid it correctly, I should say. Then this could really cause big fails. We have seen quite a few 1-stars as well versus this base style setup, and this can cost you already the entire match, especially at this level of the competition.
Yeah, we did mention a few ways to counter that. So if you at home are facing some challenges like that, one way is with a log launcher or a bunch of freezes maybe in there, or you could bring in a bunch of lightning spells and just completely eliminate them off of the base. Now, Nebrox is up next. He does love his Electro Dragons. The setup is already done. Few loons and a baby dragon on the north. We have the queen next to the town hall. Now there is an invisibility spell tower. That might be what his freezes are for, because he's got that blimp sailing towards it already. There goes the freeze. Town hall takedown should be secured. And we're also protecting those electro dragons towards the heart of Ninja's base.
Yeah, and this looks solid, even though Tornado Trap is now on the other side, because this base was used already multiple times by Ninj. And Tornado Trap, I think, was on the other side on the back end. They have now switched the side, so they have the same bases with different trap setups, which can be useful for sure if you're facing teams which are then, like, I don't know, watching as well some of the other teams attacking the base. But the lightning so far look great, but the back end is still standing strong for this base.
Yeah, the Electric Dragons are pretty nice because they have some really nice chain value when these defenses are grouped up. However, he only has 2 more remaining on the right-hand side. He does still have the Royal Champion. 1 single spell still left. There goes that Royal Champion ability. Seeking Shield will go forwards, do some damage on these nearby defenses. What worries me is that the enemy queen is still standing. The Fox does make the Royal Champion invisible, but Nebrox does not look happy.
Oh, like, even if this is a 3-star, it should be a quite slow one. And if there's even more Black Mines, this could result in a fail with the Scatter Shot and the back-end Expo. The Electro Dragons have not many hit points, and they cannot reach the Scatter. The Queen is there, but... No, wait, the Queen actually went down. It's only the King alive, and Nebrax is failing again.
Oh no, this is heartbreaking. There's only a few defenses left. The King is trying to get through. The Phoenix is doing some work. The Frosty's still up, actually slowing the defense. This actually could be huge. The Frosty's slowing down the scatter shot, which means the Phoenix can get some damage down. The King is tanking. The healers are still alive. He does have a decent amount of time. The problem is he going to get through these walls in time to get it down? The Phoenix just goes down. I wish the scatter shot did not go for the Phoenix there. King will get that scatter shot down. He's starting to break through these walls here as well. The healer's trying ever so hard. It's just a race against the clock. Can he get it done to get those final 2 buildings down, though?
Well, and this is why you upgrade your walls, and you can... Expo. It's going to be the defense 99%, and this means VAE Legacy have the huge advantage right now on their side. It's a star advantage, which can really get pushed into the later stages of this match, and we have seen VAE Legacy what they're able to do with such leads. They are switching their style of attacking, switching from Root Riders to something where they're feeling even safer with, and that could now happen with the remaining attacks of VAE Legacy.
Yeah, 1 building stood there for Nebrox. This is what we said earlier with Carbon Fin, that you need to bring cleanup. 1 minion for that ground expo could have been the triple for Nebrox, and they wouldn't have been giving the lead over. Now it's all in VAE Legacy's hands. Will they be able to put themselves in the driver's seat and continue their triple streak and stay strong? Whoever wins this match will be going back up to the upper bracket and to the grand finals of the 2024 World Warmups.
That's right. It's just... this one match is all what is between them right now and the finals. And obviously, with every single match win, with like proceeding through the ranks higher and higher and making it then maybe all the way up to the champion title. But either way, we have VAE Legacy up next. They are, well, the question is, are they still with enough time to switch plans, or are they just going with the mass Root Riders? It seems like they had not enough time to switch things up, but they will take their time within the attack. So no blimp, Root Riders, everything at the same time. And this means now for everyone watching at home and maybe want to pick up something for a Root Rider attack, this is the attack you want to watch, because he has his time, he takes his time, and he's first off taking down the tunnel compartment, and then slowly starting at the top side with the Root Riders. The important thing as well is splitting your queen from the mass Root Rider push, and then this should give you even more value.
Yeah, if you take note, he had a bunch of loons still in this army composition as well, because he saw that there's not that many defenses that can target air around that town hall. So once the town hall was down, those loons could just fly, and they actually even got one of those ground expos down, which is very valuable for the back end of a base because it does quite a bit of damage. Root Riders, although they are still pushing through, we have that Warden ability already used, so we have to wait and see how much damage that these Root Riders take. There are some skeleton spells distracting some of these defenses around that monolith specifically, and the single Inferno.
Yeah, that's always the risk with using the single Inferno towers. If there is someone bringing the skeleton spells, that can be a huge advantage to the attacker. On the back end, though, the queen, remember, there is no ability for her, but the freeze is keeping her alive. The Root Riders are going through the defense like it's nothing. We can see the smile already on his face. He's getting that 3-star in, and that is the pressure they need to put onto Tribe to have a chance in this match, and they are keeping the lead. It doesn't matter at this point what Tribe does. Tribe just needs to stay close, but the lead is staying with VM Legacy. They have everything in their hand.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, as this attack started, Darkstar could just take his time with this because of that 99% that we saw from the Brox. So in the beginning, we were a little bit worried who's going to be pulling time in their favor, but now it's just about making sure that the triples are in. The triples will be holding the lead, giving them that extra 1-star, going from one round of attacks to the next, and they're just being very solid, getting another triple on the board, which means Tribe have to do it again, and they just really have to hope that VM Legacy falls short on one of their attacks. Now, VM Legacy, they're in the lower bracket because they have had some attacks slipping up, very unfortunately. So it is doable for a defense. Just will it happen in this match?
Big question, but for now we have Tribe getting their next attack in, and they have to make this count. They have to get this 3-star. Exosis is in with the Root Riders, getting that queen separated, having the Root Rider push now towards the town hall, with using the siege barracks again on the far side of their town hall.
Early Warden ability yet again, protecting these Root Riders from the splash damage from the scatter shot, but the multi-inferno on the left as well. Few of them did stray off there with the World Champion and the King. They can get some good value as they trail from defense to defense around all of these defenses that are stunned and locked in place from the Overgrowth spell, the Monolith, the double single Inferno, the Scattershot, even the Eagle Artillery. They will return back to the battlefield as it wears off, doing some damage on some of these troops that are approaching the heart of Ariam's base.
Yeah, the single Inferno tower is trying to somehow deal enough damage, but with the Roger ability and a Seeking Shield, those buildings are just going down, and there is no chance for the base. He is celebrating, not looking that happy just because of what happened to his teammate earlier, and they are still hoping for a defense. It's now going into the last set of attacks, both teams with one attack each. If VM Legacy is getting the 3-star, they are going to win this entire match. Well, then it's out of hands for Tribe, but if VM Legacy is getting somehow a 99 or lower, then Tribe has still the chance of coming back.
Yeah, the pressure is on the final attackers. The stats below me show the reason why. 4 attacks in each, 12 stars to 11. As you can see, it really is just that one building holding short there for Tribe Gaming. If the next attack from VM triples, they will be staying strong and going to the grand final. Synchronic is there waiting to see who that they're about to face, because at the end of the day, we will be crowning a champion already.
Yeah, just so crazy. VM Legacy dropping down versus Synchronic in the first match of the upper bracket, and since then non-stop performing on the highest level, fighting their way all the way back now through the lower bracket, and it looks really solid for them. We have Cynthy going in with a Lalo. No Hog Riders on this one. He is switching things up with the Lightnings, and as well a Skelly Donut on top of that.
Yeah, he's got the 2 lightning spells, 2 earthquakes in here. I wonder what equipment that he's got. Is this exactly what
No.
Carbon was looking for? I mean, the Skelly Donut gets good value. We got the Eagle Artillery and the Clan Castle down, a Ricochet Cannon. There goes the Earthquake and the Lightning, and the Giant Arrow flies all the way across the base, clearing out some of those defenses, but also activating both of the invisibility spell towers on that Town Hall.
Carbon has said it. You can activate those Invis towers with that equipment for sure. And that's exactly what Cynthy did. Now with the Blimp, he does not need to worry about, like, well, the Invis towers at all. He does not need to invest any freezes. And instead, he's just going for the Town Hall. As well, he's doing what Carbon said. The Hound and Sneaky Goblins inside that Blimp to take down the Town Hall and have even more tankiness of triggering traps and tanking for his loons. And this attack looks spectacular, amazing, really, really clean from Cynthy.
This is absolutely fantastic. We have distraction there on the north-hand side. It's a single Inferno, so these loons can absolutely just fly over. There is still an invisibility spell tower present here, which will go off. The World Champion ability there as well, but it does not even matter. He used the Giant Arrow in the World Warmups here, and got the triple down, and it was a fast one as well. Look at the smile on his face. He is so chuffed with himself. What a performance from Cynthy, and the amount of loons still remaining. He was ready to do it yet again.
That was an amazing attack for sure. He did find the one incredible way of using that giant arrow, and it was with a ton of value, taking down the monolith, so there's no second layer damage for the queen, activating the Invis towers across the base, and this then meant that his Blimp could easily take down the town hall, even with another trick then, because if there is a wall circle around the town hall building, this means there can't be any traps. No spring traps, no giant, no small bombs, no traps whatsoever. And with this, you can bring one lava hound inside your clan castle and then just fill the remaining open space with sneaky goblins. And the town hall will always go down with that combination as long as there is no active Invis towers close to it. And that's what he did. Really smart play, completely taking down the base. And with that, VM Legacy gets their rematch in the finals versus Synchronic.
Yep, they're going through to the grand finals. Very heartbreaking to say goodbye to Tribe, but they just fell short. One building. I mean, if the next attack triples, it would have been just one building holding them back here. Now, Kronos, let's see if they can end strong with a triple on Fluxy's base, just to say that they can get it done. We've got the ring base with the double invisibility tower yet again on Fluxy's base. Queen on the left with the king. Zapquake clearing off one of the invisibility spell towers already.
Yeah, already really solid value with the lightnings early on, getting now into that, further into the base with his heroes. He has the lock launcher selected, so he will take advantage of the logs and then of probably with sneaky goblins to take down the town hall and the surroundings. And there we go, the lock launcher is in. He has to be careful though with the Expo. If the king is out of range, the Expo might switch to the lock launcher, which could cause some problems. But so far the king is taking nicely, but now it's switching, but really nice play ahead. He used the loons to take down the Expo. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's really nice. Walls are open. Log launcher is approaching. Let's see what's in it, as it got that rage already set to get that town hall down. Now the loons are approaching from both sides of this base towards that monolith, but also in towards the town hall. The Yetis secured the town hall takedown. Warden ability protecting these loons, going from a lot of splash damage in, and we also have the multi-archer tower freezing that air defense on the right-hand side. Now, unfortunately, a lot of loons from the middle will be going down. King's clearing up around the outside, but Kronos still has the World Champion, which will go back into the middle of this base, get the Inferno down, and Kronos ends with a triple. VM Legacy standing strong and will be returning to the upper brackets to face against Synchronic for the championship title here in the World Warmups. They want to get it done. They've done so well so far.
Yeah, they have done so well, but then, well, Tribe has struggled in the last couple of matches, and with struggled, I mean, there was one attack in each of those matches, and that was already enough for the other teams to take advantage of that. It was one building only in this one.
Yeah, that 99 is so heartbreaking. I feel so bad for them. But VM Legacy, they had an amazing performance. Look, triple after triple, back to back as well. In all of these wars, Ninj won the 1v1 for his team as well. They're just showing that they are dominating and they are to be feared. This is going to be an epic matchup in the grand finals.
Yes, and I feel like if there's one player to highlight, it has to be Ninj. His capability of attacking first, being quick and everything is just mind-blowing to me. But Carbon, back to the cast. What did you think about this match? I think there was one moment which you liked quite a bit.
I could just say my day is now complete. I saw the giant arrow. Let's go coming in from Cynthy. What an attack to get the value. And you don't see it all too often because it could be relatively on a slower side, plus not as reliable. But Cynthy is so good and delivers, and it's such an amazing performance from VM Legacy that we can bring up the bracket here to show you that they have now made it to the grand finals. But take note of this. Look, who did VM Legacy play in the very first round to get sent down to the lower bracket? Yes, Synchronic. So they lost the very first match against Synchronic, and then they had to go through the gauntlet through the bottom, and look who they've taken out. They have taken out attacks of Imperium Titans, early attacks, NAVI, and now Tribe Gaming. This is a test through the lower bracket, and this is their opportunity in the grand finals. But VM Legacy must win 2 in a row to be crowned the champions because they must force a bracket reset.
That's right. They have to win twice, which is, well, way easier said than done because so far Synchronic has done outstanding on offense and defense. They have brought their own style into this tournament with the jump, spell, and root rider approach, which has done great for them so far. They were super consistent on offense, and that is not going to be easy to beat whatsoever. But if there is a team right now, especially with the current momentum, I think it has to be VM Legacy, which can challenge them.
Yeah, I mean, a main question for me is that VM Legacy, I mean, they jumped down to that lower bracket, which means they've played more matches and they have less bases that are hidden. Synchronic have a little bit of an advantage there because they're already there. They played less matches and they could have some spare hidden tricks up their sleeve. We'll just have to wait and see what they bring.
Well, VM Legacy's literally had to play the most amount of matches since they've come down from the lower bracket after the very first one. And Synchronic has played the least amount of matches, which means that the bases could be essentially all burned for VM Legacy. Do they switch some things around? And the thing is, you can't just rotate the base, because if you rotate the base, it will go immediately on a 24-hour cooldown. So all you could do is just change some traps. That's really all you could do of trying to bait some certain attacks if you're going to rerun a base. So it's really going to come down to mind games if VM Legacy are out of bases to run.
And we have seen that already. I mean, the base which Ninj has used in the match versus Navi, then in the 1v1, and then now versus Tribe, it has defended, I think, at least the Tribe match. But what he did and what made it like really important to note is that he changed the traps, I think, in pretty much every single option which he had, where he had the chance to do so. He had the tornado trap switched completely and flipped that from the Tribe, like the 1v1 to the Tribe match, which could have been a complete different outcome if Nebr would not fly into the tornado trap early on. His Legendary Dragons could have spread way better. The chains would have been way better, and this could have been actually then a 3-star. But instead, the tornado trap was switched, and this is like the mind games we were talking about, like mind games, switching traps, and in the end, like there's no real advantage of knowing that base already, at least kinda.
Yeah, it also felt like Synchronic were playing the slow and steady game in previous ones as well. Like they were playing it a bit safer. They were maybe a little bit behind on time at times, but they were really quickly for the most part. Now, I'm wondering what's going to happen because they like to use those jump spells and on these bases. Now, I'm not sure how that will work with the bases, though, that VM Legacy have been using. What do you think, Carbon?
That's true. Now I'm thinking about it. Is VM Legacy just going to continue to run those double invisibility spells that cover the whole core to slow things down? Which means that Synchronic is going to kind of have to do what Tribe Gaming did of bringing different attacks. And it could come down to the fact that you're so used to using Root Riders and Valks at the moment that if you have to switch to something else, you're just like, wait, I haven't done it in a little bit. I'm kind of a little bit rusty. So that could play a role. And I'm sure that Synchronic doesn't have bases that are similar to what VM Legacy is doing of the double invis in the core, because they didn't prepare any bases maybe like that, as all the bases had to have been already made so that they're ready for today. So it's going to really come down to the small mistakes that we've seen throughout this weekend that has determined matches.
And I would just love to know right now what is going through the head of the teams, especially right now for VM Legacy, with deciding what base they're going to pick. Because as you said, it's going to be like there has to be some type of strategy. Like, do they expect Synchronic to already have attacked those type of bases? Do they think that they know how to beat them? I mean, they have used them versus NAVI. It's somewhat backfired because NAVI has gotten 15 stars against them. So then the question is, they were switching things up for his tribe. It has gotten them the 1 defense. Is that now then plus point or not a plus point for the bases? It's like a really tricky choice, and would just love to know what those teams are just right now going through decision-wise, especially for the defense.
Yeah, well, they've also had some time as well because they've been sat in that upper bracket. Whilst we've been going through the lower bracket, there's been a lot of matches, a lot of attacks, and there's been a lot of attacks going in on these bases, though. So maybe they even had time to sit there. Maybe they had a friend that had a similar base, and maybe they could have been practicing in the meanwhile, and maybe they figured out how to use their jump spell on it or how to crack them just as good as some of the other players did. But we'll just have to wait and see.
And also the important point to bring up is, since this is a grand finals, maybe we can bring up the graphic of the prize pool, because there is a lot of money on the line, with first place trying to win themselves $10,000. So VM Legacy, they're going to have to win 2 times in a row in order to get that, because this is a $30,000 tournament for the total prize pool for all of the prize distribution. So it's really, the favor is in Synchronic, because all they have to do is just win 1 match out of the next 2 to be crowned the champions of the world's warm-up. If they don't, then VM Legacy will take it. So it's a tough road for VM Legacy, but they've been pushing all the way through the lower bracket. They've shown that they can do it, and they want their revenge, since it was Synchronic who sent them down to the lower bracket to start.
Yeah, and the question is as well then, if, as Coke mentioned, if there's any secrets still left over from the teams. I'm not really expecting anything crazy, surprisingly new from VM Legacy, because they had already they had no second option anymore, right? They were on the lower bracket, there was no second life for them anymore, so they had to bring out everything they possibly had. But on the other side, Synchronic, they had the opportunity of holding back some things. Because they were non-stop in the upper bracket, so they had their second tournament life always as an option, and this gave them way more opportunities to then maybe hold something back. I'm not sure how strategically clever that is, but it is always there as an opportunity that they have maybe some approaches tested for some of those bases, which, especially with the different style of base building from VM Legacy, could be really helping them out in this final match and be even a bigger surprise factor, which VM Legacy then has to somehow plan around.
Yeah. Well, before we take a short little break whilst we prep the final match, we've done a lot of predictions, and I think me and Itsu have been going first a lot of time. So I'm going to ask you first now, Calvin. What do you think is going to happen in the next match?
Okay, so what I think is going to happen in this one, I think I'm going to go, I've been right, I've been wrong. I'm left and right here. I'm almost a flip of a coin of getting it right. I'm going VM Legacy, because they have momentum of winning and knowing that they could take down some top teams, and they're going for that revenge. What about you, Itsu?
I think I would just go with the defensive style, which might sound like I'm going with VM Legacy, but I think VM Legacy has already shown their cards too much and too often that I don't think that Synchronic cannot handle them. And at the same time, Synchronic, they're one of the teams as well which are insanely talented in base building and coming up with new stuff, like inventing new things with their base building team, and they've shown as well on offense. So that's why I'm going with them in the final.
For me, I think it's tough, but I agree with Carbon. I had the same mindset. I think that VM Legacy, they are on a streak. They went to the lower bracket and it was perfect after perfect. They took advantage of where that they were sat against their opponents, and I think that they can do it again. And I think VM Legacy are going to fall into that driver's seat and take the victory after that match. But Synchronic, I don't think they're going to be far behind.
Yeah, they're not going to be far behind, but the match is not going to be far behind as well, because that's going to be coming very soon. So we're going to take a quick short break and be back with the grand finals. And welcome back here. It is now time to get ready for the grand finals between Synchronic and VM Legacy. Itsu, are you ready?
I am so ready for this rematch. It's going to be crazy to see which team has somehow the miracle answer to defense and maybe to offense to speed things up even more. It's going to be a great showdown.
Indeed. So let's go and recap how these teams got to the grand finals here, where Synchronic came from the upper bracket, and their very first opponent was indeed VM Legacy, sending them to the lower bracket. Then Synchronic was able to then take out NAVI, and then take down Tribe Gaming, but lo and behold, VM Legacy from the lower bracket not only took down Imperium Titans, early attacks, but also NAVI and Tribe Gaming. So both these teams have gone through some incredible opponents just to get here. But Synchronic have the advantage currently at the moment due to the fact that they're coming from the upper bracket. So if Synchronic wins this match, it is it. They're the champions, and it's all over. But if VM Legacy get the victory, they will do one more match, and that will determine who is crowned the champion and wins $10,000.
You said it right. There's a lot on the line for those two teams going all out, not only for claiming to be the first champion of a big tournament on Tournament 16, but as well the big amount of prize money with $10,000 for the first seed. It's going to be really, really a lot of action. Root Riders, Lalo, we have seen a lot as well with teams speeding things up, and hopefully a giant arrow as well, right?
Hopefully. Absolutely. I would love to see it. But, you know, imagine while you and I are casting, if we see a fireball. Oh, I can only imagine here. But let's go. The grand finals has kicked off, and Ninj is in with the Root Riders and Valkyries going across this base with the Town Hall off to the left, and the Queen can actually step her way to the Town Hall if he has a wall break, but he actually doesn't. But there is one little wall open to which can allow the Queen to go in, but it looks like some Root Riders are kind of actually pathing in different directions here.
Yeah, the water was like split up in between. Like, should I go left, right, and he was always bouncing between those different groups. But the Rage in the core on defense is hitting hard versus those Root Riders. There's a lot of damage on them. The Monolith deals a lot of damage as well behind the tunnel. That's why he's getting frozen up. The Queen is not walking into that tunnel compartment. This is spelling bad news for a Ninj.
Oh, that is really bad. If that Queen was supposed to make her way to the Town Hall, and that's where you could have used the funneling troop to help get her to go there. But the Queen, okay, she comes back. There's the Rage. She should be able to secure the Town Hall. No! No. This can't be a 1. This cannot be a 1 to start off the very first attack of the grand finals. He sends a Barbarian to go in with the Super Barb. Oh, no, wait a second. The RC ability has also been forced. No.
Oh, no. Does history repeat? We had already a huge defense in their first match, and Synchronic was just able to play it safe, sending VM Legacy down to the lower bracket. And it seems like it's going to be the same story again. This time it's Ninj falling short with the 1 star. The troops were just splitting up too much. The Warden could not decide which group to follow. The Queen did not go for the Town Hall. And this messed up the entire attack.
Wow. Just like that, the whole tone of this match has completely changed. Because we know from history that not a single team who is getting a 1 star has come back to win, which means does VM Legacy have a chance to change that? Will they make it and try to win the grand finals and force a bracket reset? Now Synchronic, this is completely going to be changing their plans. Now they don't have to go for speed. They can just go for stars. They can even mess up 2 attacks and still have a chance. As long as the percentages is above a 91%, then they'll still have a chance at winning the war.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for them, especially with how good they were in this, I would say, like, safety mode, where you really try to not care about time. It's all about then those safe 3 stars. You just try to set up your hero dive, you're trying to set up the follow-up, you're trying to make sure that everything is as safe as possible. But the first attack, they had no time to really switch things up. and that's why they're going in versus this base. But it's a complete different approach, right? I think it's a lot of Super Barbarians and less Root Riders.
Yeah, with 20 Super Barbs here as the Witches are down. Root Riders and the Log Launcher is specifically going to go into the core to help try to activate the invisibility spells. But remember, he's dropping some Earthquakes to help open the walls even quicker so that the Logs can kind of skip to the other side, activating the other invisibility spell. But he needs to pass his way into the core. He does have one Root Rider coming there, and there's the King coming in late to help clear the whole core.
But that is such a smart thing with the epic gauntlet equipment. The King and the splash damage is just so good versus those stacked up defense in the core. The second Invis Tower is already triggered. And this attack is just genius. An incredible answer to this setup of base, which has done so good in the past. And the core should go down. Happening for the King. Remember, he's coming back now with Phoenix to take down hopefully some more defenses. And wait a second, troops are slowly dying out.
Yeah, the troops going down, but he's still going to loop his way through. The Queen unfortunately stepped through into a wall, had to beat through it, and the Warden is getting hit by the Eagle, which is definitely an awkward angle where the Eagle is to the outside of his base, but he now is working through it, taking it down. Does still have the Royal Champion ability to skip across, but this is racking up some time. Granted, their opponent did get a 1-star. So this is going to get a 3-star here, dropping a freeze onto the ground expo. Royal Champion jumping, and it is indeed a triple here for Synchronic. Simon getting it done, giving them a 2-star lead here. Great attack, and what a counter to use that King to go into the core to help clear the middle and get that value.
Yeah, really smart choice. Really great breakdown of the base and not just going with the default army composition and really adjusting the army, adding more Super Barbarians because you had the access to all of the defenses from the outside really quick. So Super Barbarians are still one of the best options for base types like that then. So now it's back to VM Legacy, and all they can do at this point is just go 4 attacks, 4 3-stars, and somehow hope for miracle defenses to, well, turn this match around.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something to have a chance in this match, since that 1-star is definitely demoralizing for players. But there's always a chance. They always have an opportunity. You know, you might be at home and you're like, oh, 1-star, you're already calling, you're already thinking it's over. I mean, the odds of coming back is very low, but it's still there. So they have an opportunity. They need to continue to triple and hope to get some fails. The one bright spot in that 1-star is that it was in the 90s, right? So it was a higher percentage. So if a fail does come in, which it could be a bad fail depending on the base designs of VM Legacy, if they're continuing to be like that Town Hall in the core, could also be a 1-star. You never know. Something could go horribly wrong for Synchronic, but Flexi coming in with the Root Riders as well, but he is taking that overgrowth that we've been seeing so many times here.
And that's an interesting setup of base here. Again, with the Rage Tower. We have seen a lot of Poison Towers as well, but this is the Rage Tower setup. He's using the Overgrowth spell. That's an interesting use really early on, redirecting most of his troops. And now he has an entire split. Some troops are at the top side, some at the bottom, and the Queen is walking all the way back into the base around the bottom compartment.
Yeah, she can make her way towards that Ricochet Cannon, but had just dealt with the enemy Royal Champion. The Ice Golems are there, which they are getting distracted on a Root Rider, but this King needs to path his way back to the core as he sends in a freeze to the Town Hall. And the King still got his ability, luckily, but unfortunately, he can't reach that Mileif with the King. The Warden is going to die off. Oh, that's the Royal Champion there that's next to the Mileif, taking it down with her ability.
Yeah, the Hog Riders with the haste vial of that Royal Champion are just going through the backhand like it's nothing. The King ability takes down the outside buildings, and that is going to be the 3-star. It always looks so close when the defenses are coming back from the Overgrowth spell and like waking up again, and then suddenly everything disappears. So really nicely done by Flexi, getting the 3-star which they needed to somehow have the chance of coming back with a miracle defense. But it's now back to Synchronic on the other side. And the question now remains, Are they switching things up? They have done in the past a lot of different approaches. We have seen from Einstein, for example, Queen Charge Lalo, where a match did not come down to time, where he feels really, really good as he is one of, for sure, the best Queen Charge attackers out there who can be really, really breaking down bases nicely with this approach. So that would be something I would expect from him, for example. Mark, we have seen from him dragons and other attack strategies already. So looking forward to what they're bringing to the table with their next attacks.
The question is, how are they going to be able to take down those double invisibility spell towers where they're covering the whole core, which we're assuming is going to be the same across the board for the town halls. Granted, we saw some changes when they took on NAVI. They didn't do all 5 of the same base. So are they going to run all 5 of these types of bases? Or are they going to switch it up and have some different bases in the match? Because we saw from the very first attack of Synchronic that they absolutely crushed it using that king to follow the log launcher into the middle. It's a very strong strategy, and it can definitely mess you up if you're in Legends because you might not have the right attack for the base, but in War, you get to plan and change your troops. So that's a different mindset when you're competing in Legends League versus War attacks.
I mean, that's why I'm always, whatever strategy I'm running in Legends, I always have a log launcher with my army composition, because this always gives me at least a better chance. Maybe not the best opportunity, but at least a decent chance of getting those bases out with having to trigger those Invis towers early on. Versus most other bases, the log launcher then is not that great. It's like just this safety net if you're facing one of those invisibility towers. Yeah. But, well, is it going to be the answer for the next attacks then of Synchronic? Or are they come up again with some really, really cool, really base-dependent approach, like the king separate for the town hall?
Yeah, we've seen a handful of very successful attacks with those log launchers in the core. And, okay, it's not the double invisibility spell for VM Legacy that Aram's running is the double poison spell towers, as it is indeed Root Riders and Valkyries with that queen to the bottom. King's going to path his way into this multi-arch tower as he finds a Tesla farm. Very nice use of a skeleton spell out in front, but Synchronic is really liking to use the jump spell instead of the overgrowth that we've seen from teams like Tribe and others in an attack like this, as we are seeing the king ability getting used as this queen's going to continue her way to the left as the Warden Eternal Tome is protecting everything.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, base choice, because this was a base which Synchronic already 3-starred, if I remember correctly, in the past with exactly this approach. I think with the last approach versus this base, it was that the king lured out the clan castle way earlier and then he delayed the Root Riders. But this time around, he is starting with the Root Riders way earlier, which means the king gets way further into the core and even takes out the town hall with the Phoenix.
Yeah, that king got a fantastic value as super minions coming out of that siege barracks. Royal Champion still going through, and look at that P.E.K.K.A. that is also going to help take out that mortar. Moving on through, getting distracting and tanking that Ground Expo to protect the Royal Champion. Drops the final handful of freezes, and we got ourselves a 3-star. Continuing to bring the 3 stars in for Synchronic. Great attack here, General X. And now it's going to be harder and harder for VM Legacy, as there's less attacks for Synchronic to mess up, to try to make a comeback possible for VM Legacy.
Yeah, it's like with every successful attack, they're getting closer to the champion, or like being crowned the champion with this tournament. But, well, VM Legacy, all they can do at this point is just non-stop 3-starring, and we have to hope that they can somehow make this work so that Synchronic is getting challenged with then, well, at least a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, any pressure you can put on them is definitely what you need to do there. But the Root Riders, Valkyries, and just the attacks in general are so strong from these pros. And I really, really would be interested to see the stats after this tournament and compare the number of how many 1-stars we've seen versus 1-stars in previous tournaments over the years. I feel like, this is a bold statement, I don't know, I feel like maybe anyone watching here, that if you're watching this tournament here, that there's almost like more 1-stars now at the Title 16 here, because they're trying to be quick with it, than we almost saw all combined at 15. I mean, in terms of tournaments, it's wild the amount of them that we're seeing. But Darkstar is coming with 38 balloons here.
That is going to be a huge loon parade for sure, but it's only one hound. Is that going to be enough to tank for those loons? He has one bad spell as well, which typically is getting used to like tank and air defense, for example. The Royal Champion is getting turned invisible to get even more value because those multi-infernal towers in the core, he wants to take those out for sure.
With that RC ability going off and the shield skipping across, it does actually remove one sweeper, which was to the bottom side, and using some balloons and following behind a bat spell to help try to go for that air defense as the Warden is down with the balloons and the blimp to fly to that Town Hall, as the RC is going to go down to the defensive Ice Golem, but hopefully there's no tornado trap near this Town Hall, and the Yetis are safe, taking that Town Hall down.
Yeah, second star is already in, but there is more loons coming in as well. The Hound tanking the back end, the Queen taking down the Expo, and it seems like there is just so many loons left alive. It is mind-blowing, controlling all of those at the same time, and Darkstar getting it done with another 3-star for his team. And it seems like, I don't know how, but VM Legacy always find this one attack which they're having early into the match, struggling versus the base of Synchronic. And then it's just so hard to come back from that.
It just seems like Synchronic has the number of VM Legacy. With Synchronic, that sent them down to the lower bracket, and they're looking to send them down again in the grand finals. And VM Legacy had such a great run in the lower brackets that they're making it here. Coca and I thought, it's the momentum coming in, taking down NAVI after you had to go in a 1v1 tiebreaker, but unfortunately, just one attack can change everything in a match like this. And that 1-star that came in from Ninj, which he was the one that helped propel them to this scenario here when he defeated stars in the 1v1. So now Synchronic, they just continue the 3 stars, and they're going to be looking good.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. Really concentrate on their offense, making sure that they're picking as safe options as possible and strategies as safe as possible as well. And so far, they have went with the Root Riders. Do they switch that up? As we said, we have highlighted a couple of players who like to run other strategies as well, like Einstein with the Queen charges, like Mark, who has done already as well some air attacks as well. All of those things are still on the table for them to use. And I think what they have done as well in the first match versus VM Legacy, I think, was just like a super safe 2-star in the end. Like nothing even crazy. Like they don't care about their hit rate maybe over the tournament. They just care about the result, which I think is the smartest way to approach those matches.
Yeah, we've only seen it happen twice where time was a factor. So at the end of the day, maybe you don't think about time and you really just go for getting the perfect war. You're going for the 3 stars. And you've talked about it before where you could think about time for the beginning portion of the attacks. Maybe attack number 1, attack number 2 could be where time is a factor. And then the rest of them, you can start to think about just getting the 3 stars because, yes, getting a fast attack is very nice. So in the back of your mind, if you do have a fast attack close to 60 to 70 seconds, then if it does indeed come to time towards the end, you can have a chance at winning.
Yeah, that's from right. In the tournament, it happened not too often. It were a lot of high scores, but the 15-15 score did not happen that many times. And even the one time where it did happen, it was still tied. I mean, time was still tied, which was crazy enough already. But we have the next attack in, and Einstein is as well going in with the Root Riders, so they're not switching things up overall. They're just going in with the mass Root Riders. And the question now is, where is he coming in from? Is he going from the far side with a log launcher, or is he going to be something different? To start things off, it's going to be the Lightnings, and not something, more common, I guess, with the jump approach, which they have done otherwise.
Yeah, but he does have a log launcher selected at the moment, unless he decides to switch that up, as Root Riders are down with the Valks to move into the enemy Queen. And he does indeed decide to stay with the log launcher. Why? Look where the Town Hall is. And look what's next to it, the invisibility spell tower. If that was probably a poison spell, if that was a rage, you probably would not go with the log launcher and go with the siege barracks. But because the log launcher and the logs can hit the buildings way out in front, causing the invisibility spell to get activated, then it will wear off and then you can help take it down later.
Yeah, and that was a really nice use case. for the lock launcher, making sure that the spare tower is not having as much impact. The queen still walking around this far right side with not that much damage there. She's having just a great time of taking down defenses left and right without even having to worry about her own life. And then we have the Root Riders pushing through the core. The king is taking down the entire far left side. The healers are getting spawned for the queen. And it seems like this base is done, with the Royal Champion being on the back end as well.
No way this base is going to defend after that value. Einstein taking it down. Brilliant attack here, and has plenty of time remaining. And I'm still thinking back to a moment that Coco brought up of, we used to talk about Lalo attacks being, well, you got to get the Lalo down with about 1.5 minutes left. The attack's already over by then. Like, you don't even have to worry. Like, it's going down so quick that you don't have to worry about trying to come in at 1.5 minutes. Oh, you're going to time fail if you don't do this. Time fails are just, if you see a time fail, then you're like, something definitely went wrong in the original plan to get a 3-star at this stage of the competition. But very nice attack there. That is now 3 for 3 here for Synchronic. They only have 2 more attacks to go, and technically these last 2 attacks for Synchronic could be 2 stars as long as they're above the 91%. They're going to be looking good.
Yeah, they can really play it safe at this stage, while on the other side again, VM Legacy, I mean, they don't have many other options. They have to just non-stop 3-star and still hoping. I mean, for them, it's the same thing since the first attack where we had the 1-star happening. They have to concentrate on their own attacks, have to somehow stay concentrated and make sure that they're hoping for a miracle, because I feel like that is what it takes. You have mentioned it earlier, not a single team so far has given away a 1-star defense. As soon as they have gotten it, they always were converted into a victory.
And it's Ariam's turn to try to continue with 3 stars. Can he do it with the Root Riders, as it starts off grabbing some nice value, including a defensive rage? And there's also another defensive rage on the other side by that Town Hall, as the Root Riders are going to look to kind of cut through the corner from the top side, as the Queen is going to walk around the edge.
Yeah, she's going to walk around not having that much damage on her. The ground expo maybe, but that's going to be quite late. We have the Siege Barracks on the far right side working with the Royal Champion coming in there as well. Some nice freezes to make sure that the damage in the core is not as critical.
The Town Hall is not activated yet, only activates once it takes some damage or hits 51% damage on the map. As he's continuing around, and there it is. Town Hall now is going to be fighting back. No warden ability anymore, so he's going to go with a freeze, but the King has that giant gauntlet, and he has made his way straight into the middle of this base, taking that Town Hall down with ease, as he's got the Queen continuing her way through to the left. The Royal Champion is getting through this monolith, and he's crushing right on through this backside.
Yeah, what a crazy attack, getting the 3-star done versus this base, completely overtaking the back end. The King has taken care of the entire core with this giant equipment. It is just massive how much damage he can provide, and this is going to be the next 3-star for Herya and for VM Legacy, increasing their score by another 3 stars.
Well done to you, Ariam, putting you up to 10 stars total, but that is only 1 star above where Synchronic is at the moment, and they have 1 less attack used. So 2-star will still give Synchronic an advantage by 1 star, but they're still looking to get the triples, as we still have attacks from Synchronic of Philip and Mark, still to close it out for their team. And all they got to do is win this match, and Synchronic will be crowned the champions of the Clash of Clans World's Warmup. And man, they competed through so many teams, not only here in the playoff stage, but in their group. Many people would have considered their group in the group stage as the toughest group to have to fight through in order to even qualify. And they came down to even having to do like a tiebreaker scenario because it was so close. So Synchronic, if you win it, is definitely deserved.
Yeah, and especially how they went through the playoff bracket. I mean, they were facing the toughest opponents for sure, with Tribe, with NAVI already in the upper bracket, and VM Legacy, which then finished coming back for the rematch, finished in the possibly second position, depending on how the next 2 attacks are going. But overall, the road was not easy whatsoever. But Philip is in with the Root Riders versus this base. And again, the Lightnings, that is a combination which they have used now quite a bit and was really successful for them.
Yeah, lightning spells are going to be used. Let's see. It's probably going to go for the Ricochet Cannon and the multi-target Inferno, maybe even the Bomb Tower. That could be some nice value to help set up a funnel potentially. Oh, he's got 7 lightning. That could go...
Eagle.
Isn't that enough to go for the Eagle? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
What is he going to go for? Yeah.
I would... Yeah, Eagle is down. Creating the pathing, which is always key for the Root Riders, since they're just attacking those defenses. So you want to make sure that you're somewhat controlling them where they're going. The Queen is now supposed to walk all the way towards the Town Hall. So she's getting wall break in there then to take down the Town Hall with the Root Riders. Yeah, the Warden ability look kind of like the Warden we're staying behind. But the Queen is supposed to get the Town Hall, the King the core of the base, the Flame Flinger, interestingly enough, to take down the far right Inferno Tower.
Yeah, with the freeze onto the Monolith, he's continuing his way in the core. And the nice thing about using the lightning spells to take out the Eagle Artillery right away is you don't have to worry about those Eagle shots raining fire down on your troops, which does so much damage, as the Queen is going with a very nice freeze there just before the invisibility spell can get activated.
Yeah, Town Hall going down. Invis Tower is now getting triggered, which is just way too late to have any impact. But the core has slowly went down as well. The back and Royal Champion, though, should be enough power to get this base out, with the Flame Flinger still being able to open and release even more troops into that base.
Yeah, the RC luckily does have the Spirit Fox going invisible, hasting her way through. The healers are actually flying across, and they are going to get taken out here. The Royal Champion is probably going to get taken out by this Monolith. Down she goes. The King's going to come back. He does have the Phoenix to come back to life. The Warden's trying his best to help keep this King up, as the Flame Flinger is about to open up, maybe with the Yetis that are... No, Super Minions. And the one problem of having Super Minions in here is there was really no other air troops other than healers, but they stayed on the Queen, which means there's going to be a lot of traps for these Super Minions.
Oh no, you just said it. There is a lot of traps, but wait a second. The Fox is attacking the air defense. If that one is going down... Wait, it's turned invisible. The Fox is taking down the air defense, and this means that... Wait, what?
Where did it go? What?
This is still fine. This is still fine.
Are you serious?
You see his reaction. He's like, what is going on?
What?
But he is making it work somehow. The Fox, on its own, turning invisible and taking down the air defense was clutch for the Superman to survive. What was that?
Like, oh my. How did that happen? The odds of perfectly timed Spirit Fox staying up, going invisible. I would love to see a replay. You know, that was wild. Taking out the air defense. That Super Minion had like no health. 0. One more shot, it would have went down. Just a regular red air bomb. Down it would have gone. And this probably would have been a 2-star, meaning there could have been a chance if there was 2 2-stars. But now that there is 4 triples from Synchronic, all they have to do is get a single 2-star, and they are crowned the champions.
Yeah, we have already seen in the past that Mark, as the finisher for his team, he is not one of those persons who's chasing the perfect hit rate or something.
Yeah.
He's just performing for his team. And if they need a safe 2-star, we will probably see him like go with something like air attack and then just like blim for the Town Hall, maybe, or another Root Rider attack. If he's just going for the safe Town Hall option. So I think he would just try to play it as safe as possible. On the other side, VM Legacy, they would need to hope for that 1-star defense, which is getting more and more unlikely.
Very, very unlikely, especially when you know you only need a 2-star for the win. Because if you are in Mark's situation and you have to get a 2-star for the victory and you end up 1-starring, losing the war, oh man, that would be tough. I don't know. That would be very tough. That would be tough to face your teammates with that. But things can happen. Things really could happen here. But Cynthy is up with the Hog Riders. We got Skelly, Donut, and It's I saw it. Did you see it? You see it? I think everyone saw it. Yep, that's it. It's the giant arrow. Let's go, Cynthy. Okay, I'm ready.
But there is no lightnings this time, and there is no Invis Tower to trigger early, okay? So
this is true.
I'm not sure if that is then the craziest value, but we will see. So far, this Donut for sure is looking amazing. He should be able to take down those key defenses he's looking for. Monolith going down as well. The Flame Flinger, great value, but he has to worry about the X-Bow, and that's why he's sending in now his King to distract that. Just the Queen is working as well. Where's the King now coming in?
Queen in for the defensive King and the Town Hall. You pop that Queen ability, it will skip all the way across. As rocket loons are going in, a healer is down. Hopefully, you can try to help keep this Queen up. Absolutely shredded right through that King, but doesn't have to worry about a clan castle. As ground skeletons, are going to go to that Flame Flinger, and that Queen is taking a lot of damage here.
Turning her invisible. He has to be careful that the X-Bow is not switching onto his Flame Flinger, but so far it looks good. The giant arrow is there, flying across, dealing a little bit of damage for the back end.
Oh, yeah.
Not that massive this time around.
Well, I mean, there's no builder huts there, so they can't get repaired. So the Grand Warden Altar is almost down, which is going to be very nice, especially when you have the Hogs coming on through, and especially Warden ability.
Yeah, the Warden ability with those Hogs together should be able to get some great value. The question now is he going to go into the Rage Tower right away, or is he going to start from the Eagle? And it seems like, no, he's going to split things up quite a bit. He's sending some Hogs from the bottom, some Hogs right into the Bomb Tower, then use the Warden ability early on to protect them, and Rage versus Rage, offense versus defense.
And that RC can get through that single target really quickly because the Queen's Giant Arrow damaged it. So the RCs can now join in with the rest of these Hogs, and the ability skips across, and Cynthy delivers. Coming in with a 3-star and bringing the Hog Riders. Great attack here, Cynthy. But they know that all Synchronic needs to get is a 2-star, and they will be the champions. I love to still see the smile on Cynthy's face, getting it done. You still, no matter what situation it is, a 3-star is always still a great feeling.
Yeah, that's for sure, especially if like you're able to get that done with your signature army. I mean, Cynthy made those mass Hog Rider attacks really popular, and as well, like overall, kind of gave this strategy a face, you want to say, because he has been using them for quite some time on different town level and always somehow made them work.
He's always finding a way and delivering right there. And you know, these pros will always find a way to kind of impress us, no matter what. Even if it is, we're seeing Root Riders and Valkyries, we're seeing Hogs, we're seeing E-Dragons. It doesn't matter the attack that they bring. They're always finding and bringing the smallest details and teaching us exactly what to do. And that's what hopefully everyone is taking notes, because these pros, if they could do it, well, actually, that's good. I don't know if it's going to be that way, because if they could do it, it's still going to be difficult for all of us. But we're going to do our absolute best, because these pros do make it look easy, but because they're so good. They have so much practice, and they do it so much. And a thing that definitely pros would recommend, and we would recommend as well, is if you're trying to kind of compete with these pros and show what you have, pushing in Legends League is definitely a really great opportunity, because then if you make it to the top of the leaderboards, that's when pros start to see your name. And then maybe if you compete in tournaments, they start to recognize you. So give it your best shot and see what you can do. As now Mark is going in, and all he's got to get is a 2-star for the win. But this is a base that could easily cause a 1-star.
Yeah, but I think he's going in somewhat with a safe approach with the lock launcher. We have talked about that earlier, that with the lock launcher, you have then obviously the less time on your side, because you cannot bring something like a Siege Barracks, which right now is just so popular and strong. But the lock launcher is giving you the safety net of making sure that the Invis towers are getting activated early on, have no chance of like messing things up pathing-wise and so on. And he's going to go with the same route again of actually sending the King then for the core and for the Town Hall.
Yeah, look at that. The King is going to directly target the multi-target Inferno, as he can even rage up the core if he so chooses. Sneaky Goblins go straight for the Town Hall, and the Town Hall has been almost taken down. just yet. He just needs the town hall. Come on, come on. Oh, come on. Can you just burn your ability? Boom. There you go. Synchronic has just won the Clash of Clans World Warm-Up. Well done to you.
And they're not stopping here. They're going for the thresh on this one. The Kings being stuck in the tornado trap in the core. The Royal Champion with the Queen chasing for the last compartment. The Kings getting turned invisible. But I don't think that this is going to be the deciding factor because there is just too many troops alive. He has plenty of spells left which he can use now in the last couple of defenses. And Synchronic, they're doing it in style with 15 stars. And they have done it with a nice invis spell for the end.
And it's a 3-star. Mark gets it done. Synchronic is going to get the perfect war, and they are going to be crowned your champions. What a performance. What a bracket that they had to fight through, defeating teams of VM Legacy twice, 2 times here in the playoffs, taking down NAVI, taking down Tribe Gaming. What a run that they put on, and well-deserved grand finals that they had, and the champion that they are. And take a look at some of the stats here for this match. And VM Legacy, unfortunately, with that 1-star, definitely cost them here.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate for Ninj, especially with how he performed over this entire tournament. He was such an incredible player on offense and defense, but in the end, the bases of Synchronic were holding him and his team back multiple times. So you have to give him a shout out, or to give the base building team of Synchronic a shout out for sure for their performance, and the 5 players. I mean, that's an obvious one. Incredible performance on offense. Coco, that was a match to watch.
Oh, yes, it was. Oh, I felt so bad for Ninj. He played so well up against some really fierce players as well. Hey, I mean, he beat the 1v1 against Stars, and Stars is one of the best players in the world. He's been consistently one of the best players in the world as well, and it's just so unlucky to see them go down like that. But they had a really good run throughout the lower bracket, and Synchronic, they're just so strong. They played very well in the upper bracket, regardless of who they played against.
And remember, if you think you can compete against these teams that are competing here, you have a chance to try to earn golden tickets, right? If you go into the game, you go to the tab, you can learn more all about the Clash of Clans esports. They have written articles about it, as well as how you can compete with your team to try to earn gold tickets, make it to potentially the last chance qualifier if you don't get a gold ticket first place in that given month, and then try to get a spot in the World Championship later at the end of this year. So make sure you learn more about it. You can follow the Clash of Clans Esports Twitter, and more information is all in the Esports tab inside the game. Definitely the place to go to learn about all esports related content. But what a series, what a matches we had, not only today in the playoffs this weekend, but throughout this whole tournament here at SU.
Yeah, but let's take a quick recap again at the prize money and what this champion title means on on paper, because overall was $30,000 for this tournament, but the first seed, which means Synchronic getting the 10,000, and then we have VM Legacy with a 7,000 prize money as well on their tribe, finishing in third, getting the 4,000, and I think NAVI then with a 4th seed.
Yeah, let's go take a look at the bracket just to see what these teams did to go all the way until the very end. You can see Synchronic are the champions of the World Warm-Ups for 2024. They took down VM Legacy, Tribe Gaming. Look at the path. They have NAVI in there, and they already took down VM Legacy once. It was so strong. Amazing teams that they took down. It was very well deserved.
But even if you still look at this, yes, they took down NAVI and Tribe, but their opponent, who then they beat twice, also took down NAVI and Tribe. So it's just so impressive, the run that they put through. And I was just completely blown away of things that we've never seen before throughout this weekend. And of course, the highlight and the things, Chronic being the champions, but still that perfect war, tying on time as well. Never seen that before. That was mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, I think for me the highlights have to be the one attack of Cynthy with giant arrow with a lightning combination, and I will remember for sure the attack of Darkstar with the was a hybrid of Lalo and Hog Riders, something which you don't see that common. It was then like a one healer, one war. Like this man did everything. Like he put just everything to the one attack and someone made it work. That was super fun to watch and really impressive as well.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing as you guys bring up my favorite attacks. Cynthy and Darkstar were two of my favorites there as well. We also had Stars with maybe one of the quickest Lalos we've ever seen. Klaus as well with a very fast attack, and he's jumping into that leaderboard there as well. So we've had some really, we've had some record-breaking triples, but also some really record-breaking triple streaks as well. So make sure to get those Root Riders leveled up and, maybe take a little dip into the esports scene yourself. We would love to have you, and maybe it could be you on the screen in the upcoming championship.
It really well could be. So make sure you guys are forming your teams, signing up to compete in the qualifiers, and trying to get yourself some golden tickets for the Clash of Clans World Championship run this year. But that's going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much to Supercell, to the production, my fellow co-casters, Itsu and Coco. You've been amazing. To the players for bringing such an amazing show. And of course, all of you at home for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the competition. It's only gonna get better throughout the rest of this year. And hopefully you guys have a great rest of your day. Congrats to Synchronic again. Till then, Clash on.